Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much.
And here, to share your screen, present. We have only one share screen.
It's easier to do it like this.
It's usually it's better. Share screen. And share screen. And now she.
We will check
Just before the session.
Yes.
I will. Once launched, it will be okay. Presenter more.
Hello, nice to see you, everybody. Thank you for coming. So we are very, very happy. Can you check if online it's okay with the sound? We are very, very happy to see you today in Dubai. So everything will be pushed 1 hour late because we are starting 1 hour late. So no problem. It's easy to calculate the new time. We are very happy for many reasons. First one is this is Dubai. So wow, Dubai. Second one, this is our 100th event. So in Australia. And the next thing, very, very cool, is that we have a great sponsor today. That's Microsoft. Yes, thank you for coming and for sharing. And we will have a keynote with two Microsoft speakers. We are co-hosting a Copilot Developer Bootcamp. So for all of you who are interested by the Copilot Developer Bootcamp, it will be in room 3, just behind us. And maybe the most important thing, there is a.
The banner. So.
Yes, the banner. The most important thing is the two link you should use to get the news about the agenda, the next session, and which room, which speaker, and things like that. So you have a full page. We call it the one-page agenda. And the other option is the app. So it's a different view, more it fits better on a phone. So this is definitely where you will get the information, and if some sessions are changed during the day, I will update this to reflect the reality of the next session. But keep in mind that everything is pushed 1 hour. Sorry. We are an international community, so aMP means Azure, Microsoft 365, and Power Platform. So we are dedicated to share our passion with speakers coming from all over the world. Here today we have speakers coming from Sri Lanka, from India, from Tunisia, from Lebanon, from Switzerland, from many places. Thank you from France for me, from Canada as well, from Croatia. So we are very passionate about Microsoft 365 technology, and we love to share with local community. And the next, so today we are in Dubai, and there are already many events planned for the next month, and some of them in France, one of them in Yaoundé or Cameroon. And a big event in Paris in June. If you are interested, you are obviously all invited to come there. And that's it, I think, for the introduction. I just wanted to give you some illustration of our past events. So this one was in Brazzaville, Congo, Republic of Congo. This one was in India with Ferro. Where is Ferro? Here, organizer. So as you can see, there was many people in India in these days. And this one was the previous one in Seoul. It was very cool event as well in Seoul. So thank you very much. And I will give the speech to Eric for the first part of keynote. So I give you
Okay, hello everybody. Okay, hello everybody. Okay.
Let's try to.
The only innovation. We speak with it on the right side, we put it back in the center. Okay, so my name is Eric Leon. I am the CEO of Orders with Microsoft. With Microsoft in Dubai for 8 years now. My role is to help partners build practices on Microsoft modern work social media. I'm an Azure resource, not a visa resource. I'm really focusing on modern work and mainly Copilot and Cybersecurity. Yeah. I'm always looking for new friends. So this is my QR code. You know, you can on LinkedIn. So feel free to share. I'm taking quick snaps, and then we can also connect on LinkedIn. So I'll give you a few seconds. See if anyone want to take quick snaps. Let's connect on LinkedIn. Don't be strangers. Okay. So first and foremost, I really want to thank the team of aMP for inviting me for speak today. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to try to talk to you about the Microsoft Copilot for M365. And yeah, right.
The network is not. Okay.
Talk about M365, that's okay. Any difficulties is part of their lives, real life, so that's okay.
Then you can try to extend to the that's
Yeah. So as I'm saying, so please connect on LinkedIn, connect with friends, with strangers. If you have any questions, please ask me. I don't have all the answers. So again, this is a learning session. We all learn, right? So we all learning on all your things. So I'm going to try to share with you what I know about Microsoft Copilot. Again, I'm focusing on Microsoft 365 Copilot, right? Our SaaS applications. We want to show you how we want you, if you are partners or if you are customers, how you should really look at M365 Copilot when it comes to bring your own adoption, right? So we proceed or we next slide? Okay.
I think there are some issues with the network, but it's okay. You can see it online, so we can proceed like that.
Okay. Need to go to the next slide.
Yeah, I can move your slide.
Thank you. Okay. So what I always want to do when I think about Copilot is to kind of my audience back to why Microsoft decided to do this, right? So back in 2023, we did a survey to kind of understand what was the mindset of the workforce after COVID. We want to understand what happened to the workforce because COVID completely disrupted the workforce as we know it, right? So what the story shows us, and this is true for me, that we were really busy, just being busy. If we be honest, we know what I'm saying. It's too many meetings, too many emails, right? Too many SharePoint sites. You spending your time on low value interaction. If you are honest, that's what we were doing. Not our fault, but that was the new nature of work. Before COVID, if you look at my calendars, if you see an empty slot, you do not assume that I'm free. Today, if you look at my calendar, you see something empty, you will assume that I'm free. How am I free? I might be working on something. Today, people assume that if your calendar is not full, that is free. This is the new way of work. Before, it wasn't the case. Nobody would look at your calendar and say, oh, it's free. No, they would assume that it will work. So we spend a lot of time on low value interaction. Again, not our fault. I'm not blaming anybody. It's just the way work happened as colleagues. The second thing I want to realize is that because of the digital text, email, meeting, chat, SharePoint site, we have difficulty finding information in our own tenant. I know that they send me an email. He sent me an email. I know that he sent it to me. Then I would spend 10, 5 minutes looking for just one email. One email, 5 minutes doesn't look very much. But imagine 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 emails that you spend looking. This is a valuable time that the company is spending for doing what? Low value work. Again, that's your fault, nature of work. And on the other side, what happened? Look at the leaders. They're complaining. Oh, no innovation anymore. You don't innovate, you don't do. I'm like, how can I innovate? When I spend my time attending meetings, drafting emails, So how can I do my own work? Well, Microsoft really paid me to do this. Speak to you, engage, not to write presentation, not to drop nice emails. This is no value. But that's what I was doing before. Spending my time under pressure. So they complain that we're not doing our work, and we say, hey, come on, what is the time? If you want me to go back to be innovative, you need to give my time back. If I don't have the time, with the new way of work, don't expect me to be 100% productive. I can't, it's just not possible. So something has to give, right? So leave our complaining, because again, if you are on AI game, AI game. If you go to AI because you want to cost cut, you're missing the boat. AI is all about innovation. You want to drive growth. But so leaders look at AI because they want to drive growth. They want us to create growth for the company. They want us to bring creativity, not to write great email, not to sit on meetings. That's how they want from us. They want us back to do this. So there was a clear conflict that was happening between the leaders and the employees. What we did, when ChatGPT became a thing, we thought, ChatGPT, the consumer applications, has some really good promises. What if you bring this in the workplace? How will the employees feel? Again, we went and asked them, hey, how do you feel about something like ChatGPT coming into the workplace? Because we thought they would say, no, I don't want this. You will take my job, you will replace me. That's what we thought the leader would say. Look what it says. 70% says, bring it. As long as it does what? It then covers those low value interaction. I still want to be in charge. I do not want to be replaced. The Copilot that I'm selling is the Copilot that looks at the employee landscape of transformation. AI transformation has 4 pillars: employees, customer in the middle, processes, and your products. Right? When I want to automate my processes, go to Copilot. Agent, build, do that. When you look at your employee productivity, they do not want autopilot. Right? So we look at the enterprise side. Enterprise says, bring the AI, but I want the AI to remove those low value things that I'm doing today. Writing emails, spending time in meetings that don't have value, like summarizing meeting notes. What am I doing this? Preparing tonight's slide. For what? What am I doing something to me? Bring that AI to the me. So clearly, it wasn't as bad as we thought. We thought it was going to be a pushback by employees saying, no, we don't want this, we don't want AI, it's going to be bad for us. So employees said, no, we need this, we need the tool, but it has to be created appropriately for us. We need to look at this from our landscape. This is not about the end customer. If you want customer services, yes, automated, but if you want me, the employees to be productive, I want an assistant, not a replacement. We all do not need the Asian robot that we don't want that. I don't know if you want, I don't want that. I want an assistant, but what I do customer service. So what the study can show us is that leaders and employees agree. AI have the potential to change the workplace for the better. It's a clear agreement on that front. But what we employees do not want is what? AI on autopilot. Again, AI on autopilot has its place when I'm looking at the customer side of things, processes of product transformation. There, I want AI to do it everything. If a company believes that I still have value to them, they don't need to give me this. They need to give me what? AI as Copilot. You clearly see that the name Copilot was not chosen because it was a good word, it was fancy word, it was really intentional. We picked that word because we understood what the employees tell us. Again, this is an enterprise-focused tool. This is not a consumer tool. We're talking about the employees something. So Copilot name was very intentional. It's to show to the employees that, hey, we understand you. Yeah, have no fear. It's coming to your workplace, but it's coming to assist you. So now you can get your account back. Want to draft an email? Don't do it. Leave it to Copilot. You don't want to be on this meeting? No problem. Copilot will that for me. Only spend time when you can add value. If you're sitting in a meeting today and you have Copilot, when you add zero value, you're wasting your time. You should be empowered by your company to say, hey, this meeting, I don't want to attend it. I need Copilot to do it. If you just attend the meeting because you're right to do it, that's wrong. Let the assistant do that for you. Have the tool. Saving time is great. But for the leader, saving time, there's no really value. If you save time to watch Netflix, what is value for me as a company, right? What are you doing with that time that you save, Eric? That's what you want to know. I save your time, great, but for me as a leader, what does that mean for me? More free time for you to do whatever you want to do? No. Use that time to get more done. can you get more done? Again, to Copilot. If you don't know, ask, it will help you. Don't know where to start? Don't worry. Blank page syndrome? No problem. Ask Copilot, it will help you. You're not creative? I'm not a creative person. Ask Copilot, it will get you new ideas. This is about, it's not just about saving your time. It's about making sure the time that you save using the tool can also be used now to do more so that you can do what the leaders want us to do. New ideas, you need to innovate. A company is not going to cost cutting. If you do this to cost cutting, you're losing the boat. You want your customer to understand this. If you are customers, you want AI because you want to grow your company. You want to have fresh ideas for the company. And that can help them. So don't just stay here. Use this to do this so they can get there. That's what Copilot really provides to our customers. That's very important. So when we announced Copilot 1 year ago, let me just repeat marketing videos. Click, okay.
Well, straight to the top, never going down, don't wait for the drop. Brand new bands for the auto. Oh, foot to the ground, full throttle. Big energy for the night like lotto. Y'all talk lots, never just quiet. Like a Seinfeld plot. Vault full of songs, all of them bombs. Something like a minefield guy. Boom. Get it, tickets running out quick. Bet it, never get it outbid. Said it, never had to shout it. They said I couldn't never do it, okay, how's it? Fit a week worth of work in a minute. Machine well oiled, you know how I stay efficient. To do this written, I do this different. Hold up, wait a minute, I ain't finished. Okay. Flows the same now. Paved the way, the snakes and fakes are chased out. Back to back to back, I changed the pace now. Had to stack the cash until the bank's out. Straight to the top, never going down, don't wait for the drop.
You did. Well, that's the front, no applause, come on. Okay, there was something that was really prevalent in the videos. But did you see the video that was all over the video? There was something that you saw it was there. If you watch the video, you pay attention, you saw something. What was that? Cool. Who said that? I don't have any gift to give you, my friend. That's exactly what it was, right? It's code, draft, code, authority, Copilot. Again, because you're looking at employee side of digital transformation. When I look at the employee side digital transformation, I'm doing Copilot. When I look at processes, I go to the Asian world and do Copilot. It's really important to make that distinction. Because customers and users are getting confused about Copilot and Asian, not understanding when Asian comes in and when Copilot comes in. This is your assistant at work. So every word that you see there is very intentional. AI assistant, you are still the captain, you are still the chef, you are still the one controlling this. Copilot, informed decision, and you decide to acknowledge them or refute them as the leaders. Work, this is not a consumer product. It's meant for the enterprise, right? Which means that we have all of the enterprise security as part of the solution. Everything that you see here is very intentional for customers to understand. This is not a ChatGPT, it's not an enterprise, it's not but this is an enterprise solution, really meant for enterprise employees that want to leverage AI to do work innovatively while respecting the company policies and security. Because the last thing that we want is to bring this powerful tool in a company where there's no security signal in place. What's going to happen? Catastrophe, right? Because it's very smart. You can see anything that you see. So you need data in front. So Copilot can draw the data on the web, like ChatGPT. I can ask him to look at, hey, what is the last, I'm an NBA fan, what's the last, game that Steph Curry plays and how many scores is it? Ask Copilot, go to the web, you find it. If I say, hey, what is the last email that Sharif sent me? It goes now to the company data to run the data. Web data to run onto the web. Company is, I know Sharif in any relationship as Microsoft employees. I can find that email using the Graph API. That's the differentiator for all the consumer products. The company branding, we know you. If you use Microsoft, we know we're not looking at what you're doing, but we can guess what you're doing. Fully integrated with the app that you use today. If you're using Microsoft 365 today, PowerPoint, SharePoint, come on, it's amazing to see you there, my friend. What's your name? Yeah. That's amazing. I mean, to see. All right. So okay, if you're using PowerPoint, SharePoint, Outlook today, there should be no reason for you to use our products because Copilot is natively integrated in those applications, right? Natively, this is integrated, which Many people say yes, you can do this, but it's integrated. What integration means? Money. Somebody has to pay for that integration. Native is part of the product. You don't do anything else. Open Outlook is there. Open Excel is there. Right? So if you're using the product today, there are absolutely no reason for you as a user to say, hey, I want ChatGPT. It does not make good sense. Right? So the underlying technology is OpenAI. So we're using the same LLM on the line. But what we differentiate is here. What we show you. And if you decide to say, hey, good stories, but I like to customize things, yes, Copilot Studio. Now you can extend Copilot to more data sources, or if you want to change the interface, you can do that as well. Right? So if you are on Microsoft ecosystem today and using a third-party AI application, you're doing something wrong. Right? AI assistant. If you have an assistant, what does that make you?
Boss.
The boss, right? Yeah, the boss. Let's see the best. You are the boss, right? What are the qualities of a great boss? Top number one quality of a good boss. Delegation, right? A good boss delegates. When we have Copilot, we should have those foundational leadership skills. Because now we become leaders. We need to delegate. Why are you still drafting email when you have Copilot? Why are you doing this? Because you think as a doer, you don't think as a leader. The leader delegates, but even when you're the answer, even when she knows what you need to say, he will ask me to do it. Because I work for him. That's what it's not about owning the outcome. You don't want to own the outcome. It doesn't matter who did it. You are the leader, you get credit. So delegate. Even when you know the answers, ask Copilot. You need to start building those leadership memories. Because again, you're becoming a boss. Huh? That's where the challenge is today. People are not using AI today, it's not because of the tool. It's because they're still thinking as doers. This is no one problem. You can have everyone in the room here with the licenses, only 2 people use Copilot properly. Because most of us has the doer mentality. We were not born leaders. We need to change that. The second quality of a leader is what? Empathy, right? When Copilot make a mistake, it's an AI tool, it's going to hallucinate. This is going to happen. Do not complain and say, I don't need it. Don't do this. Be a leader. Coach Copilot, say, hey, this is not what I meant. Change this. That's what you need to do. So you see that the adoption of AI is not about the tool. It's about us changing. We ask for an assistant if you want to do your system work. We say we want an assistant, we give you an assistant, and you go back and do what? You're going back to do what you were doing before. And now you're complaining, oh, the tool is not helping me. Because you're not using it the right way. You're teaching us as doers. We delegate, we show empathy, because we know it's going to make mistakes. It's going to happen. Yeah, hallucination is real, it's not paid. But when you make a mistake, do not complain, right? Coach it. It's not what I meant, Eric. It's not meant Copilot. I meant you to do X, Y, Z. Try again. So they get there. Last quality of the good leaders is clarity of vision. You create actively what you want, clearly. Because the way you interface those tools is to prompting. And prompting is nothing more than clarity of your vision. You can know what you want, but if you are not able to articulate your prompt, it won't do miracle. Copilot does not read in mind. It's not going to read your mind to know what you're thinking. That doesn't happen. There's no magic thing happening. You tell it what you want, depending on how clear your prompt is, it's going to give you that what you want. It's very important when you buy those tools that you understand that. Or become leaders when you have this. Now we have an assistant. We're not supposed to do nobody no more. As a leader, you have to think as leader. The first thing is about delegation. Please delegate. Even when you know, delegate. Which means that when you get a response as well, as a leaders, you copy paste. Leader get the response back, verify your source before you send it out. Because when you send out, it's no more Copilot problem. It's your problem as a leaders. Understand this? If you're a user of those tools, when you click send, don't come and say, Copilot, that this is your problem. Why you click send? You verify the source. Why do you have to think as leaders? Do the work. You should trust it because it's smart. You should always verify. They trust, but verify all the time as the leaders. Like any leader will do. Someone come and say, hey, you sign here, you know, just sign badly. You're going to look at what am I signing? Okay, and then you sign. Same with Copilot. Trust it, he knows what he's doing, but you still have to verify what he does. So adoption of AI is not about the tool, friends. It's really about us changing our mindset. We need to move from doers to leaders. We all need to have foundational leadership skills. Once you do this, then the tool becomes great. Then you're gonna love Copilot. You're gonna be like, hey, we need more of those. That's what we need to get there. Okay, so Copilot, we move on to the slide, is integrated to the tool that Microsoft, blah, 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 I mentioned already. Ground in the web, ground in the workplace, ground in the work. In the work, you're going to see your Graph API. So we use the Graph API to know who you are, like the SharePoint side, your team meeting that you're using. And then you can also bring external sources now to ground the data. By default, Copilot look at the Microsoft data. Right? If you say, summarize the last email, now manager sent me, I talks about electrical vehicle. If I send this to ChatGPT, what happens? This is my prompt. Summarize the last email that talks about electrical vehicle that my manager sent me. Now ChatGPT, what happens? Nothing happened. It doesn't know what manager is, doesn't know what I'm talking about, right? It doesn't know all those. I need to add those content in my prompt for ChatGPT to do something. You don't want that. With Copilot, if I send it to Copilot, he will know. Graph API, who's the link manager, boom, delete, boom, find it. When you make listen to it, look at email sent me. Which one talk about electrical vehicle? That's the one. And Copilot uses semantic search as well, which means that you understand context. If he sees an email talk about Tesla, he will know that Tesla, electrical vehicle might be linked. You understand context. It's not looking for keyword searching. Right? So it's very important to understand this. Yeah. So that's why we separate. So we're using this to kind of ground the data into the user application first, so the user can speak to the Copilot freely. You don't have to include the entire prompt in the question. Just say what you want, and we will elevate the prompt using the ground, the more grounded. Does that make sense? Yeah, it does. Okay. Right. As I mentioned, LLM, OpenAI, no mystery there. Everybody knows this. We use ChatGPT for today, and our OpenAI that we're using is a private instance of OpenAI. This is not a public OpenAI. So your data, again, going back to what we said before, your data with this Copilot are never used to train the model. Private instance, and everything that you think that Copilot, that OpenAI is doing, is actually done by Microsoft Copilot. So the orchestration, the memory, but if I ask a question to Copilot, the response, and ask another questions, what do you think happens? So we, every time I ask a question, elevate your prompt with the full history of answering questions before they get sent to OpenAI. Our OpenAI integration is self-sessionless, so they can never ever store anything. Yeah? So the whole memory is done by Microsoft Copilot. OpenAI receive a prompt, fully prompted, response, and then go back to IO. The perceived memory that happens is all due to Microsoft Copilot. So your data is your data. OpenAI will never find your prompt if anybody else answers. If you use a consumer version, then you're on your own, basically. Right, so what are we going? We're going here. We believe that in the future, not too far. Counting on all of you to get rid of this vision that every one of us will have a Copilot. Right? Or an AI system. We want that system to be Copilot, of course, but it's probably somebody AI. But that's the vision. All of us, at some point, will have a Copilot. And all of our business application will become agent, right? So we need to transform into an agent. Okay, let's repeat it. As an employee, I have my Copilot, I have my AI system. Hopefully, Copilot as a front end. And behind, if I want to log in an HR, a benefit request, I do not open our HRM system. Ask Copilot. Copilot, can you update my leave request by 5 days? Copilot will call the HR agent. HR agent will go and update the leave request. Me as a user, I only talk to Copilot. It can be a prompt, it can be using audio, we can multiple application. That's where we're going. This is why it's really important for you developers out there here to create this, to transform every SaaS application out there into an agent. Right? If SaaS is not dying, it's not dying yet. No, there's a SaaS is there. We still have time to get there, but that's the vision. Eventually, this is how you're going to be. What's going to be like? I have an agent, I have my assistant, ask my assistant to do work for me. The assistant would call the relevant agent based on my request to accomplish what I want to do. Me as a user, I never open Dynamics anymore. I open Salesforce. Not even open. You see what I'm saying, right? So I'm leading here as a user. this is my interface, Copilot, my user interface. That's what I want to ask, and then it will call the right agent on the back end to complete the task. This is where developers in the room are absolutely important to mitigate that issue, because this is where we have problem. A lot of such applications are trying to AI enable their application instead of agentize the application. The difference, AI sees they bring the AI into the app as a touch, as a sidebar to the app. That's good. That's not what you need to completely transform this. You don't want user to go there, you want user to live in one interface, they go there. That's what we want to be, that's why we're going to be there. So with that in mind, we announced not too far, during January 15, that hey, for customers that do not know this, we have two versions of Copilot for the enterprise. We have a free version and a paid version. I think everybody knows about the paid version. We also have a free version that you can use to get to that vision, because what we want eventually is this. Right? A mix of people being on Copilot free and a mix of people being on the paid version. Eventually, the more values on the paid version. But if you want a paid version today, you should at least start there, because again, you have to go back to what I said before. Copilot should be your user interface. Go and ask Copilot questions. You're going to see that again out of this. All right? So, enterprise solutions, so secure, as mentioned already, this is your data. We don't do anything with data, we don't do anything, nothing. You trust us for a word, trust us for this. Nothing changed. If you trust us with your email, nothing changed. So they should usually be worried. If you do not trust us, yes, then I can understand the concern, hey, what happened to my data? But if you already have your email with us, and you trust Microsoft for the rest, then this is the same thing. The same thing applies. And OpenAI is against on Microsoft Azure. This is private instances. OpenAI has no eyes on what's happening. And integration is sessionless. They cannot keep anything in memory. All the memory is with Microsoft. If you trust us already, then nothing changed. Right? So that's the important question to understand. Sorry. After 5 minutes.
Combien?
10 minutes?
Okay, ouais.
Right?
Non, non, parce que c'est bon.
Okay. You don't mind something to say for you, quick demo, yeah. Okay. I don't know if you've seen this before, so in terms of, I'm sure you saw Microsoft Copilot ability to summarize emails. The person now use Copilot for the meeting to understand screen share. So that's a new feature that we had. Go to the next one, I can use Copilot to transform a document based on different sources, PPT, PDF, PPT request. Again, as I mentioned, no more blank-based entry. We start document this as the source, and they have it done for you. Next slide. So, PowerPoint, right? Again, you don't have to be a PowerPoint designer. Say what you want to do. Talk to the Copilot, prompt it, and you will find what you want to do. When you give you this, now you can modify the narrator, say, I don't want this slide, I don't want this, others. That's all you're doing. You don't look at the slide themselves. Next slide, please. Let's go fast. The next one is email priority. Right? We have too many emails. How do you know what email is more important to you than the other one? Tomorrow can help you tell you, hey, this priority based on who's sending the email, the context, the content, you think that this email is important because it comes from you, or from you, from you. You need this one. Next slide. I cannot use Copilot to bring that agentic word into place, right? Right. So I go to Copilot. I'm going to show the right side. I have all of my agents. So this will be all of my stuff, which will be on the right side. So I can call them as I need. Right? Do something. Go to the next slide. Then you'll see that I'm a Copilot, and I will ask Copilot for customer data using our KYC agent. I will say, yeah. Anyway. Is that coming? Yeah. See, I call KYC agent, ask a question, give the answer. Right? That's where we're going. All the apps become agent of Copilot. I'm leaving Copilot, I know what I need to do. Next slide. Next slide is what we bring. Next slide again. Where we bring the work and the web together. Next slide. I want Copilot. Ask a question about something that's on the web. Give me the answers, right? Now, I use what we call page. If you're not using page today, we use this tool. Page now can collaborate what I just identified. More people, right? We make them do a research, now I can bring them in, the discussion. So we get all the idea, change, transfer, next slide, like create a project plan, based on information, and we have Copilot on the website. You can always add more questions into the page. Imagine collaborating on a project. So now you can all do research on Copilot and bring your result into one page that everybody can see and modify. I mean, come on, what is that to like about? What are we doing?
Sorry, last one.
Sorry?
You do the research and then you bring it
I'm here Copilot, bring you some Copilot. Copilot is here, I'm here. Ask the question about X, Y, Z, right? and I can bring that into the page that my teammate can see. If my teammate can go there and go, if I can do the same thing on that side, they can also do Copilot on their side.
As a checkpoint.
As a teamwork for this. So, what's your name?
Aman.
Say with strength. This is great, right? Come on, come on, keep the best. That's what we're doing, right? And that's what we say.
It takes a long time.
Come on.
It takes weeks sometimes.
Well, you research from your side, I'm researching, keep researching, all different researches. Now we can always search on the same canvas. I mean, if we're not doing this today, what are we doing? Right, so next slide, action. Action, next. Right, action are, if you use Outlook rules, what action now? You create your Outlook rules, you create the rules now, say, I want this to happen. Let's say that you are, next slide, project manager. You want to get an update to your leadership team on Mission X. I'm asking you, I'm asking you, I'm asking you. Every week, give me an update of what you've done through one single action that I created. Okay. And send email to lead the leads and the team about project XYZ. Every week by sending it to me, and you're going to send that email to those people. I'll get their answers and give you that to you. You don't have to chase people for update. Hey, give me your update. Hey, give me your update. Hey, give me your update. And then you go through the day and then you don't do this.
On Teams, yeah.
Yeah, so using action on Teams, which is coming, like Friday, so don't get excited. So, so this is where we're going, guys. That's why I was bringing to you. So you're not going to spending time doing those chasing people. Give me an update, please, and no response. Please give me an update, no response. Please, please. What do you do this? Let the tool do that for you. Like the management tool, next slide, and then close them as you wish, and then moving. That's your summary email. Like all of the key things that you see from different people. Once you get email, you have this. Take that email, send to your bosses. These are weekly update of project X. Don't be one action that you created. Let your Copilot work for you, man. Come on, we are leaders. Next slide. Next slide is how you manage that. It's okay, it's fine. So when we are analytic as well, right? It's important to use Copilot, but for the leaders, it's ROI. What is the value? Well, analytics can show them the value. You can show them, hey, Copilot created. I every company close deals. How the man behind that? Don't ask me. But we can show the correlation between what we're seeing and it being closed. Question.
Quick question. Like in this case, for such display, we need to have the data integrated into.
Maybe we can keep question after because we are very late. It's not time to.
Okay. So best practice, best practices, as I mentioned, leadership needs to be aligned, right? When you want a great AI implementation, we need to have the leader in the company in the room fully buying into this. So there has to be an AI strategy. It should not just be because AI is cool, because there's a strategy. As I mentioned, you have to go back. Go back. Yes. One slide. Right. So leadership alignment, human change, mindset change towards the leaders, and then technical readiness. Security of the brands in play for movement. Next slide. Balance of everybody. This is a GPT technology. What does that mean? The GPT technology is a general purpose technology. It's for everyone. It's not just for the leaders. It's not going to be for everybody in the room. Use Copilot for different use processes. Next slide. When you speak to your customer users, ask them to tell you how they spend the day. You're going to one person. You're too fast, that's Copilot. They tell you how they spend the day as part of my days, I do this, and you show them how they use Copilot. That's how you drive users. Let users tell you how they spend their days, and you map these into Copilot. Next slide. What is the user interface of Copilot? What is the user interface? How do you speak to Copilot? Through prompt, yeah? So you want to know how to prompt. So we have our GCSE methodology, give you the goal, what you want, the context, the source, and expectation. Now we allow Copilot now to hallucinate. You say, okay, I want you to create a deck for a sales meeting, use this document as references, and I need 3 slides. It will be exactly what you want. So when you can do GCSE, if you can do GCSE, next slide, new language. Start small. Learning through, we have 10 slides, we have 10 prompts that you can try today, at least to get the value. Back to what I said before, doing is better than perfect. Start doing, but doing those 10 slides. Last slide, tip for prompting. Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, okay. Iterate, iterate, iterate. This is not a search engine. This is not Google search. It's your assistant. Have a conversation. If you don't agree, say that. Don't say how to do this and then move on. Come on, what are you doing? It's an assistant. Iterate it. Review and verify, as I mentioned. Trust it, but you are the leader. Something goes wrong, it's your problem, right? Right, be positive. He doesn't really mind. Copilot has he doesn't mind if you're being bad, but at least let's just be positive, right? Let's continue to work. So talk nicely. When he does a good job, thumbs up. It's a thumbs up. And nobody uses. You only use a thumbs down. Nobody uses a thumbs up or Windows. Tell what you do, and then you just suggest what you know where to stop. So if you do all of this, you will attend this. We are guaranteed that if you buy Copilot today, you change your mindset, your leadership is aligned, you understand value of this, you know how to use this, you're going to get those results. There should be no question from any customer out there as to why they should use Copilot. That was my last slide. So if you want to get visualization, we have those QR codes. If you want to see our security and AI initiative is there, our adoption is there, and if you want to download the app on your phone, yours is. That was me, Eric Monion. Now, I'm going to have a few minutes of questions. If you have questions, I want to
Yes. No, we don't. We don't. But you can take it. Yes, you can take it offline.
Don't worry. Thank you very much.
The QR code, please. Yeah, with the QR code, yeah. If all are interested. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, we don't need the time.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
The network is.
Yes.
Yeah, just check because I already shared it.
Yeah, you can start. Yeah.
I want to check if it's possible to move his session a bit earlier.
Yeah.
Because we have a dinner.
Yeah.
Now that it's moved.
At what time is your session?
He was at 3.
Okay, let's
So
check a little bit
anything-
later.
yeah, anything before
Yeah.
would be great.
Okay.
Okay, just to let
Yeah.
you know.
Eric, we have a problem. No, we have a big rule, yeah. You said everything that I wanted to say. I'm not sure what I want to say now.
It will be quick.
That's a challenge. Sorry?
It's reinforcing and reminding us.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh, good morning. So it was presented mainly the last time, not the first time. This is exactly what Eric done to me. you know. So jump directly to the last slide, you know. Okay, just right. So good morning. I'm Sharif Hamza. I'm the one working for CIMA, which is Central Europe, Southeast Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I'm based out of Dubai, mainly focusing on the sales of our own solutions. Happy to be with you today. So thank you. And I think with the new era that we're living on, we should call ourselves agents, you know, that's our agents going forward. I think it would make it easier for everyone now to identify himself. Okay, so I think we're having a lot of younger generations here, so I want to take you a bit into our environment and the life that we've been through over the years, and how things have changed quickly, and why you'll be so lucky to be in this era. So basically our environment, what we are used to, is space and time. This is historically and currently, this is what we're seeing. Space and time. You agree? This is all what you got. All right, so back in the days, you have to do everything between those, space and time. So it means you need to be at the office, you need to be with the customers, you need to meet face to face, you need to do everything at the same time with the limitation of those two environments. And then back in the 90s, and maybe some of you were born already having internet. So I attended both, I would say. So on that note, okay. All of a sudden we're having internet. So there is a new dimension of what's happening. There's a new thing. I can recall still the days when I started my role as technical support. Okay. And when a customer was having an issue, I had to write apps and send them to the US and wait for a response in 3 days. Okay. So you can imagine the happiness and the change in our life when internet came into the picture. And we really have seen this. So it changed the way we work, changed a bit the environment that we work. So that means you added more space here. You have home at a point of time to work from, because you had internet. So you start to work in different spaces. Now you can work from airports, you can work from here, you can work from home, you can work from the office. And then, what happened after this? Another hit that happened to all of us, which was the COVID. It changed the game, the way we think. It didn't add anything else, but it changed the way we think. It gave us the mandate that we can start working remotely and connecting remotely. So we will be doing much more now over the net and remotely. So the environment has been changing over the years very fast. So what's happening now? Definitely it's not over. Now it's a new era. And you need to think of this as, how do you call it, as, you know, like you're lucky, you're blessed to be in an era that you're seeing the whole world will be changing, okay? And you are part of it, and you can drive it, you can impact it, you know, like I'm really blessed to have seen the shift in the internet. I was working when companies started shifting all their environments towards the internet-based application. Before that, was everything on-prem, everything on client server. You might not even seen this. And we have seen the rise and falls of companies where they didn't capture the opportunity of the internet. There was very big companies that really didn't use the internet back in 2000 or adopted this technology and moved faster with it. and they disappear. And now it's a new era, which is the AI. And you're really to be this era because you can drive the future. And this is by itself, it's a major thing. So, but what is the AI is doing to our environment? How does it fit here? Any idea? Everywhere. Sorry? Everywhere. Everywhere. Okay. Let's think of this. It's a full new dimension that it's added. It wasn't there. Because exactly as what Eric was saying, you have a new assistant, you have something in the back, you have a new dimension in life that you can start utilizing. And this is exactly what we will be talking about. So we were stuck with space, and then with time, and now we have the intelligence. So how can we make intelligence work for us? So think of this. Think how this AI era and how you can influence it. And I will tell you some stories that it's amazing. Exactly some examples of what Eric was saying earlier. That it really relieved a lot of people and it had a huge impact on them. And being in the developer community, you need to think of the art of the possible here because there is no limitation to this new dimension. And honestly, over the last year and a half, we have seen much happening. I mean, like some of the examples that have been seen here. You mentioned the sales, for example. And this is one of I'm responsible for sales, so this is one of the things I'm using all the time. You cannot imagine how to write a very small prompt, like give me a summary of customer X, and it collects all the data about this customer, all the history of this customer, all the revenue that you received from this customer, all the new opportunities that you're having with this customer, all the decision makers, all the contacts in just one prompt and in 1 second. Usually it was taking us like a good week and team meetings and like you tell me what you know and you tell me what you know and somebody needs to write it in a second. So this is the art of possible. Okay, can you imagine I'm going to a customer meeting, don't know anything yet about this customer. In the car, I ask Copilot, give me a briefing about this customer. Okay, or the person even that I'm meeting and gives you a whole brief. And you give me more data about this company vision, and it looks on the web, downloads the company reports, come up even with a presentation for you that it's relevant how to position your solutions versus their vision in 1 minute. How long was this taking? So think about those dimensions, the art of the possible in order. So accordingly, AI is not a tool, and you need to think of this. It's a new dimension of work. You need to think of the possibilities that it's opening for you. And when you are creating things for your customer, this is where innovation comes in. And really, there is no limitation whatsoever. And the good thing about Microsoft that I think we are the only company. I think we are the only company that has the full stack of AI, from the Copilot, from the chat, as we will talk about it in a second, how to customize Copilot, how to build your own Copilot, and then how to build your own AI with Azure AI. So we have the full stack, all secure, all in one place, and you can, especially for the developer community, have all this integrated so you can play around with. So this is, I will go directly to our landscape, AI landscape. This is exactly our full potential as Microsoft, as a landscape. This is what we are having at the moment to our customers and to you as well. Okay, we have the M365 Copilot chat, which is the free version. Everybody can download it. Everybody can start using on the web. And let me ask you a question here. Does everyone have Copilot on WhatsApp? Do you know that it's available on WhatsApp? Are you using it? Right. It's the ultimate companion. I was just telling them, that my wife is a super user for it, that she asks them 100,000 questions a day. I'm lucky that she has got asking not asking me. But
So is it actually Microsoft Copilot on WhatsApp?
yes.
But what I can see is only
AI.
an AI chatbot. Meta
No.
AI.
No, there is also Copilot.
There is Copilot. Copilot as one of your contacts, and you ask them whatever you have, exactly like they're doing.
And how it differs from the WhatsApp chatbot itself? I mean, the Meta chatbot itself.
I don't care about I don't know. Honestly, I've never tried to use it.
It's just a better version. Yeah, better version. No. I believe it's a better version because this is more holistic. I mean, I can see Copilot is holistic. And,
exactly. That's the point.
Yes.
Copilot,
as you said earlier, like it's just in the previous slide, you said that there is no software so far that actually combines the 365, as you said.
Exactly. Exactly. And Copilot will be the user interface for the AI. And this is actually what we're doing. Okay. So from the web chat, and we will talk more about this, which is the free version, everybody can use it online, or you can download the application. And then you have the Microsoft 365 Copilot, which is a word grounded. So this is web grounded. This is a word grounded. This is where it integrates with all the Microsoft tools and has all your work data, your teams, goals, and everything. And we will double click into this. And then there is the role-based Copilot. Now we're developing here a lot of role-based, which is like the sales, the services, the finance, and so on. And this is more and more becomes the agents, as we will talk about them in a second. And then this is your paradise, okay? The Copilot Studio and Agents. This is where you can develop. This is where you can do all the magic. And it's very simple, and we will have a slide on this to see the different ways of creating agent, the different ways of creating Copilot. So it's super easy. I mean, like even a seller like me, can do agents, which is fantastic. I feel proud, that I can still remember how to do things. And then there is the more, I would say, advanced, the pro code type of AI development on Azure Foundry, which is again, it's integrated, and the user interface will be Copilot and all of those. So this gives you the whole holistic view, and I think you have seen the next slide before. The life is becoming more and more about agents, and I will show you some of the fantastic agents as well that we're having. But let's go through one by one in a quick one. This is the free version, the Copilot chat. So what we have added to it recently to make it more integrated and make it more, really part of the organization. We added the first thing, the IT controls, which is very important. Even for your customers, when they are using the free one, it inherits all the security aspects of the organization. So whatever security that you are doing in the organization, in the Microsoft environment, the users on the web chat, the free version, inherit the same security. So that means it's becoming secure. And this is the most important part. And I've been talking to some of you, and I think you're very focused on security. I think there is a massive future towards the data security specifically. This is becoming one of the most important discussions with any customers, especially in the era of AI. How to protect their data, how to make sure which data can be seen by who and when. Okay, this is becoming very important. So we're inheriting all of this into the chat. And then we enabled as well agents for the chat. So even if some of the customers doesn't want to have the full M365 Copilot working closely on the work data, we can still develop agents for them, and they work on the agents. But what is the difference here? This is on a canon data, which means that, like, for example, you can have a SharePoint website, has some knowledge info, and let's give the example of retailers or retail stores or service delivery, they don't need to have the word data. They don't need to connect with the emails and teams and so on because they are on the street, what we call the frontline workers. However, we can still use the intelligence. How? We can create SharePoint, for example, with the knowledge base. Can you imagine this on the service centers and having all the responses, the possible responses, or the frequently asked question on a SharePoint, and you ask the agent immediately, how should I respond to this customer in this question? The quality of the service that you will be getting is much better. Okay, and this doesn't need to have the full M365 Copilot, so you can have only the chat plus the agents. And this is the art of possible from the agent standpoint. And then you have our crown jewel, which is the M365 Copilot, which includes, of course, the chat, but also the word count. This is where everything gets integrated. It has access, or actually it's available with the same across all our applications, but also with the agents itself. And of course, it has a lot of analytics as well. What is it? It's actually some of the new analytics that is coming here. It calculates the ROI that you are having by using Copilot. So how much you save from a time perspective, what is the ROI for it, how many hours did you save in which application, and so on and so forth. So this is very useful as well for the leadership. And then you have the Copilot Studio. And as I was saying, this is where everything connects. Okay, for you specifically, if you are interested in development, this is either for end users, and you can create a very simple agents and very simple development of your customized or your own Copilot, or for IT and developers where you can go more deeper into creating a sophisticated agents and Copilots. So this is the future. This is how the picture going forward. Copilot plus agents. Agents will be everywhere, and agents are becoming everywhere. And I was like yesterday. I was seeing one of the slides, and I was really shocked about the number of agents that for every single industry that has been created already. So what is an agent, or what type of agents do we might have? Let me have the full slide first. So there are three types of agents when you think of it. Okay, and this will help you as well when you start creating agents. There is the retrieval agent, which is the simple one. Exactly to the example that I was just giving you earlier. You create a SharePoint and you ask them questions, and it's a retrieval. And then there is a task agent. And this is where it becomes a bit more interesting because you can assign a task to this agent. This is where you can start improving the process. So the mindset now, Copilot will be the user interface, and there is for every single process inside the company, there will be an agent. And this agent is either a retrieval or a task oriented. So you can start extending, automating some of the workflows on this. Okay, so exactly to what I was saying earlier, out of this meeting, we have started seeing this. We have a team meeting, they summarize the actions, send emails to the people attending the meeting, with each one of them with the actions expected from them. So this is becoming a task agent, okay? And we are having this already. It's coming very soon in Teams as the facilitator agent. We started trying it internally. It's amazing, you know, you have a facilitator. So now not only an assistant, but a super assistant, you know, like, or multiple assistants. You have a facilitator that starts organizing the meeting, taking all the notes, sending the notes to everyone, and assign the actions to everyone. And then this is the extreme interest one, which the one that we are all dreaming of, the autonomous agent, where you can sit on the beach and someone do the work for you. Okay?
This is impossible.
Sorry?
This is almost impossible, no?
This is already happening. I can tell you a very interesting story that it's already happened in McKinsey. Okay? What they have done.
McKinsey & Co.
Yeah. McKinsey are receiving thousands of emails every day of like inquiries. Okay, and they were having huge stuff because they have a single email worldwide for this. Okay, so you can imagine this was all their offices worldwide, but everything was sent to this central place, and then now someone needs to start looking at every single one of those emails and assign it to the right country, and sometimes to the right person. So they have created that autonomous agent to read all those emails and automatically assign it to the right country and the right person, I mean the industry, across the world in no time. So the whole thing is not needed now. Imagine, again, for us, and we are trying to do this now, the marketing, we call it the marketing insights, where customers go to our website and start inquiring about some of the products. So this is, again, centralized, happening worldwide. Can we create an autonomous agent to start directing this to the right seller that it's already connected to this account? Yes, you can. So you will have an autonomous agent already there. So this is the art of possible. This is the imagination, unlimited imagination that you can have. Is it available now? Yes, it is. Is it easy to develop? Yes. But you need to start thinking about the use cases about it. So yeah. This is the tooling. Let me show you something more here. I mean, this is the spectrum of Copilot agents. You know, I think what we're saying, the three of them. IT help desk can be just a retrieval, okay? But then device refresh agent, lead generation agents, where it can start having some tasks on it. Employee onboarding agents, this is a new one that we are using as well. Okay, and then you need to start going advanced expense report agent. Everybody would love this. Everybody hates to do expenses. Okay. Invoice comparison agent, and can you imagine this? You know, so for finance, for people working in finance, this was taking them ages comparing invoices. And the last one was like fully autonomous customer support agent. They do the work for you. That's the
So, for example, it can replace a lot of softwares, for example, like SAP Concur again. For example, you know SAP Concur?
Yeah, but it will integrate with it. Oh, it will integrate with it because this is the tool that you are using for expenses reporting.
Yeah.
Okay. But now the agent will upload the tool with all your expenses.
So it comes. So agent just uploads.
But
it
depends on the task that you want them to do.
Yeah.
Upload and submit the expenses on board, and that's it.
But the software itself is not going to be replaced as
No, I don't know the future, but it might.
Most likely.
But I can give you a valid example just to give you an imagination now how impactful this can be. I was with a customer in South Africa, okay, and it was in the legal department. It's a big customer. They have a lot of their customers, and they wanted to change a clause in their contracts, okay, and they wanted to take a sample of 400 contracts to change this clause. So the discussion was, can I do it by Copilot? So Copilot can review, like there is a repository, a OneDrive that has all those contracts. They selected the sample, go and check on this clause and every single one of them, and replace this clause with this clause. Copilot will do it in a minute. Okay. Do you know how much they were paying for this? They actually were sending those samples to a legal firm to start reviewing the contract by contract and replace this clause in each one of them. It would have taken them 3 months, and they have paid $400,000. So this is the ROI. I've seen this in front of me, and this was a discussion. And actually, I was so happy with this. I told them, like, okay, now you move this $400,000 to our project, you know, at Microsoft. So you buy more products. This is how I responded, because it's a reality. This is the real ROI that we can have. So you need to think about the customers, and this is always the way I think Eric as well showed you this slide. But this is the proceeds of the customers. But not only this, I would extend it to the next one, which is the KPIs for customers. So think about this and start mapping how AI can impact each and every one of those KPIs. You need to start thinking how I can create agents or use Copilot to build use cases for each and every one of those KPIs. Because this is the ROI for the customers. Productivity is fantastic. Customers are really happy with the improvement of productivity. But when you think about your customers, any one of us, they think about two things, top line and bottom line. Revenue and boost, okay? And what is driving revenue and boost? Those KPIs. So when you start thinking how to utilize AI to improve their environment, think about those KPIs and how you can create AI tools that can help them in this. So the next slides, I will just show you some of the pre-built, just to imagine how fast things are going, you know. This is the pre-built agent within Copilot Studio. This is in the last couple of months. So we're talking about 30 here, and all of this are becoming out of the box. It's pre-built. So it's magic. You know what's happening. I've created like 10 agents in a couple of days, which is fantastic that it's helping me on daily basis at my work. This is across industries, horizontal use cases that it's becoming very famous, and it's integrated with partner solutions. To your point earlier, like with Concord, with Services 360, with Hospitality, with SAP Business One, with Dragonfly, with there are different use cases. And if you look at it, it's by function, like customer service, assistant service advisory, as we were saying, like communication, logging, find the root cause, and so on. There is a huge potential for each one of them. Again, just to give you another view of it, across industries, for each one of those industries, there's a lot of use cases that is happening. So why I'm showing you this, just to show you the amount of potential that you might have. Like you were asking me about autonomous agents. This is live. Those are autonomous agents that it's already there. Time and expenses agent, account reconciliation agent, financial reconciliation agent, supplier communication, sales order, sales qualification, customer knowledge, case management, scheduling. We do everything for you, A to Z. While we are in the beach. Okay? So, sorry? Whatever, yeah? So, that's the end of my presentation. I just wanted to show you here that the art of possible, you know, like how the imagination can go on. This is why I was saying, like, you are lucky to be in this era. We are lucky, all of us, you know, like, to be in this era. Because we will see the world changing. And as I was saying, like some of you have seen the world changing in the 2000s to the internet, and now we're seeing it changing. But not only this, you can impact it. So this is what's exciting for all of us. And this is what, and of course, we need to make it on the ethical way. Okay, this is because this can be very dangerous at the same time. So you need to think about it. How to utilize this technology for the good of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we go to the 3 rooms for each session, and we follow the agenda. Thank you very much. Hello guys, we are ready. So please take a seat. Thank you very much for coming. So we are very late, but no worries. And we'll speak about Copilot and agent. So this is my first presentation of what are the common things we understand about agent and what are the different from Copilot. We have talked a lot about Copilot during the next the 2 years before. And now, since November, Microsoft is starting to speak a lot about agents. So we have seen keynote speakers, so we are trying to understand the purpose of each one. So thanks again for Microsoft to be a great sponsor of this event and of many events. These are the next event. We have already seen that. A few very quick words about me. I am working in France, where I am enterprise solution architect, and I build solutions for my customers in M365 Copilot. And I love to be organizer and speaker at such type of events, and this is our 100th event, so I'm happy. I love baguette. This is probably the most important thing to know. We are always that. So, first part is about what are agents. How many of you have about agents at all? Okay, so you have an agent, probably in a sort of a marketing discussion, and you need to have agent, magic and everything. You can go to the page with your agent, so let's try to understand. First, Microsoft introduced, so about 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, Copilot in every part of M365 and in every part of the reset of tools of Microsoft. The other thing is that's the running of Copilot means from everywhere to every, almost every tools. What is important to understand on this side is that Copilots are everywhere. Why? Because Copilot, it should be clear that it's not a new tool. It's more a new way to interact with all your existing tools, which is quite different. I love to summarize for my beginner end user. I love to summarize that and if you can understand and you can use it, you can use things correctly, you will be able to use inside things that most every other tools. For example, you can get a tab with a video, or a tab with a separate list, or a tab with a plan. So Teams is the front end of the usage in Microsoft. And SharePoint is in a very similar way the backend. So almost everything you put the file or the frequency, even in Teams, you can be sure it will be stored somewhere in SharePoint. So front end and everything. Hamburger or sandwich, it will fit in this on every e-commerce, premium, fashion, everything. Copilot is almost every tool a new addition on the right of your panel, on the right of your screen, and it's sort of new UI, a new way to interact with all your tools. And Microsoft is with Copilot is the UI for AI. So really Copilot is a tool at the very essence of Copilot to provide new interaction on every tool. At some point, Microsoft is introducing agentic words, like first buzzwords. So that's Satya Nadella doing so what is it? I understand it's a different Copilot in which way. Ask my Copilot, what is the difference between Copilot? So that's the basic prompt I did. What is the difference between Copilot and agent? And this is very interesting. Copilot is, I've already said, an assistant, an interactive partner, very that can answer productivity, learn something, and again, you have a sort of comprehension with personal interaction. So that means what? That means that you have one Copilot, you have one interaction. Agents are a little bit different. They are similar because they are using they can be, you can they are more, they have more, for example, you have agent to manage your inbox, you have another agent to manage your email in some ways. So agents are dedicated to a specific goal. They perform special response to particular interest. They are less interactive. More once again, they are trying to focus on a specific set of interactive requests, like booking tickets and things like that. So this is the very difference between the two. You have one Copilot, and you can ask every question in the list, and you can define many agents for and the point here, the last point is another very important word, autonomously. So agents can work autonomously in the ways. So that's the first overview. I like this short video showing some preview. So these are some examples of new agents. So that I will have a part dedicated to quick overview. Select some things, and then we define a specific agent and a specific related to this topic. Agent in a meeting and is doing the videos and here we have the auto translation agent. Yes, interpreters and police. So we will be able to translate automatically from one language to another. This shows that really agents are dedicated to a specific. This is employee self-service. This is another defined agent proposed by the developer, and employee can some information about request in the company. Okay, so this we have seen many times. The problem here is that we have many products and many agents. Products dedicated to interact with the human. Agents are dedicated to manage process in business, and at some point, agent will be able to speak. Managers is defining three types of agent or three levels of agents. Because the agent is able to retrieve some information from reading data and the easiest way to the second one is from the retrieval of information, example, you will be able to send an email or to put a document in specific space or in your OneDrive or pick it from SharePoint to things like that. So we will be able to manage tasks. And the highest level is autonomous, and the agent, we will give agent a plan, what they call a plan. I will show you some demos, some screenshots. He will at some point given the input to manage the obviously the most interesting but the most challenging way to think about agent. So we will try to discuss about it. So autonomous agent is now in public preview. We need to use Copilot. Since the beginning of February, the concept of available, so where can generate cost. Here is a short, quick demo. Interesting one. So you are here in Copilot Studio, and you have what they call activity map, which is a list of actions to solve an issue. For example, it's too quick, so I have no more to thank you, but that's a first view of the action plan the agent is doing. So I want to describe precisely on a specific use case, which is called pets at home. So this is basically a company working on providing stuff for pets, as the name says it. Here, for example, yes, do you see my screen? Yes. Here, on the left, we have the type of incoming customer email we want to be managed by the agent. So that's really customer email. And we're trying to create an agent that will try to understand the product purchase, gather some information, details about the customer, about the product, identify the issue, and provide some solution and generate a reply to the customer. This is what we are trying to do on this sample scenario. So here, for example, we have a view of the internet-facing website for this company. Here, for example, we have a set of an aquarium, specific aquarium for fish, of course. And here we get an email from a customer saying, okay, I have bought an aquarium online, and at this point, it's really challenging to put it together, and I'm not able to manage the stuff I have bought. And at this point, I want a refund. So this is the email. This is the mail generated by the agent. So this is the result of the agent, and I will describe you the agent. And for example, here the agent has been able to identify the exact model of
aquarium bought by this customer. So the customer, if you see it, didn't give any exact information about what is the model of aquarium. So you have to go to the online purchase system to get, okay, this is this type of aquarium exactly. And the agent have been able to find some cool video, aquarium assembly guide on YouTube, to point the customer to this solution, because this video will help the customer to really set up correctly the aquarium. So this is a cool result for an agent, especially if you think that no human has been interacting to create this type. You have a company receiving many emails from many customers a day that can be very useful. So let's go deeper in how this agent can be built. Here, for example, we are in Copilot Studio. The first thing, how many of you have already used Copilot Studio? Okay, not so many. So Copilot Studio is definitely the new tools you should manage and you should work with if you want to try some stuff around agent. So this is the design tool for agent. Let's say it like that. The first thing you have to do when you create an agent in Copilot Studio, it's described on this screenshot. It's first you should obviously specify a name, but more importantly, a description and instruction. So this is natural language description of what your agent is doing and or what you are trying to achieve with your agent. And in the instruction part, you define the type of interaction you want the agent to do for. Instruction here is very clear and simple. If the customer requests a refund, provide relevant product guides, information, search for customer information on internet system. We have seen the result. For returns, check the request. So at some point, the customer can send a bad article, bad product, and ask for more information, including image. And very interesting thing that if the product is over €100 or $100 or £100, you escalate to a human, so escalate to a service to approve the refund or not. But below this level, everything will be managed automatically. If the customer has positive experience, notify the marketing sales agent. Okay. So that's basically the description you put in your agent. The more you are precise in your description, that's as always a generative AI. You should be the more precise you can in your instruction, and this is really where the generative AI will find instruction to do to choose for one action or the other.
Question.
Yes.
We need to be professionally trained to write such prompts, for example, right?
Yeah, of course.
Like not anybody can do that. You have to be specifically trained, because if you are unable to put, for example, special like correct instructions,
yeah,
the AI can go in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful what you write in these prompts, right?
Yeah, yeah. There are some guidelines and there are some limitations. For example, you say if the refund is above $10, ask a human. So you have some way to put some guidelines, but definitely if you do it badly or very imprecisely, the agent can do wrong things. Yeah.
So for the company, we delegate this task of, okay, obviously this task of,
yeah.
Our choice of this person must be very careful, right? Like,
the point,
must be very
I think the point with agent is that you delegate some stuff to the AI, and definitely you should be careful. Definitely you should check every day, every hour what thing is happening, And definitely, it's not the things that you can say, okay, maybe after 6 months or 1 year of verification, maybe you can be less way to looking at what is happening, but definitely you should always have a look and see what's happening. And you have a screen specifically dedicated to all the interaction and to see what is happening and what the agent is doing. You can, on every interaction, have a look, but I will show you some more screenshots on this.
Yeah, one last question.
Yeah.
Sorry, one question. Does do Microsoft provide training courses for prompting such?
Not, I don't think so. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, but maybe they will provide some guidelines, and maybe some consulting company partner of Microsoft will be able to provide that. But definitely, that's very new tool, very new way of thinking, very new way of creating business, automatic business process. So definitely, everybody is learning on this path. Microsoft is learning. We as a consultant, we as the customer. So everybody's. That's true. Anybody who is saying, okay, I can manage that, I know how it works, be happy, I will manage, that's a liar. So we have seen first, we put a description, but description is only the whole stuff. We need absolutely also to indicate to the agent the knowledge sources. So where, for example, he will find information about this type of product of this company. Here, for example, we have product guys in SharePoint, and we have a pets at home website. So we can point the agent to go, okay, you have on this website all information about the products we sell in this company. And if it's internal information, you can have some product guys in SharePoint, for example. We can also have a description, a more precise description. So that's very important. In the global agent description, you put a description very high level, I would say, of the process. If the customer is asking for a refund, you can put it a refund, but you can be much more precise. In here, for example, we have a word describing a refund and replacement process. So this word can be more precise than the global description of the agent, and you can refine this word for every new specific case. For example, you start the agent with a standard refund, and at some point you receive refund about a specific product, let's say a new type of aquarium, and you can say in this word, for this new type of aquarium, we put a specific way to handle the refund, and then your agent will learn from this. And last but not least, we also connect to the CRM. So the last line is a pets at home CRM. So that's a Dataverse source of information, but it can be any system where you can put a connection, a connector. So on this pets at home CRM, the agent will be able to gather some information about the customer, like phone number, like the last command, and things like that. Third, important thing you should give to the agent. You should define the action the agent will be able to initiate. So here we have mostly the four first one are Power Automate action. So you define how, for example, you update CRM record. This is a standard Power Automate flow. And so if the agent is gathering some new information about the customer, it will trigger the update CRM record. And that's very useful and very common way to update the CRM. So once again, the agent will initiate action, but this action can be very precise, can be very check many times, and you can put some all tests you want in this action. So the agent will not do bad thing if your flow is really well checked. You can, second one is get order history. So that's a flow to get order history for this customer. You can create a case if there is a specific problem. You can also here, for example, analyze image. So the customer is sending the agent an image in this in his email, and you will be able to analyze the image, get information about this image. A very basic action is send an email back to the customer. And you can also trigger a message in Microsoft 365 Copilot. We'll see that, how it works. Message in Microsoft 365 Copilot means I will ask a human to answer a question. This is to handle the fact if the product is over 100 euro, you have to escalate to a human. So this will be managed by this action. I will create a message in Microsoft 365 Copilot. If you think about it, that's not trivial stuff because Copilot is mostly, until now, mostly a space where you prompt, but you don't expect Copilot asking you some question, and this is what the agent will do. At least it will trigger a notification, in fact. Here we have a list of all interaction, all the instantiation made by the agent. So here we have a lot of instantiation, and we can see that agent can be triggered automatically. Most of them are triggered automatically, but in some case it can be triggered by people and saying, okay, maybe I have received some type of email. Can you manage it? Here, if you click on this display, so here you have all the instances of the agent. Some of them are completed, some of them are still in progress. And if you click on any line, you will get details on how the agent performed on this specific case. So at some point the session started, you will, if you click on session, you will get the trigger. So here probably we have received a new email, and this is a type of action the agent did. The very important thing here to understand is that we provide action. As we have seen, we have 6 agents. We have provided this agent 6 a way to interact with the request, and the agent decide which action he wants to put and in which order. So that's not an algorithmically defined solution. That's you provide solution and you say to the agent, okay, let's do with this action the way you want to do it. So that's very interesting because we see that we are going outside the typical programmation stuff. You just give action and then the agent is managing the way you want. Here, for example, we have the second action. The agent decided to collect previous order details, which makes sense. Here we have some stats, analytics. That's here we have another instance of this agent, and if you compare with, so if you see here the first version, the end action is send follow-up email. So the agent has been able to gather all the information needed and it automatically answers the customer request. On this interaction, that's different because probably we have reached the $100 or 100 euro limit, and the agent say, okay, I have a complicated stuff more than from my agent understanding, I have more than $100 to refund, but he said to me, okay, you have to escalate when you reach this limit. So the last action here is escalation, and how it works. So for example, here, the customer have sent a picture of a very bad item. So we can think the product is really faulty and it should be replaced totally. And this is more than 100 once again. So how the escalation stuff works? In fact, at some point you get a notification like that by Copilot. Hey there, the customer service agent needs your approval. So it's Copilot sending a notification to a human to approve the refund process. If you click on more, if you approve, that's it, that's done. If you click on more info, you get this type of view, giving you all the information about what is the problem, what are the suggested solutions, and things like that. And that's it. So this, I hope, give you some more precise information about what can be the real life of an agent. To summarize, for a good agent, you should first put the description language. You should define your knowledge. It's very important because all the will provide the figures. We have seen that in the screenshot that you can define, which is very different from a usual flow to automate. A usual flow to automate, you have only one figure. When I receive an email, I use this stuff, this set of stuff. With agent, you can define 5 figures and will manage the same, will trigger the same action. Some quick overview of very important configuration. If you want CPA to use its own general knowledge, if you don't handle this, you will the AI will this is knowledge source. If you want to classic version of Power the chatbot, the first chatbot version. Yes. Yeah. So if you want to use the newest version with all this, to go to this. Yes. In fact, the same tools, they keep the old chatbot stuff and the new agent stuff. The way to switch from one. So Copilot tool we have seen that is the tool to be able to manage it. And you can, in the same screen, test your agent, so it's a design test tool. For more information, we have a very good documentation right now, already available. And that's it for the introduction. In fact, for the second part, if we have still some time, I want to focus on another type of agent, which are SharePoint agents. So we have seen the Copilot Studio agent and SharePoint agents. SharePoint agents, what are they? I will do quickly without the. In fact, you probably have. How many of you have already used SharePoint agent or have seen in the interface? Since a few weeks, each SharePoint site comes with an out-of-the-box agent. So automatically, all the contents, documents, and page in your SharePoint site can be queried. We can make a prompt linked to that content, and you have an out-of-the-box agent grounded to this content. If you are not satisfied with the result of this predefined agent, you can create, if you have site edit and you can easily create as many agents as you want by changing the scope and the screenshot. Common business scenarios, so many functions in the enterprise can be by specific topic. So here we have some more screenshots. So this one now you have icon on top of it. And you have is the first one is the agent, and you can have more if you want. Right. How I create an agent? For example, there are many ways, but a very simple example. Say you go to your document library in SharePoint, you select folders, documents. You can, but the idea is not to take all the documents because you can specify the one you don't want, which is probably the most important. And then you create an agent. This way, for example, this is on my side, I have a default internet agent, and I have created my own HR dedicated agent. So I have a big intranet, but maybe HR information on 2 or 3 pages or 2 or 3 documents, and I can specify exactly which document I want for this agent. At some point in the future, so this part is at some point in the future, you will be able, so you define very basically, at some point you will be able to do customization in the studio, but right now this is the type of alert you get, so it's not, it's coming soon. So here are some screenshots. So I create my agent. It's very similar, but more simple in SharePoint. So I give a name, I can change the icon, I give a description. I can add or define some source. I can source the entire site. I can add some more document libraries, folder and files. I can also preparation it's not being collected. Interesting information is saying agent is named under Copilot's internet. We will see in a few steps. We have a .agent file created to gather all this information. We can also define some more precise information, welcoming message, starter prompt, and things like that. Here are some places where you have create an agent. So there are several places in the SharePoint site where you can create this agent. And here are an example of the agent file created by the so it's in you can, once your agent, SharePoint agent is created, you can put it in a widget, so you can do it and push something in your agent. So you can in the future, there will also be mobile right. User will also be able to access one agent. And at some point in the future as well, external user will be able to interact, which is not the case right now. An interesting thing is that so we are in the future. We are many people, real users, and can have one agent. So here, for example, one agent. The question that is coming after that, can I add a second agent? And it would be fun, it can be funny or strange or frightening because we will have several agents to AI to AI, can be interesting. But at that time, only one agent can be try my second agent, all time the agent will be. And they say, multi-agent support will be available in the future, but we don't so quickly, if you have Copilot license, everything is free except autonomous agent. What are autonomous agents? That's agents we are defining using as we have seen in the first screenshot, agents who are defining the way they handle the solution. So this means that, for example, SharePoint agents are free for Copilot Microsoft 365 license. And for all other people who don't have license, that's a pay-as-you-go option. So you pay as the agent. If you run one agent in 1 month, it will not so much. If you run many agents every day, it can. This is detailed, and here is the line. User agents that act independently using autonomous action, including the you have to pay for it. And part 3, that's the end. I think I will do it very quickly. That's define agents, and we can add to the environment or debates. I just want to show quickly that the way to create some generic image like that. So it's a way to cool designer and to generate image. You can very easily try this agent. Yes.
I have a good question.
Yeah.
I have like one advertisements apps, AI apps that can generate a lot of things like pictures.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, professional picture of a person if you feed it with photos. And there was one special one that generates mind maps. You know what I mean? Yes, I can show you if you want.
Yeah, no, I see my maps.
Is Copilot capable of producing such mind maps? Or
I
not?
don't think so. I don't think so because here is calling designer, so you should here designer, so it's calling designer tool, and I've not seen any mind map created by this tool, but maybe in the future.
I mean, I can show you.
Yeah.
Just quick information. This is very interesting one for actually for work.
Yeah.
And as a student also.
Okay.
Visual mind. That,
Yeah.
Okay, but anyway, I can show you after.
Yeah, I'm interested, but no, I have not seen that such.
Yeah, actually, it's something like this helps me a lot at work. But,
Yeah.
I don't know if I can have that on Copilot, for example. But I can show you.
Not yet, not yet, I would say. Career Coach is another agent provided by Microsoft that can help you to get help on your career. Idea Coach to generate some new ideas. Learning Coach to get learning stuff out.
This is built in Copilot, yeah?
Yeah, that's not really built in, but very accessible. On the right pan here, you have add agent somewhere, or here. And they are provided by Microsoft as the samples, I would say, of what can do an agent in the work world. Prompt agent. So this is very interesting. We said in the keynote that people should learn how to prompt. There is a coach that can help you improve your prompt coaching, your prompt capabilities. So, for example, it can give you some prompt examples, some prompt competence, and things like that. Writing coach to help you create some new text, generate new text, and that's it. Thank you very much. That's a way to think about new agents with Copilot. Yeah. Yes. That's obviously probably the most interesting question for the customers, and I totally understand. What you should know is first that all actions are not equal. Some actions are cost. In fact, they define a standard action at some point. Let me try to find the page. In fact, maybe I have some additional. Yes. Maybe we have some additional slides in this. So you should understand that all actions are not the same price. So some actions are 1 point, some actions are 25 points, and the highest level action, more complicated action, using more generation AI can be 30 points. And so when we have seen an agent using 5 steps, each step is metered and giving a point, and the number of points at the end of the day define how it costs to you. So that's basically the whole mechanism, but it's very hard at that point because nobody knows exactly what an agent will do, how much it will cost. So both, in fact, you connect your pay-as-you-go function in Microsoft 365, but that's Azure cost. But you define it in Microsoft 365 admin stuff. So, yeah. I will handle the question.
Right? You have there's 2 different categories. One, you have M365 licensed users. One user having a non-licensed users, right? So licensed users can use the agents free of cost, like they can start using generative agents, Copilot. But if you want to give the non-licensed users agents or even your graph grounded data, both work on pay-as-you-go model. So the administrator, he will set up a credit in the tenant, and with number of messages and the agent which is consumed by the agents, right, it will be charged accordingly. So it's very specific use cases, like for a user who doesn't use much of M365 apps, but he is some kind of a business who still uses agents and some sort of background data, not all the background data. Right? Then we can have an IT administrator, and that particular user he doesn't need a dedicated student. So there's 2 different. This thing comes in January. Still in the early phase.
Share your screen. You want to?
Just give me 1 sec.
Okay, Patrick.
Windows. Yes, maybe. Maybe. Yeah.
No, thank you for saying that we get other stuff. Thank you so much. So I'm going to talk about the training for M365 Copilot in your application. So before I want to say something, I start with what only of them implement or you have the plans or you have about implement Copilot 365. How you're using it. So so you're already using the 65. Okay. So how many users, groups, or the organization? So we will see how, I mean, like, even I have seen some customers where they have implemented, but they haven't focused much on the data governance and security part of it, right? So they don't know where their data has to be and you know whether how what impact the user access will be made, right? And the user permission. So we'll cover all this. Before that, a quick introduction. So my name is Rajesh and I have 17 years of experience with Microsoft 365 ecosystem. And I'm a cloud solution architect covering ASEAN, based on Australia, working with Microsoft. And as my LinkedIn profile, I'm an MCT as well. So if you feel you can just feel free to connect. And here's my blog. I write blog about AI and Copilot, right? So today the agenda is going to be very simple. So first, as an organization, when you approach for implementing M365, it's going to be just the first understand the design on how it works so that you can place the guardrails accordingly. Second thing is implementation, and the third thing is examining the data security and compliance. Right. So start off with first we need to understand how the Copilot for Microsoft 365 works. So when I'm specific here, it's very specific to your Copilot for M365. So how this works, right? It's different from other your Copilot agents or your Copilot Studio and other accessible. So as you all know, it's very common nowadays. Like there are four components: like your LLM graph, your app, and the web. And the web is an optional component. And LLM is right now is for app is based on the Azure OpenAI, which is hosted on Azure OpenAI. And the graph obviously contains all the work related data. So your email, your chat, your conversations, your calls, messages, SharePoint, everything. Right? And it's integrated to all your M365 apps. So any M365 apps you use your day-to-day work, you can see the Copilot there. So the feature is rolling out to more M365 apps. So right now, most of you know that it's available in Outlook, Teams, Word, PowerPoint, Excel, but it's also available in your OneDrive, your OneNote as well. Right, so you can start using that. Loop is one of the major components where you can use your Copilot. Okay, so yeah, this is the basic high-level architecture. What happens behind the screens when you do a prompt into Copilot in 365, right? So it all starts with your user prompt from any of your apps, and then it goes to the orchestrator, which is this one here. And the orchestrator sends your prompt or the questions to. So if you're asking about your work-related data, then it will go ahead and find us software or other information. But if let's say assume that you have another piece of information where you are bringing an external piece of source, right? So orchestrator engine is intelligent enough to see whether it has to use any plugins, or it has to get an data or any third party service. So this is purely depending on your how your data is being integrated. For example, as a starter, you don't have any external data connected to the Copilot, right? All it does is go to your graph and it gets the information, right? The next step, you have to see the prompt and the graph data to LLM, right? So you see something here called modified from prompt. So what does it do, right? When you say modified from, does it alter any information? No. What it does is sometimes, prompting is not like a programming language we do, right? It's a natural language. So you have different ways of doing things together. When you talk, right, the same content can be put in a different way, different grammar, different time, right? So what this orchestrator does is here, it modifies the prompt so that the LLM can understand and it can provide a very relevant responses, right? The context here it will be remaining the same, but it's going to add some extra words or something like so that LLM can clearly understand. And then LLM is verified. The next step is LLM comes back with the response. So you see something called RAI here. So that's the responsible AI parameter, right? So when we say responsible AI, if you're using Copilot for Microsoft 365, you would have seen that if you're trying to create an image of any non-individual person, right? It says like, right? Because that is the RAI which speaks to the, we cannot reproduce certain PII information with Copilot. And so if you try that, it cannot do, right? So that's the policy which kicks in here from the LLM, and the response is sent to your graph again. So this is called post-processing, right? When it post-processing happens, that's when your Microsoft 365 security, governance, and all your policies kicks in. So for example, if you have a confidential, let's say a sensitively labeled document which is confidential, and you create a document using Copilot, right? The generated document will have or inherit the same security, sensitivity label. So that is what it applies here. So any kind of DLP or any kind of restrictions you have on your M365 is applied to the Copilot generated, right? So basically all this data security and governance, Copilot doesn't have anything on its own. So whatever you have in your Microsoft 365 is get inherited to the Copilot, right? The next step is once processing is done, it just sends a response. So all this action happens within your Microsoft service boundary. So none of this data, your prompt or your responses doesn't go out of the Microsoft 365 boundary, specifically to say it stays within your tenant, right? Doesn't go out of your tenant. And you see this OpenAI model is posted in within the Microsoft boundary, and it is no way connected to the public OpenAI. Right? So it all happens with the tenant, and unlike, as like any other Microsoft 365 information, it stays within your tenant and within your service boundary. Right? Cool. Next step is our implementation, right? So before we want to, let's say we are starting or we just rolled off pilot licenses, how do we set up for the mass rollout, correct? So first thing you have to make sure you prepare your Microsoft 365 apps. So as of now, if your apps is running in any other channel, make sure it is under current channel or it is under the monthly channel, right? So if you have any other channel in your organization, try to switch it up, all right? So that's when you get your Copilot in your M365 apps, and as and when your features are updated, it gets replicated to your client versions as well, right? Then intra-based account, to make a full use of your Copilot, the user need to have an intra ID, right, to sign in with your organizational account. Then obviously a OneDrive account, new Outlook for Windows. I have seen many customers still they use the legacy in Outlook. Okay, still you can see like drafting Copilot, summarizing and everything. Still you can use with the old Outlook, right? But what happens is certain features which comes out from Microsoft, it will be released first on the new version of Outlook. All right, so always make sure when you are implementing Copilot, educate the users that you have to go for the new version of Outlook, or it's better to use the web version as well. So it's basically the same, the new Outlook and the web version, right? Then Teams, Loop, Whiteboard, yeah, and the update channels and the network requirements. So I think basically with your M365, the network requirements is already covered, so you don't need to anything specifically do for Copilot, right? Then you need to have a cloud-based licenses, so it can be your E1, E3, E5, or your education licenses or your basic business premium licenses kind of stuff. So you need to have a valid supporting license which supports Copilot from Microsoft 365. Then end user training and help desk readiness. This is super critical for any organization who wants to roll out, right? Why I say this is super critical is from the business perspective, investors or the stakeholders, let's say, hey, okay, let's buy 50 licenses. Let me give it to all the department leads and the power users, right? But with the licenses, users should know how to use it, right? If not, there's no value for the money, right? For the investors, right? So even if the investors say, okay, go ahead and buy the license, end user training is really, really important for a successful adoption and for Copilot, right? So they know where to use which Copilot and what is each and every app does it, right? So Copilot in Outlook is different from Teams, which is different from PowerPoint, Word, Excel, and on top of it all, Copilot for business chat, right? The business chat is an entirely different thing. So users should know how to use which application and when it is applicable for them. So this is very key. And then the helper readiness. So when a user has any kind of issue, whom do they reach out, right? They cannot reach out to the program manager or the product lead or even the CEO or CTO who rolled out Microsoft 365 Copilot, right? So you need to prepare a help desk to understand or answer the users about the basic questions. When a user try to give a prompt, why it is not doing that? Whether the user has reference correct file, is a file is in SharePoint, OneDrive, so those kind of help desk things which needs to be prepared, right? All right, now I have set all the prerequisites. All right, now I have to go for the launch. How do I launch it? Where do I start? This is a $1 million question. I have seen many organizations, they just roll out the favor, like, I'm a stakeholder of, let's say, HR, right? I roll it out for all the HR users. No, it doesn't work that way, right? It's not your people who you favor should get the licenses, right? So make sure you identify early adopters or individuals, right, who are very keen in using Copilot and sharing the feedback to you, right? So that should be like a person who's interested to learn about technology, share feedback to you, and to help to improvise the organization. So we call it as champions, or you can simply call it as early adopters who are interested in the technology space or any technology for that matter, because they're the one who is going to get the first-hand experience. And as an administrator, as a stakeholder, they share the feedback with you, and hey, say this is not working for us. Many some cases it might work, it may not work. So how do we resolve it? Either we need to contact Microsoft, or we need to internally do anything with the with our own governance and policies, right? Those kind of things which is next thing is monitor usage and feedback. Again, this is very critical. You buy the license, you assign the license, right? But are the users are using it? How do you track it, right? Cannot get the ROI if the users are not using it, right? If the users are not using it, it's your responsibility as an administrator or a stakeholder to understand why they are not using it, whether it's a challenge, whether they don't know how to use it, or whether it's not suitable for their day-to-day work, right? If it's not suitable, try to change the license, right? To give it to somebody else who could use it. And then feedback, collect feedback. I mean, I would say at least have a bi-weekly or monthly call from the early adopters and ask them questions like whether you like it, yes, no, what do you like it? If not, what could be improved, right? So you can work along with Microsoft or you can improvise on your own thing as well. Use employee feedback to help improve user training. Evaluate the security diligently. Yeah, because many of the customers, which in my experience, the user, right, he says if I put this in my Copilot, right, I am not sure whether everybody sees it. It's an end user question. What they think is Copilot is available for the organization, and they think whatever they ask Copilot, right, other user might be able to see. Right, those kind of knowledge and related thing needs to be addressed for them to make them effectively start using it. Implement security and compliance tool just enough access. So when you say just enough access, make sure you give the right person a right level of access to the right location, right? Doesn't it needs to be like, hey, I just give a key to the bank vault and other stuff. No, it doesn't work like that. So if you have access to only to the account department, yeah, stop that in the account department unless and until the user is required to access certain kind of files. So make sure you authenticate, have MFA, and make sure you provide only the right access for the right time, right? This is very important because again AI, right? So AI doesn't know who is asking. It might be the end user, it might be a CEO, or it might be a financial person, and it say, hey, what's the salary of my CEO, right? It can give you if it has an access, right? The Copilot can give it to you. It doesn't know who is asking, right? So we need to make sure from the user perspective, we need to provide the right level of access. Then the next thing is data. So when I say Copilot, it's all about data, right? So even the Copilot cannot access any data on its own. As a user, what you can access is what Copilot can access. So if you're a user who doesn't have a Copilot, you can access a particular file in SharePoint, a OneDrive or a Teams channel, Copilot can access it. But if you do not have access as a user, Copilot cannot do. So when any kind of data for that matter, you need to make sure it is presentable or accessible by the users who needs to use the data. For a person like an IT analyst doesn't need access to any kind of financial related information. Same thing goes for the HR who doesn't need to have any access to the IT technical documentations, right? So we need to make sure we prepare the data for the organization before we implement the Copilot, right? So that's what the first point is: clean out all the redundant, outdated, and trivial raw content. Make sure Copilot can get the latest data, right? Don't have like 15 years of data and with the same kind of content, with the same kind of topic, Copilot get confused. What happens is it will still provide you a response, but it may not be relevant and more related to the context, right? The person who is joining your organization or a team, it doesn't need a data 15 years about what has happened, right? It maybe like 2 to 3 years or 4 years, right? Max. So clean up all the data separately. Don't have Copilot access those information. You can have it as an archive and make sure all the latest information is in your cloud. And then organize content into logical folders and sites. So I have seen many users or even personally us, we doesn't spend much time, in organizing our files and folders, right? So if somebody asks a question, we may need to do a search or something, right? Yeah, so having practice of organizing the content into logical folders and sites. So if it's a HR, IT, legal, marketing department, have their documents, what kind of project, year, date, version, everything, right? Make sure you document it. So normally the best practice we share it with enterprises to having a naming conversion standard, which is very, very critical. So if you are into this particular department and if you use this kind of data, you have the naming convention very relevant so that any other person who doesn't want to understand about it doesn't need to ask people, hey, is this the latest one? What happened? When was this created? Who created all those things, right? So make sure you organize your content. It's very important. And more clarity you provide to Copilot, right? More clear, relevant, and responsive actions, you will get a responses, right? Tag files with keywords, standardize the file name. That's what I mentioned. Have a standard file name convention for your organization data. Personally, we don't care how the users they use their own data, right? But when it comes to organization data, make sure you follow the standard. Then consolidate multiple versions. So don't have much of older data. If you have 10 different versions of a file, consolidate to the latest version and put the rest to the archive and have the latest version access to the users and the Copilot. Promote data hygiene habits, right? So again, it's a user education thing. Tell them, hey, this is how you have to do it. We are implementing Copilot and this is what we are expecting. So maybe it might be different from what we are doing so far, but make sure you follow the standard for you to best use the Copilot in your work, right? And then this is not everybody doesn't like to do, but it's recommended to have a data guy sitting in your environment, right? Who works with the data, a data steward who understands what is data, where it has to be put, and what happens or what are the consequences if it's in the wrong hands, right? So that guy should be responsible for handling all your data. With all your investments, right? This is one of the key investments which you can make, right? So buying 500 licenses, definitely hiring a data guy is one of a big deal, right? Getting value. Document your data policies and practices. So if a user wants to understand if they're trying to access any document in your SharePoint, your OneDrive, and it says it doesn't have access, right? He can just still click, I would like to access, right? But the access might be denied. The user need to know why or know how, why its action is denied, right? Yeah, I'm not relevant. I'm IT guy. I'm accessing a financing document. Obviously, that makes sense that I don't need an access, right? The user need to understand. So prepare your data policies and practices and let the user read it or read about it, right? So they know where to try and what not to try. What happens here is the why we are saying the data policies, right? Sometimes I've seen users, they use some kind of documents to with Copilot, right? And it cannot generate any response. And they think Copilot is useless. And they say Copilot cannot do this for me, Copilot cannot do that for me. Obviously, Copilot cannot do because as a user you cannot do, right? So they need to understand that. Then, yeah, comprehensive data governance policy, which means that restricted data, anonymous procedures, all these things, best practice, or I would say the hygiene habits which you need to introduce to your organization along with your Copilot. It might be a bit hard to start off with, but it's always good to have practices, right? Then how to protect your data, right? So you have M365 Copilot data. and how to protect it, what are the different kind of Microsoft provided tools which you can use. So this is nothing new or something which has not been introduced specifically for Copilot, right? It is all is available with your Microsoft 365. So you're not going to introduce any new tools to your organization to protect your data. All you're going to do is just utilize with your Excel licenses. So if you, for example, if you have E5, obviously you have a lot of security things which you can put in the control, right? Utilize that, utilize and make sure it applies to Copilot as well, right? So purview, sensitivity label, conditional access policy, privilege identity management, SharePoint access site review. So this is really important. I would say a department owner or a SharePoint site owner, put the responsibility on the site owner. Okay, hey, you are the site owner, right? You have 10,000 files. Can you at least do an access review quarterly to understand which user have access to all your files? Because sometimes, right, user might be a developer or somebody has been engaged in a project, right? They give access to the particular site or the particular folder, then they forget about it once the project is done. Nobody knows what's it. That guy may not need the information, but what happens is after like in a year, he tries to access this kind of information and he might get access to the content which he's not supposed to have. All right, so make sure you at least do a quarterly access review and remove the access for the person who doesn't need that kind of access to the data. Then again, graph connectors and plugins is available. We can inject external data. Implement a zero trust security model. So verify explicitly. Make sure the user is authenticated for every access request which is coming in, right? So make sure you authenticate with MFA, whether he's accessing the right location from the right device, right? So sometimes people used to put VPN and do an unauthorized access and others. So make sure you validate that very explicitly and use least privilege accesses. So make sure you give the least privilege to get the work done. Right? For somebody to make a change in the a user display name or a phone number, a user administrator will do, but don't give them like a global administrator. Somebody might have done that. He left the organization. Now you are the responsible person who needs to do that cleanup, right? If something happens, the blame is on you. So make sure as an administrator who handles these things, make sure you review those things, remove the unnecessary access, and you provide only the least privilege access, right? And then assume breach. As well, zero trust principle. Same thing for M365. Best practices: conduct access reviews for site documents or your emails, and then tighten the permission, validate the access restriction. So if your user says, I need the access, right, get a business case. Why you need access, right? Because as an administrator, you are responsible for the data and you own it. And so when your user asks it, doesn't matter like whether except it's the business stakeholder or the project leader or something, right? Ask him the business case why you need and how long you need, okay, and what kind of access you need. So ask those questions and then provide the access to the data. And then test the search functionality to confirm users can access only data relevant to their roles. This is very important, right? Because every time they will not use the Copilot, they will use the Microsoft search as well. All right, so that is very important, and that is the one on top of which Copilot works. So if you get something in a search results, Copilot can definitely get that. So make sure the users are getting what only they wanted when using Microsoft Search. Licenses. This is again a very, very critical component. All right, so I've seen many customers, right, in respect to enterprise, SMB, SMC, or even a startup, right? They buy the license, they give it, and they don't know how to track it, and they say after like 1 year, I don't want to renew. When we ask the reason, they say I don't find any ROI in that. I don't know whether my people are using it. I think I should not waste money. Maybe I'll cut down to 50, right? 50 licenses and cut it down. Yeah, this is where as if you are an AI program leader or anybody who's running the AI or Copilot, right? Make sure you review the usage, right? If a user is not using, ask him why. If you need technical training, provide the technical training. Then again, monitor the usage. Still the usage has not improved, revoke the license and give it to somebody who's really like to use it, right? Maybe who's working well with M365 apps, who might be working with documents and all those stuff, right? Give it to them. So make sure when you assign a license, you review and you see the trend of the usage, right? So have a target when you roll out, right? By end of 6 months, right? I need to have at least 50% of like monthly active usage or a daily active usage. If I'm not seeing it, identify what is the challenge, try to address it, or then if not, if nobody, let's say 25% of them never used Copilot for the last 6 months, right? Don't need to even ask a question about it, right? Just revoke the license. It might be hard decision, but that's how, as an organization, you have to bring value and it's your responsibility, right? So revoke the license and say you give it to another group of people who might be using it. Even a 15 or I would say 25% monthly active usage is a benefit for you. Rather having a 0%, right? 25% is a lot better. And then remind users to use Copilot to maximum. Again, this is kind of when you see a particular user group or a department is using it, but the usage is not growing, ask them more feedback. Ask them whether you need any help or support, training, or what is the challenge, right? So review that and make sure. Remind the users to use Copilot, right? If whatever they did, just maybe like a weekly email with the prompt of the week, or kind of a bi-weekly something, right? Just remind them that hey, this tool is available. Keep using it, right? The users might in the first month they will start using it. In my company has given AI, let me use it. Everybody's trying AI. Then just slowly they will go back to the old school method of doing everything, right? So yeah, make sure you remind them, keep using it, and ask for feedback. Then again, monitor adoption and usage of all your licenses. Okay, this is all the basic which I covered, the basic cloud licenses and other stuff, right? Then COE, Center of Excellence. So this is one of the I would say, a successful factor when you have a COE, right? So when you roll out Copilot licenses, then you just leave it whether you're using it or not. But the users need to have somebody influence them, right? Kind of a champions, or in modern world you can say influencers, right? So they will be your AI influencer internally for the organization. So form a COE team, center of excellence. It's not only for the people, not only for the champions, but also you understand as an organization, the COE should know why we are implementing Copilot. What is the need? I'm in a medical industry, or I'm in a retail industry, or in a manufacturing industry, right? Why are we buying Copilot, right? Because everybody buying Copilot, we are not buying Copilot. We have our own reasons for a business requirement to fulfill Copilot, right? So we need to make sure that they understand why they are being given Copilot for the users, right? Then monitor the trends, establish policies, and capture lessons learned to feedback to improve the experience, right? Then the staff, the Copilot COE with a mix of discipline. So this is again a key component. Don't give your licenses or your have your COE team focused on specific department. Most of them start with IT because they can understand it better. It doesn't work that way. Pick up and get the users from different department who could provide you with the real-time use cases. Because an IT administrator doesn't know what does a HR day-to-day work look like. And a HR person doesn't know a marketing team's role, right? So what do they do and how do they work, right? So pick and choose from different discipline to understand what is their day-to-day use cases, how they are using Copilot, and what we can improve. And then the business analysis to examine the ROI and usage. Change management experts. I mean, it doesn't apply. I would say the small SMB or SMC doesn't invest much on the change management. If it's good to have, right? If not, you can always, you can have your internal practices, or at least it's a best practice, right? A documented best practice. Department leads and legal compliance. So legal compliance, again, it's for the security reason, which you can say they can validate whether I can give, actually AI access to the particular department or the user or specific tools, right? And develop initiatives. So have the COE team need to have any kind of initiatives, for example, like running a promptathon or a hackathon, or you compliment with their users, like whoever comes up with the best prompt, you get something, right? XYZ, just reward. So having the COE develop those kind of initiatives will help the organization to drive the usage and adoption for Copilot. The next one is again measuring the progress and impact. This is said everywhere, right? So when you want to implement Copilot, you want to find ROI, you have to measure the impact and the usage on a very periodical way. It doesn't like it's you start with 1 year and you just gradually you slow down. Doesn't work that. You want to have a target like within the next 2 to 3 years, I have to be at 85% MAU or 80% BAU, right? What is stopping me as an organization? So you need to repeatedly do this activity until you achieve the target. And again, this is just an extensibility option. Like if you're already using Copilot for M365, the next step is for you to extend to bringing in the data from outside source, right? It might be your Salesforce, it might be for your on-prem systems, or it might be from another Dataverse or something, right? We can bring it. So today we have 3 different options for you to extend your Copilot. One is the declarative agents, which is basically built on your Microsoft 365 Copilot. So I think for the last session we had that question. If you have a Microsoft 365 Copilot license, right? Creating declarative agents is available to you already. So all you can do is click on the agent and you tell the agent what to do, give the definition or instruction, and they can start using it. So declarative agents, right? You can bring in like a web URL or your own SharePoint site or your file location and other stuff. Right? Basically, it's a kind of a knowledge source. Like you want to consume something, declarative agents is the best, right? So you create agent, you publish it to the user group, and then they can start using it. Right? Again, here you need to have a guardrail who can create agents, right? Because if you have 500 people with the Copilot licenses and the 500 people create two agents per day, right? It goes haywire, right? Make sure who can create the agents, you can have the admin controls over it, right? And what kind of agents they can create, what kind of source they can bring in. As an administrator, you can define all those. I've seen like organizations already mostly start with SharePoint sites, only SharePoint sites, right? So they can use only the SharePoint sites and then create an agent and they can do it. Or maybe the public URLs like LinkedIn, Microsoft, Learn documents and other stuff. Slowly, once they understand how to use it, and then you can bring in additional data sources. The next possible way is having a connectors or plugins. So this is mostly for bringing in your external data. Like if outside of your Microsoft 365 ecosystem, you can use connectors or plugins to bring in the data. And the last one is the custom engine agent. So this is completely a customizable agent where you can create you can create an agent, actions, response, and everything. So it's kind of an end-to-end automated kind of thing. Okay, and this is still in preview. The actions are in still preview, but this is kind of I would say this is low code. Okay, I would say no code actually. You don't doesn't need the coding language or coding knowledge to create declarative agent. This is kind of a low code, right? So you need to understand the concept, how the external data works. For example, a Salesforce CRM system, how we can get that API and how we can connect our Copilot using the the API, right? This is kind of a low code, and this is completely a pro code using a Teams toolkit or kind of a developer thing, right? So you have to have a pro development knowledge to use a custom engine agent. Mostly this is to have a complete automated business process solutions, right? If you have a process where you have to get sources from different departments or different sources, right? And you have to process the data, you have to send the responses to somebody. So you all connect this together using this custom agent, right? So if you are already running M365 Copilot, the best part is to start with declarative. And if you're already using declarative agents, go for the connectors and plugins. If you are already using that, then explore the custom engine agent. So again, you have to define as a stakeholder or administrator, you have to define which one is suitable for my organization and which person can use what kind of services, right? So don't give access to everybody. I've seen cases like they create agent just for fun, they publish, they don't even know where they are publishing, and somebody use it and it creates a lot of traffic and other stuff, right? All right, so that brings to the next section, like examining the data security and compliance. So how Copilot uses your business data, this is again very important. Sometimes the end users may not need this, right? But it's good for them to understand. You just tell them, hey, spend some like 15 to 20 minutes, like where your data is going. Because when you start a session for them, it's like, okay, I'm going to use my Word, PowerPoint, just it, right? And all of a sudden they will think, oh, this is a sensitive data. For the 3 months I haven't used it, but my role has changed now. I want to use a sensitive data. I get a question, where is that data saved? Because if that data get compromised, then you're gone, right? So better to start off with the knowledge, yeah, that your data where it surfaces. So as I mentioned, it only surfaces your cloud content and the current user's tenant. So if you have a multi-tenant or a B2B tenant, right, your Copilot cannot access that information. So it stays whatever information within your tenant only can be accessed with Copilot, right?
What do you mean by tenants?
I'm sorry?
Tenants, what do you mean by tenants?
Tenant, right? So what's your work ID?
I'm on my ID.
Yeah, work ID, what domain you are in?
I'm a business developer, just.
I mean, no. So let's say, for example, I'm Microsoft.com, right? My credential is Rajesh at Microsoft.com, right? Now I have a collaboration with, for example, let's say Google.com. All right. I have a business collaboration which happens so that for a certain location or a certain files, the Google.com user can access these files. Okay. Similarly, I can access the Google.com folders or something for some reason. But when you ask a Copilot about that particular information, whatever is in your domain, which is Microsoft domain, can be surfaced. Even though you have access to the Google.com files and other stuff from the other user, right? your Copilot cannot access those things, right? So whatever the information within your tenant only can be accessed. Because again, this is again a real world scenario where I've seen users ask the question, hey, I access to that file. You said like, whatever I can access, Copilot can access, right? I say I have access to that tenant's data, but why my Copilot cannot? Obviously, it's a restriction, right? If that is the case that Copilot can access other tenants' data, then again, yeah, it's not security and safety, right? So that's why it always users has to understand they can because again it all comes to again they complain my Copilot is not working, right? So I cannot run that adoption and use it.
Quick question. If I use, for example, Microsoft 365 on my personal computer, and I access the organization Microsoft 365 basically domain on my personal computer. So all the data in my personal computer will be also
Okay.
at the access of that.
Okay, let me to answer that. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Now, if you have a personal PC, right, you want to check your email. How do you do that? What's the process? Forget about Copilot.
Yeah.
So how do you do that?
I go to Chrome.
You go to Outlook.com and if you have never signed in before, it will ask you for a credential.
Yes.
Right, you enter your Entra ID and it opens your email. Yeah. So that Entra ID, it's all the cloud related content. Right, Copilot cannot access anything outside of your cloud. So your personal data or your personal files cannot be accessed.
Okay.
Unless you put it in your work SharePoint or work OneDrive.
Okay.
Right. So if you have, my laptop, I have a personal OneDrive and my Microsoft OneDrive. The Microsoft OneDrive, the Copilot cannot access my even if it's cloud, right? You cannot access my personal OneDrive or any files in my local machine.
Okay.
Unless you put it to the work environment. So that's when signing up with the Entra ID is very really important. And you sign it with your Entra ID, and all the organization policies applies to your Copilot. Okay, so that's why sure.
But we have to define those policies, right? For the Copilot and Excel, we have to define those policies.
Yes. So if you are using your Entra Copilot, right? If you try to put some personal information from your laptop, right, it cannot process. They'll say, unfortunately, I cannot do this for you. But what you have to do is, if you want to really need help with that file, you put that file to your SharePoint or your OneDrive, and then you can ask the Copilot at work.
Okay.
I have a kind of technical question actually. Azure OpenAI services on Azure, they have an API going to OpenAI, correct?
No.
Your colleague before there on the presentation said yes.
I would not say it's a kind of API, because if it's an API, right, then whatever.
Because the OpenAI service that is offered by OpenAI company to Microsoft Azure, it's something that they have on their premise, on their data center, let's say. So Azure OpenAI services consume their service, correct? So there is an API. If there is an API, my Copilot, when I enable it on my Microsoft 365 account, that is going to Azure OpenAI in order to consume Copilot as a service, not as an agent, as a service, Copilot. At some point, there is a request done to OpenAI.
Definitely no. Okay, I'm super confident and super positive about it. The reason is Azure OpenAI or LLM in Microsoft, right, uses the model, right? It's when we say model, right, it's not the entire OpenAI's LLM is going to content here. Then there's no point in having the LLM hosted in Azure OpenAI. Directly we connect the Copilot directly to the OpenAI system, right? That is when we have that standard practice or the data protection of Microsoft, commitment to trust and things comes here, right? Okay. So any information which you ask your Copilot goes only to your LLM in Azure OpenAI. Okay, that LLM processes information.
In Azure OpenAI.
Yes.
So Azure OpenAI service.
Yes.
Is also linked to OpenAI.
No. See, that's what I mentioned here, right? In this diagram, if you look at it, right, this is the final mile.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Your data or your prompt which you give here never leaves this dotted line. Never ever leaves.
Yeah, but the service of Azure OpenAI here is what?
It's stored in Azure. So what Microsoft has done is they've taken the OpenAI's model and they put it inside of Azure.
Okay.
And it doesn't leave the confines of the Azure space.
Let me put it in a very simple way, right? You buy an ingredient from a supermarket, right? You buy an ingredient, you get it in your house and you cook that, right? It doesn't mean that, all your credit goes to the ingredient to the supermarket, right? So you just take the model and you're hosting it in Azure OpenAI and utilizing the services. So what happens is, let's say for example, OpenAI started with ChatGPT 3, right? 3.54 mini. So as and when the OpenAI releases new models, Microsoft get that models, implement in the LLM in the Azure OpenAI. It's not that directly it's consumed, it just get the model from that and then it customizes and puts it, make sure that model complies all the Microsoft 365 security governance and principle. Obviously, that's a good question, but yeah, that's the answer for it. It doesn't leave your organization. So you can be really trust where your data is stored, right? If that's the case, right, if you want to go directly to a Copilot, right, Microsoft doesn't even want to invest on LLM having the much Azure OpenAI services. All it has to do is just provide a connection to the OpenAI public information, yeah, and then it will not become a Microsoft Copilot, right, OpenAI Copilot, right? So that's when the classification happens. Right? So you can be very confident, very sure about whatever you're asking with your Copilot at work stays within your Microsoft tenant. And when I say Microsoft tenant, it's your tenant, right? So when I'm Microsoft, I type something, it doesn't even go to any other domain. It stays within your tenant, right? It's I would say 1000% I can say it anywhere. It stays within your tenant. You don't even have to think about like one person I have a doubt. No, it will stay within your
The
tenant.
same
Right?
concept applies if you download like the Meta Llama 2, right, onto your own server, and you're basically running the model.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't go outside of it.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah, but
it's the same concept.
It's the same concept, but this is the problem is that for me, Azure OpenAI services, it's a service that Microsoft is offering in their Azure cloud, which connect to OpenAI.
No, it doesn't.
This is how I
It's just,
understand
it's just the name.
Yeah.
Don't get confused by the name. They're basically downloading the model from OpenAI and taking that model and putting it in Azure and running it from there. It doesn't access.
What you're telling is each and every time when somebody type in, it goes to a live connection. We don't have a live connection with OpenAI LLM. No. It is like we're just using the model and we customize it according to the Microsoft standard. That's it.
I think it even just got renamed anyway. Azure AI Services.
Maybe your thing, I'm not sure, Ben, I'm not clear.
See, because let me be honest with you. 3 weeks ago in Davos, we get meeting with Sam Altman, Dubai governor. And when we discuss with him, telling him that which kind of service you are offering to Microsoft Azure on their cloud, said yes, we are just giving them an account, API. Whenever they want to ask to our models, they can ask it and they get reply on their Azure OpenAI. Okay. So from that information that I get, I said we are directly connecting as an Azure customer to OpenAI because it's your subcontractor.
That would cause a lot of legal implications.
This is why it was off-record meeting.
Yeah.
No one was there, no camera.
Yeah.
When I get the information, I register the information and I inform all my colleagues that was with me and I said, guys,
that's interesting. Yeah. But it's supposed
this is why I'm kind of interested about it because it's very important.
See, understand, makes sense. I mean, no question is a stupid question, all right? It's not your personal opinion. Might be a question for some other as well, but they may not be asking, right? Or they don't know how to put it. I mean, it's definitely okay. But again, as an advocate, right, if you are driving Copilot in your organization, you are supposed to be able to answer these kind of questions. Because when you are talking to customers, your partners or whoever is, right, they might have the same question. At that point, you shouldn't be saying that, hey, okay, that's a good question, let me go back to Microsoft and come back. No, the trust is gone there, right? This guy doesn't know what he's doing, right? So that is the reason, as a person who's a key stakeholder or administrator, understand how exactly Copilot works. It may not be relevant that, why I should learn Copilot. All I have to do is just govern the M365. No, that's not your response. You have to learn how Copilot works. And somebody, even your end user might ask this question, hey, I'm putting my financial results. I don't want this to be in public or accessed by somebody else, right? So how far does this data go? Where it gets processed, right? So you should be able to understand that and you can confidently say that whatever you ask in your M365 Copilot stays within yourself, right? Only with the global administrator, that too for compliance and purpose, they can see your prompt and responses. Nobody else who any privileges, they cannot see what an individual user is asking Copilot or what the Copilot is responses, right? So you can be very sure of it, tell them this is how it works, right? And then, as I mentioned, it cannot search other tenant data and yeah, access only the user has permission. So the user doesn't have a permission, Copilot cannot do it, and then it personalizes search responses to a user business context. This one is again very key because I have seen many cases where when you do demonstrations, right, I show a prompt, XYZ prompt, right, get me an email, right, user tries in their laptop and they say, hey, my friend is getting a different response, I'm getting a different prompt, but the prompt is the same. Obviously, the Copilot will provide you a response relevant to the context, the kind of data you have access to, and what level of access you have to, right? So if you might have more access or more relevant context, right? Let's say project Contoso, you are working more on the project Contoso, where he works for just for few meetings you attended, you don't have the entire picture of project Contoso, right? So even if you have the same question about project Contoso, the responses will be totally different for each of you, even though you are both connected to project, right? So from the context and how much you have access and what kind of data you have access to. Next is, it follows your foundational principles, so Copilot doesn't have anything on its own. So Copilot cannot change anything on its own. So whatever you want to have it change, it's you as a user who decide to change, right? Even for example, Copilot for Excel, right? If you say calculate a formula or prepare a data or chart, right? It will prepare the chart and it will ask you whether you want to apply this chart in your separate sheet. So you click on apply and then it applies. Copilot doesn't take any decisions on its own, right? And it all complies with your foundational Microsoft 365 principles, right? And as it's all built on Microsoft security, privacy, and individual data, and it's architected to protect your data, and we have the commitment to responsible AI. So as if in the keynote, you must have remember that it runs on trust, right? You trust Microsoft and we trust you, and we provide value for the trust which you have invested on us, right? And then answer to your question, I have this here, doesn't use OpenAI's publicly available service for anything for that matter. It doesn't go out, right? It doesn't go to the OpenAI. Until I have seen many users put their confidential data to OpenAI directly, they open the OpenAI and they put the work information, right? That time definitely it goes, but definitely not through your Copilot for Microsoft 365, right? And then all the processing again, as I mentioned, is using Azure OpenAI services with its own separate instances of the LLM, right? It's, as you say, it doesn't have a direct connection every time, it doesn't go all the traffic, right? It has its own instances of LLM, everything is processed within here. And then how to protect basically access controls, which you already discussed, and make sure you have they provide the person with the right level of access to the right documents at the right time, right? And then encryption, all your data when you are using with Copilot, whether the data at rest or at transit, is all encrypted with IPsec, TLS, and the latest protocols, right? And stays within the compliance boundary. None of your training data is used, right? So anything which you ask Copilot is not storing that information anywhere, right? So whatever you ask, once you click on new chat, the session expires and doesn't even remember. Okay, if you want, right, no training, I would like you to try something. I have tried this my time. I say my Copilot, hey, call me buddy, all right? It says, okay, I'll call you buddy. And then it calls me buddy for the conversation which I'm currently doing. The moment I click on new chat, it says, hey Rajesh, hey Raj, what do you want me to help? It cannot remember that I told it to call buddy, right? You can try this for yourself. So which means that none of the data or what you're telling to Copilot is not saved or not used to train the model, right? And then isolated instances, so all your things is isolated. You're logically isolated within your tenant and it's not spread out by other users.
Quick question. So this is just a general question. I think
Maybe
most of
maybe we can keep the question
like at the end. Okay.
finish.
Yeah, okay.
But I think that's brings us to the end of the presentation. So maybe if you want any information, you can reach directly to us, or Patrick or team, and we'll be able to answer your questions, right?
Yes, Teams, you are all have been invited into a Teams team in Teams, and then you can ask still some question, get the slide, and continue the discussion. Yes.
Yeah, my question is, so you said that that the input, for example, in Copilot, it does not basically train a model. You said, I mean, so it forgets basically, yeah, it forgets like when you close the chat, yeah. But for other chatbots like ChatGPT, it still remembers, yeah.
Do you have?
I should not answer as a Microsoft representative or a Microsoft employee, but as a consumer, I say it's trained. that whatever you enter in your ChatGPT or your Gemini AI, right, it goes to your OpenAI model. It is stored and it is saved and it will be reused. Okay, but it's not the case with Copilot.
Okay, does this make Copilot less, how can I say, less creative? because whatever you put there, and also, I'm talking like a holistic point of view. So if the whole world, if the data from the whole world is saved there, it trains the model, yeah, like it does train the model to generate better like responses.
It's customers like you who has to answer that question, right? We are the product owners. We give you the product.
Yeah.
I give you the ingredients, how to cook, what to cook. It's your choice. And you say, no, okay, I'm in a competition. I use Copilot. Let's say when he says, no, I'm a ChatGPT lover. Okay, you're a Copilot lover. Prove it. Right? It's the customers who has to answer that question whether ChatGPT or Copilot or Gemini is the biggest thing, right? So it comes up with your use cases, how you're using it daily, your success stories, or even if it's not good, share your best practices, right? When it works for you, share it with others. Hey, this might be useful for you, start using it, right? If it not works for you, discuss with them, understand, because they might be using it in a different way that works for them, right? So yeah, it depends on how you use it. That's why we say that the possibility is endless here, right? So you have the code, you have the ingredient, how to cook, what to cook, everything depends on.
I need to plug in?
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for
No, no,
attending.
that's okay. You put your name, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I will take the one, so no problem. Yes, no change. Okay. Level. We have to. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, but
Thank you.
change that's PowerPoint because we are now in duplicate. So it's sorry, which one? Slideshow. Don't choose pre-interview. Okay. It should be better like that. The point is that is doing a duplicate view. What can I see here? Yes, here I see the screen and they see the screen. So you have a demo. After you yes, yeah. So the best option is to duplicate and not extend. Okay, yeah, that's fine. This way, if I do. Yeah, so we are here, okay. You can start. Okay, it's perfect.
Right. Welcome, everyone. We're going to be talking about Microsoft Places for enhanced workplace utilization. Just a quick slide. My name is Habib Manko. I'm a Microsoft MVP from Ottawa, Canada. I'm a principal consultant and founder at Wavecore IT, where we do everything on Microsoft 365, architecture, security, Intune as well. I do have a podcast with three other Canadian MVPs. We're wearing hockey jerseys because it's Canada. We actually have a very big snowstorm right now. We're getting 30 centimeters of snow right now, yeah. Anyway, so this is our podcast. If you watch, follow us there. And those are just my socials. Just want to obviously thank our sponsors. Without these sponsors, we can't have these events. So we always want to thank them. And then these are some of the upcoming aMP events Patrick mentioned in the keynote as well. So Microsoft Places overview. Anybody use Microsoft Places today? Anybody know what Microsoft Places is? Two. Okay. Only because I told you about it yesterday.
What's the
Oh, three.
difference between SharePoint Spaces and Microsoft Places?
Yes, SharePoint Spaces is basically the VR capabilities inside of SharePoint, so you can create immersive spaces there, but Places is used for workplace modernization. So be able to, in a hybrid world, essentially, book a desk, book a resource, understand, how all that works. So the reason that this product came into place, and I'm not sure if anybody, or do you in your organizations have like a tool where you can book a desk when you go into an office? Does anybody have that? Yes? Okay. So there's this tool, this Microsoft came out with this product, I should say not tool, based on that requirement. So because of COVID, everybody was working from home, and then essentially when COVID ended, they need to have a product that would provide capabilities for hybrid users. Because I find a lot of the companies now are requiring their employees to come into the office, 2-3 days a week. So they can give them that bit of flexibility that way. So this is basically what Microsoft Places will allow you to do. So it has a lot of enhanced capabilities with a lot of AI in there as well for recommendations, and I'll show some of that in some of my demos that we're going to show. But there's three main principles here. So coordinate essentially is being able to provide the users the ability for seeing who's going to be available in the office that day, because maybe I want my team members, I want to come into the office with my team members, because this way, I find that you have way better collaboration, communication when I'm sitting face to face, right? I mean, you and I were having some discussions because we're, you get a better experience that way, right? So when I have an idea of when my colleagues are going to be in the office, maybe I want to come in on the same day, and then maybe we also want to have a room booked so we can, whiteboard and collaborate even more on certain things too. So that's the coordination perspective. The modernization side of things is where you take that same concept, but now you apply it to rooms and desks. So now I actually have technology that's sitting on the desk. I have technology that's sitting in the meeting rooms. I have the ability to specify what is actually on the desks. So when I'm actually booking a resource, I can filter and say, like, I need a docking station, I need dual monitors, I need a sit-stand desk. You can apply all those configurations inside of Places so that when you're booking the resource, you can actually select the appropriate desk that you want to be at, right? Same concept applies when you're doing meeting room space, right? I only need like an intelligent camera, or maybe I need a Surface Hub if you guys have those type of devices, or maybe I just needed a regular Teams room. So all those things bring into the modernization perspective, where now I have actual rooms, and then there's AI that actually goes into some of those capabilities as well, right? And the last thing is optimizing, where you actually have an analysis or dashboards to be actually see what your rooms are being utilized. So this way I see, well, maybe I have like this one floor in this one building is like being underutilized, right? So there's not very many people there. So maybe I don't offer it as an option anymore, or maybe I convert it into meeting room spaces, right? Because maybe it's all desks. Or maybe I look and I see like, well, I don't have enough desks and my meeting rooms are not being used effectively. So now I have the metrics and the analysis to actually provide that information to me, right? So it gives your leadership that kind of information to say like, hey, what is the trend? Now they say there's another ability for like the mobile app, what's called wayfinding, where they have geofencing or geospacing to be able to basically walk me to my desk. Because let's say I'm in a different office today and I go in to check in and I've never been there before, but I need to know how to get to that desk. So they're saying that you can have that ability. I haven't seen it yet, but hopefully it's coming. So this did just GA last month. So they're always continually adding new things to it. Anybody use, I'm sure everybody uses Microsoft Teams, but does everybody have Teams Premium licenses? Yes, got a few, okay. So Microsoft introduced Places inside of the Teams Premium license, so the ability for the enhanced AI capabilities. come inside of Teams Premium. You do get a subset of features that are just with the standard Microsoft 365 licensing, but when you add on Teams Premium, you get some enhanced functionality, and then when you add on Copilot, then you get some enhanced Copilot functionality as well. So there's 3 different things that we'll talk about a little bit later. So like I said, it's included in Teams Premium, and Teams Premium gives you, a lot of these enhanced functionalities like AI recap, language translation, etc. I was really happy that they at least added it into an existing product and not put a new SKU for somebody to buy. So I was really happy about that. Okay, so places is surface in everywhere, like they put it in places where you generally work every day. So I'm not going to show this, but I want to actually show like the real actual products. And I'm sorry, Patrick, I need to.
Yeah, sure.
I need to kick you out.
I'm sorry. And I am happy to have a look at this demo.
Okay, so here we have obviously Microsoft Outlook. We have the ability to here, now you can see like I have these little icons inside of Outlook where I can specify, okay, well, I'm going to be in the office or I'm going to be a remote. If you actually have floors and stuff like that configured too, then you have that ability to say that as well. So here you can actually search for the building and say, okay, I want to be sort of in this location. And then the other option that you have now with what you get with Teams Premium is now when I have a new option where it says new desk. So instead of going into the Places Finder itself, and I'm going to show that shortly, but basically here it says, okay, here's a suggested desk, or do you want to go to Places Finder, where I can specify the building, and then in here I can specify like what corner of the office or something like that, and I can pick a desk this way. And then the alternate place obviously as well too is that from like just a general core perspective of Microsoft Teams, currently today everybody has the ability to say, okay, I'm in the office or remote. But with Places, it actually surfaces the building information that you've uploaded or configured inside of your Microsoft Places configuration. And here I can say if I want to change a building, if I had multiple buildings in the organization, I could specify where I was. But it automatically will change based on the day that I'm there, right? And so
for integration in Teams, it's available even without Teams Premium.
Without Teams Premium, you just get remote and office. You don't actually have the actual name of the office that you're going to be in. It just says you are in the office. So just out of the box, you get some basic functionality. Same thing with like hybrid RSVP. So with the basic E licensing, I don't want to say E5, but E licensing, you have the ability to say when you RSVP, you can say I'm in the office or I'm remote. Or you can say that this is an in-person meeting, and it actually tags the actual meeting invitation to say it's an in-person meeting. So like if I go new event, there's this option here, and you can see the actual subject, it's modified to say it's an in-person meeting as well. So because it's a Microsoft 365 application, the recommendation is to push the application into Outlook because, as I was mentioning before, you want to generally use it, or they put it where you generally work, so in Outlook or in Teams. So inside of the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, you can go into let me go there. One place. Many pop-ups. Okay. Settings, work settings. Oh, integrated apps. So this is where you actually would come in and you would deploy the application. So you would find Microsoft Places here. Most organizations actually turn off all integrations of applications because, depending on your market that you're in, you need to have some security assessments done because a lot of those third-party applications ask for different graph permissions and stuff like that for the user, and we don't know like where their data is actually going to be, your data is actually going to be stored with those third-party apps. So most organizations turn them off, and they generally will allow first-party Microsoft applications as apps to deploy. So you would just come in here and you would add the Places application as an integrated app. And then under the More Apps, you would be able to search for it and then right click on and then pin. And then it would surface the actual Places application inside of Outlook. You also can just browse to the Places URL. So if you go to outlook.office.com/places, it will take you to the same unified experience that you're currently seeing there. Same concept applies for Microsoft Teams. So as a Microsoft Teams administrator, I can come into the Teams apps and manage apps. I can publish or approve the Places application. And then as a setup policy, I have the ability to come in and say, okay, well, I want everybody to have the same configuration from a Teams perspective. So what I've done here is in the global policy, I've added the Places application and I've added as the second option inside. That's not to say that the user can modify it, but by default, this is the configuration that I'm pushing because I want them to utilize the Places experience and have a easier way to find it. So if you notice here, I have the Places icon here that's pushed out, and again, it will take me to the exact same location that I was there before. So I'll talk about this, and then I'll talk about how we actually got to this point, right? So I'm going to kind of do a little bit of reverse perspective. So in this case here, I can just say I want to. I want to go to. Let me just open up the full app. Okay, so I already have a reservation. Okay, so here I have two options. So help me find a room. So this is where I want to find a meeting room in the office or find a desk. The difference between using this and third-party tool is because this is native into Microsoft 365. So it takes all of the considerations into play, and it will actually expose a good list of where your colleagues are for the day. Where I've noticed in a lot of the other applications, you generally don't have that kind of view and ability, right? So if I say, okay, here, help me find a desk. So you can work with like a third party. There's like 3 companies that will help you take your floor plans and convert it into a, it's called an IMDF file. And basically that file will be able to upload inside Microsoft Places so that I can select it. So currently here, I just have like a demo file. It doesn't really correlate to the rooms that I have, but I just wanted to give you sort of the experience of what it was. So for instance, if this room HQ 100 was, let's say, this desk here, I would be able to click on it and say, this is the desk that I want to be at, right? So if you want a window seat, then you'll be able to know like where those are located. And then as I mentioned here, this is where you can filter. So I can say, okay, I want double monitors, I want docking stations. If you have, sit-stand desks on certain floors, you'll be able to specify those and assign them to here so that you can actually book them this way. And then to book them, it's quite simple. If it's available, bang, it's booked. Over here, it'll say it's, it'll approve it. And then basically I'm booked. So the next step is when I actually go into the office, I need to actually check in. to say that, hey, yes, I am actually here. And then there are some analytics that actually say, if you're checking in or not, because they want to start seeing like how many days people are going to be in the office. Same concept applies if I wanted to find a meeting room. So here's same thing. It would be the map. It would show me all the different meeting rooms that are assigned. Again, you'd have to work with this third-party company to manipulate your floor plans. But here you can say, okay, I want a specific floor, I want a capacity, I want certain features here, like I have a Microsoft Teams room and telecamera as well. And you can see here that it also provides the option that if it's an accessible room at the same time, and then it shows you like how many seat availability is. And again, it's just as easy as booking it. Now, the difference between the check-in on the user desk versus the rooms is that the rooms, actually, you can apply a policy to say, if nobody checks in after 10 minutes of the room being requested, release the room. So like how many times do you look, to book a meeting room and it's booked, but you walk by the meeting room and nobody's there, right? It happens all the time. So the ability to provide that functionality is quite great, right? Because now I have the ability to start freeing up rooms that are generally not taken. And then if I wanted to, like, let's say the room is available, I could walk by and I could touch on the Teams room panel in the room, or sometimes they have the panels outside of the room. I'm not sure if your organization has them, but you can actually touch check-in, and now you've taken that room available, and it takes it out of the mix, and then now you can utilize that space there, right? So that will provide me to, again, book the room that I want, and then to be able to modify the policy, I would go into Teams room on Android or Windows, whatever the policy is here, and then here we go, configuration profiles. And then I can click add. And then when I come down here to the, where is it? I think. There's this here. Maybe it was the panels. Let me go back to there for a second. Configuration. Oh, here we go. Send a check-in notification and then release room if no one checks in, and then you can specify a duration. So then I want to go back a little bit to see like how did we get here. So if you're looking for a nice user interface to do the configurations, this is what your user configuration interface is. So it's all PowerShell. So you have to have somebody in your organization know how to use all the different PowerShell commands to configure the spaces. So I'm just going to walk through some of the options and things that we're going to need in here. So the first thing is it only uses PowerShell 7, so you can't use PowerShell 5, so you need to install the latest PowerShell 7. I've integrated it here with my VS Code, so you can Google search on how to do that, because that's what I did. And then because you're working with different places, Franny mixed me up. I said it now twice. Well, I guess in spaces in the building, right, where you're actually using like rooms and booking desks, you need to use Exchange Online Management PowerShell module in order to configure the permissions that you're going to need in order to access Microsoft Places, and then also access the analytics of it at the same time too, and then upload the configurations, right? So the Exchange Online Management PowerShell configures the rooms and the resources, and then the Microsoft Places PowerShell module allows you to configure all the additional functionality there. Right. So here, what I've done is, and I can share like all this with everybody afterwards, but I won't run these right now. But basically, I'm creating a security distribution group called MS Places, and I'm assigning it. No, I'm just creating a group, and then in here, I'm connecting. Actually, technically, this should be up here, and then. What I'm actually doing is I'm creating a new role assignment inside of Exchange Online. It actually took me a bit to try and find where the actual role assignment was, because it didn't explicitly state in the material that's online that these are actually Exchange Online management roles when you're building them. So you build a role assignment, you give it the tenant places management role, the mail recipient creation and mail recipients roles. And then you can assign them to the security group. So now anytime you assign anybody to that MS Places management security group, they have access to the admin side of the Microsoft Places, which basically provides you with the analytics aspect to it, right? So once I've done that, essentially here I can install the Microsoft Places module and then connect to Microsoft Places. And then you can allow, these functionalities. So like allow in connection list, enable buildings. So to be able to see the buildings in the UI, enable the Places web app. So going to outlook.office.com/places, that will enable that. And then the Places Finder is to be able to go and actually search for the desks and the rooms to be able to do that. So I have to initialize those feature sets. There was additional ones that were there, and there's actually one, like a mobile one, that they deprecated. And when they ask you to actually run the get-places mode, it throws an error. So if I get get-places read from primary configuration, it throws this error about this old application called Enable Places mobile app. So I'm sure at some point they're going to fix this with like an updated PowerShell module, but the current one throws the error today, right? So there's two different ways to configure Places. One is that I can actually run this commandlet called initialize Places, and it will export a CSV of all of your resources in your office and basically suggest what the mapping would be. And then you can specify, oh, that room is in this building, it's on this floor. There's 3 different fields that you would actually fill out. And then once you're happy with that, when you rerun that initialize, you can see it has an import, and you would import that CSV file, and it would go and create all of your buildings and stuff like that for you, right? And then the third one is it'll say like, okay, show me all the PowerShell scripts that I have available to me in order to create the Places. So if I go initial, Places. So it gives me these 3 options. So if I say 1, put it in the temp directory. Rooms are already onboarded. Let's see what I have. There's no temp directory, maybe. Let's try that again. Okay. There we go. So now it's going to give me only the ones that are not mapped. So these are 5 or 6 different rooms that we have in the organization that are not mapped. And it's saying, okay, I think that this is in building 1. This is the floor name, right? The section name, which is like the corner. So now I can actually say, okay, well, I want this part of this building and this floor. And then I could save this file. And then when I run the second commandlet, which is the import, then I can just import that one file and it will upload and create the resources for me. But I want to do the option 3. Export the PowerShell script. Oh, it's looking for the actual file. Okay, so I need to provide the file path. Paste.csv. Okay, so now it actually generated an onboarding script for me to take a look at. Right, so now you can actually go through and see what the actual code is going to look like when it actually uploads the script for you, right? So the other option now that you have is, so if you don't want to do it that way, if you want to do things manually, if your rooms are already created, the best approach is to use the initialized places, because that way it's going to use the information that's currently inside, but you can make some modifications as far as calendar processing. You know, if you want to say, hey, I'm a Microsoft Teams room, what the information inside of the room is. So for instance, here, I'm going to, let's say I want to do things manually. So I'm going to say, okay, new mailbox. It's a workstation in New York, and set the type as workspace. So it's going to be an actual workspace. I'm going to set the calendar configuration, time zone, working hours. And then I'm going to say, okay, enforce capacity and conflicts allow true for the calendar processing. And then if I want to create a room, same concept, and then same concept when I want to create a building. And then but the building is a bit different because you actually have to do, you would use the places PowerShell commandlet. So you would go new dash place, type building, give it all the detailed information. So what the name of the building is, the location, etc. And then you would load the variable inside of this Contoso NYC. So we're doing a get places and add the variable here because we want to get the ID. Because now I can actually say that, okay, when somebody goes into places, so if I go into here, I can specify like a technical support link. So if there's a link that's specific for that location, I want to be able to set that URL because maybe there's an issue and I want to submit a ticket, or it could be like a ServiceNow URL or something like that that you guys utilize. You have the ability to specify that. So you set the places, the tech support URL there, and then that gets set. And then here, now I can start creating floors inside the buildings because I've created the building already. So now I can create a floor, 11, and I can create a floor 12. Right? And now I can actually create a section. A section is like, right here we're talking like southwest or east corner or those kind of things. You can set specific sections. So if I want to filter on those locations as well too. And then here, this is where I'm setting up like the this is a mailbox, and I'm assigning the tags. So this is where I'm specifying, it's an office, it has a monitor, it has a docking station, it has a height adjustable desk. So this is where you want to specify those, configurations so that when you're doing the filtering, you have those options. And for the conference room, you can see here, you can say, is wheelchair accessible true? What tags? So you can say, oh, okay, it has this type of functionality inside the room. It has a Surface Hub, or it has an intelligent camera, or it's a Logitech room or a Poly room. You can say kind of what the experiences are there. And then if I want to just sort of have an export of the configuration, because now I want to start building the actual floor plan. So once you get the configuration file, it's called an indoor mapping data format, so IMDF. So you're going to get this file from a third-party company, and on the Microsoft Learn website, you can go and see the 3 different vendors that Microsoft recommends as them. But if you have other companies that can provide the same format, this should all just work. So basically, what you're doing is you're going to do this import -map correlations, and the correlations file is that IMDF file. And what it's going to happen is it's going to create a separate file for you. And then you have to correlate this mapping features file to the export of your current rooms, because you're going to take that mapping features file and upload it with the IMDF. And so it's basically the configurations of the room with the floor plan. When you get them uploaded, that's where you have the ability to start selecting them. So if I go back into the directory here, I think I put it in the places demo. Yeah. So here is the Contoso file. So these are all my rooms and the IDs and everything like that. And then I have this map features CSV file, but I've converted it into just a regular Excel file. And essentially what you have to do is you have to fill out these 3 fields: place ID, name, and building type. So what I just did is I just built a XLOOKUP command inside of Excel to basically say, go look in this other spreadsheet in this column and match this feature ID, which is the place, which is the actual room or configuration inside of the other file. If it matches it, bring the place ID and fill this file. Same thing for the name, same thing for the desk, right? So for me, it was just a faster way to do it because I had so many, rooms in here configured and desks. So if you have multiple floors, multiple buildings, multiple desks, this file could be quite large. So using the XLOOKUP provides that ability to quickly cross-reference the material together. And then once you have that, then like I said before, then you import the actual the zip file, which is the actual map of your floors, with the map features that we just did with the XLOOKUP, and then it uploads it into the system, and then I can say, okay, new map based on this file, and then it sort of targets everything together, and that's where your floors and everything sort of gets mapped together. So that's a bit of a process to go through in order to do the configurations. There's a lot of thought that has to go into it because the way that it works is it goes like building, floor, then resources, right? And then I just want to quickly show the analytics side of things. So from an analytics perspective, you have these different ways to look and examine. This is like a demo tenant, so there's not quite a lot of information inside there, but you can see here head count, the average attendance, peak attendance. It tells from a building perspective. I can drill down to a room perspective, like when my rooms are being utilized the most, what the rooms are, what the occupancy hours are. Desk pool analysis here too. So if I go up here, it actually shows like which number of desks and desk pools that are actually utilized. So this is all the different analytics that you can utilize. And then So like I said, like this gives you the admin side, and if you are an administrator and a user, usually these two accounts are different, but if you're one in the same, you can just toggle between employee view and admin view just by clicking the different sort of view as section there. And then last thing I want to also show is if I come into the places. So if I have Copilot, and if I use it on the work side, I can ask it a question. So the analysis, maybe I should just bring up that slide because I think it'll show a bit more. I talked a lot about this stuff here already, so I'm just gonna keep them just as references for the slides. Buildings, actually, let me just escape and just find that section there. There's tons. Maybe I'm not showing it in here. Okay, I'll just talk about it. So basically the three different ways that you can actually use Copilot inside of Microsoft Places. So again, if you have the different license, now I have the ability to say, hey, based on my current meetings that I have, when is the best day for me to go into an office? So Copilot will take a look at your meetings and it will say, okay, maybe that you need to specify or be in these meetings or come into the office on this particular day. And then the same thing is like I have all these, I have all these meetings. What is the best, or actually book me a reoccurring room on this day, and it will take into account which rooms are actually booked, and we'll just book different rooms for you. So that's the nice thing about, using Copilot for that. And then the last thing where you can actually use it is on the analytics side, and you can start asking it natural language questions like, hey, which rooms are utilized most, which floors are underutilized. So you can start using Copilot in the Copilot functionality in order to gain that additional information. So I know it's a ton of information and a little bit more of a deep dive because we got into some PowerShell and whatnot, but I like to do a lot on the admin side of things as well too. But I hope you got a little bit more information of Microsoft Places that you didn't know, and if your organization has Teams Premium and your contract for whatever product that you're currently using today is maybe coming to an end, you actually already own the product now, so maybe it might be a good time to work into a transition period. That being said, thank you very much for coming. Appreciate it.
This is a licensing question.
Yes.
Does all of the users of the organization have to have the premium license?
Everybody has to have the premium license in order to gain the
booking?
No, the booking is there, but for the floor. The booking feature, yes, you need to have the Teams Premium. With the core functionality, so you get, I'll show it here. Where's the licensing stuff? There's so many slides here. I think it was closer to the top, actually. Oh yeah, here we go. So with the core functionality, you get work plans, in-person events, hybrid, RSVP, places card, and workplace presence. With Premium, you get the Finder intelligent suggestions. It'll say like, hey, me and you are in the office. Bruno, maybe you should come into the office on this day because he's part of our group together, right? You get the analytics, the auto release policies, individual desk booking, team guidance. So you need to have Teams Premium in order to have this, right? And then this is the Copilot stuff that I was just talking about. This is just the enhancement of it. So I think, is it lunchtime now, Patrick?
Yeah, that's lunchtime.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
You can go to the keynote room where there are some sandwiches or something like that. And we try to start again at 4:30.
4:30.
Yeah, tous aussi. Tous aussi. Sorry.
I am a little bit lost in the time. No worries. Yeah, nice to see you. Is it an issue if we swap the session on our video? No?
There's a room basis, that's really useful.
The premium, the room base is just pro, it's the pro license. So it's just that pro license that you get.
Right, so yeah, I'm missing the point.
Yeah, yeah.
So we look at the point that we're reducing the open loops. Pro?
Yeah, yeah, because you can't use the standard one because it's like, or the, I forget what they call it, maybe it's basic now. And it's like up to 25, but it has like 0 features. It's like there's not even a point of looking at it because you don't even have that function.
Thinking of it, why we can even use basic.
You can, yeah. It's like even if you're like wanting to just test it, it's not even worth using it because when you test it, you can't actually use it that way. So
So that's the point of.
yeah.
Plus sur le chargesse.
Ouais, bien sûr, ouais. Alors, après, on dit que ça pique pas ici, donc ça pique pas, hein.
Non, ça pique pas, non.
No, I'm actually heading to Jeddah.
C'est vrai, t'as trouvé ça intéressant?
Ouais, je trouve ça intéressant. Après,
Toi, tu es sur quel sujet?
moi, je suis sur la partie sécurité, identité.
Ah oui, pas trop de sessions.
Donc, ouais,
Cet après-midi, il y en a une.
Il y a Vanessa, je crois, qui parle.
Il y a Vanessa, et puis il y a 2 heures. Je sais plus, ça a tellement changé que je sais plus trop.
Après, honnêtement, moi, je trouve.
End-to-end security for agents, ça peut être. Ouais, honnêtement.
Moi, je suis plus venu sur, pour échanger en fait, avec les gens.
Ouais, c'est ça aussi, ouais.
Un peu de réseau. Souvent, les sujets qui sont traités, c'est des sujets qu'on a.
Ouais, on a déjà vu.
Ouais. Toi, t'es ici pendant combien de temps, du coup,
la semaine prochaine, on fait encore du Abu Dhabi, Dubaï et dans le désert, et puis on reste encore 10 jours. Quoi.
Ah oui, donc ça va.
Ah bah, on profite, tant qu'à faire.
T'as raison.
Tant qu'à faire, ouais.
Il te reste suffisamment de temps, on va dire.
Ouais. Puis on a fait 12 jours à Oman, là, on s'est éclaté à Oman.
Ouais, genre, c'était bien là-bas, là?
Ah ouais. Je sais pas si tu connais, mais.
Non, je suis jamais allé, mais.
Vachement bien, c'est très typique, quoi.
Ouais.
Mais dans le bon sens, quoi. Les gens sont super gentils. Ils ont le temps. Ils sont pas stressés.
Ouais. Et c'était que vacances ou il y avait quand même.
On travaillait un peu à distance, mais il y a assez de vacances.
Ouais. Et niveau travail, ça va, ça se passe?
Ouais, très bien.
Et où? Enfin, tes clients, ils sont
à Paris.
Parisiens.
Paris.
Il y avait Chloé, non, qui est maintenant en Suisse, c'est ça?
Ouais, tu connais Clé?
Bah oui, j'avais rencontré l'équipe.
Ouais.
Au moment où vous étiez venu à
Lausanne.
C'est pas là,
c'est
moi
pas là,
qui était prévu ici.
Ouais, il a dû annuler parce que on va aller manger si tu veux. Il avait ce gamin qui a eu une hospitalisation.
I'm sorry, I left this at the hotel.
Sorry.
Just take it easy, don't be stressed.
Did you get the StreamYard link?
What?
We should share it online, so you should open a browser.
Okay, I don't know that.
And you type streamyard.com, StreamYard. REX.
REX.
BSA.
BSA.
GE5H.
E5H. No, I don't have internet, just a sec, just let me connect.
Do you have only slides or demo?
Yeah, no, yeah, only slides,
Okay,
no
that's
demo.
easier.
Yeah, I know that. I learned that like 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Let's try it now.
Perfect.
Let me just click, I will do it.
You can type your name. Okay.
Just mute it.
Yes. And share screen. Screen. Yeah. Yeah. No video.
No.
Okay. And, check. That's fine. No. Okay. Okay. I will use my. I will share this video. So. Duplicate. Yeah. Duplicate. Yes. Yes. Should be in sleep mode. Something like that. Is it your stuff?
No.
Did you duplicate or extend?
Just.
Can you try again, maybe?
Yeah, extend, duplicate. There is no.
Yeah, maybe we can try another connector. Let's try this one. Yes.
Okay, something is happening.
So we switched the two sessions?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. No, it's speaker
willing to leave early now. But
Give me one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm muted. And okay. Okay. So you put this one, yeah. Thank you. And it's okay on my side as well.
You're from Croatia?
Yes.
Okay.
You?
From Kosovo.
Kosovo, what's your name?
Erdogan, Pakistan. Dobro večer, dobrodošli.
Hvala lijepa.
You can go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Patrick. So my name is Ana Boros and I come from Croatia. Croatia is far from here, like Kosovo and like France as well.
Yeah.
So today, as Microsoft is focused mostly on the M365, my work lately is also focused on the Microsoft 365 Copilot, and I will try today. Okay, let it just be there. So I will talk today about the M365 Copilot and basically what is my experience after using it for more than 1 year. If you have any questions, just feel free along the way to ask me whatever comes to your mind. Would like to thank the sponsor and Patrick and for organizing this. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure.
Without you, of course, this would not be possible. Next, aMP events, Nantes and Yaoundé. Not sure where is that? Yaoundé. Okay.
Capital city of Cameroon.
Cameroon. Okay. Where is that? March 13. I was never in Africa.
That's a good opportunity.
Yeah. I would like to go sometime in my life there. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Who am I? I'm the co-founder and president of Syskit, Microsoft MVP for the M365 and SharePoint. My everyday work includes mostly M365 governance, and because of the Copilot, governance is now really important. So last 2 years, when Microsoft introduced, not Microsoft, but first Open AI, and now Microsoft is implementation of the AI on the Microsoft stack. Basically, the governance is suddenly really important. You guys know that better maybe than I, because wherever user has access in a tenant, that means the user who has Copilot has access to the same thing. And that is why today governance is really important. And basically that's my everyday work, and then indirectly is connected with Copilot. So I will present you what are the experiences, not only mine, but from my clients that I'm working with in systems. I'm using Copilot from day one, using ChatGPT from first week. When I first saw the news, to be honest, I was not aware of what is this about. So I heard something ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. I'm like, what the hell, the news or something. To be honest, I didn't know what is this about. And then it was going on for like couple of days, ChatGPT, and I'm like, I'm going to try this thing. When I tried it, so probably it changed my life. And so this is from Vegas 2023, so 2 years, almost 2 years ago. when Jeff Tipper, who is in charge of the M365 services and apps, so director of services and apps in Microsoft, he told to the audience, so that's a audience of 2,500, maybe 3,000 people, when they presented AI to Bill Gates. Bill Gates told them, I had this feeling only 2 times in my life. First time is when I saw the graphical user interface, and second time is when I saw this. So AI, he had that feeling something will change dramatically in the world. So Copilot, like I said, is a focus of my professional and everyday work. And what I do is basically I discuss every day with large organizations all over the world on the M365 Copilot challenges. What are my main findings in discussions with these organizations is there is a huge interest in an M365 Copilot, and organizations are afraid if they miss this wave, they are going to miss the opportunity. So C-level people are very aware this is a huge opportunity, and if they right now do not invest some resources, either money or people, they are going to miss the opportunity. So most of the organizations today that I discuss with, they are still in the pilot stage, so they are not still using this on a large production scale, and only one organization, as far as I know, that is our client is using this on a large scale for 20,000 users. They are aware that Copilot is new, and it will improve over time. So this is technology that is only 2 years old. Believe me, in 5 years, it will be completely different, but it will improve a lot over time, and you guys saw that in the last 2 years. So it's a different thing than it was 2 years ago. There is a huge compliance readiness challenge that legal teams would like to address. So always, whenever they're discussing about the large-scale pilot rollout, then always the legal team will block that rollout because they are aware about the compliance/readiness challenge. So businesses are afraid of oversharing or potential data leakage, and businesses are aware how the data is impacting the quality. So today, Copilot doesn't know if the data is like 7 days old or 7 years old. And then if you ask pricing details about some product, unfortunately, the Copilot will return something. You don't know, is it the one that is 7 days old or the one that is 7 years? And that's really a huge problem. And what businesses need to do is they need to clean up that data. And this is also interesting. So IT today is mostly not driving Copilot. Why? The reason is simple. AI today is really expensive if we are going to roll it out for the entire company. So today, investment is driving business, but IT support must follow the business requirements. Copilot has a learning curve, so it has a large learning curve, and we need to understand how to talk to Gen I capabilities. The reason is most of the people, so why I believe that the adoption is not so good, is most of the people are not today aware how to discuss with the Copilot. And what it happens is people in their minds are expecting something else, but if you don't phrase the question, the query for the Copilot how you want it to be, then how Copilots wants it to be, then the response will be different. So be sure to provide to your users, to tell them that they need to provide perspective, they need to ask, be very specific about things that you are asking, format, language, tone, and the accuracy. So you always, whatever happens, you always need to check the truth. And this causes Copilot to produce undesirable outputs which users disregard. And this is the main problem. So if the user doesn't see what he is maybe thinking is in his mind, then he will not like Copilot. And that's the main problem. That's the reason why we need to train our users how to use it properly. So this is really important for the businesses. These are some numbers that I took from the Microsoft because I believe these are really important numbers. So Microsoft did a research with organizations that are using Copilot, and just recently, I believe last week, Microsoft has announced 300 companies publicly that are really successful with Copilot. So these companies are using Copilot. I have a link somewhere. If you need it, just get in touch with me and I will send you the link. But 90% of the organizations are saying AI is helping them to save time. 85% are saying that allows them to focus on most important work. 85% allows them to be more creative. So Copilot is all about doing boring stuff. So then people like us, we can be more creative and we can think about the new things, not doing the things that are boring for us. 83% of the people inside the organizations that are using Copilot are enjoying their work more. 11 minutes a day is what it takes to see value from the AI. So this is reported by the end users that only 11 minutes is required. And then 85% get to good first draft faster. So this is something where I personally use the Copilot a lot. If I need a draft of something, so I don't know every single thing that maybe I need for that specific either document or a larger email or something, then I ask Copilot to help me, and then it will give me ideas. And then, of course, I will edit it, but Copilot is giving me ideas. So for drafting, it's really, really good. That's my experience. So as I'm discussing with a lot of large companies, this is a company from Europe. They are a manufacturer of elevators, and they have over 100,000 employees. So these are the risks of the Copilot. It's not a question, so the CIO in this organization told me it's not a question if there will be oversharing or data leakage, but when. So they are really aware that Copilot can bring sensitive data out to the users, and they need to be on top of the security of the data. That is the reason why this data security in this new age of the AI is really important. What are my recommendations? So you need to educate business on the Copilot risks. You must not allow them to roll out as soon as possible. Make sure that your M365 tenant has appropriate permissions in place, and make sure that you have governance controls in place. This will basically avoid oversharing and data leakage of sensitive information. This is really important. You probably heard this like 100 times at least. Don't trust Copilot. Copilot is smart, but it also today has so-called hallucinations. And this is also true. So Microsoft today is moving really, really fast. So they are investing a lot of their resources in the Copilot, and over time, Copilot will get better. And like I said before, if we train our users and ourselves to describe exactly what we want to have as the answer, the better output from the Copilot will be. My recommendations for the IT pro people. So the M365 Copilot can access web content on. Why is this important? Because basically, if you assign a license of the Copilot inside your organization, that means that the Copilot will get grounding on your data. However, your data might not have something that end user is asking Copilot. And then basically, if Copilot will not, if Copilot doesn't know something, then it will go on the Bing chat, and then it will check that whatever you are asking Copilot. This needs to be enabled by the end user in the Copilot and also allowed by the IT administrator. This is looking a bit different today. This is a screenshot that's probably 2 months old. It's on the top now, so it's not down here. I just saw it. I need to edit this thing. No web integration. So for example, I did this probably 2 days ago, something like that. look online for conferences in Dubai. So this is my request for the Copilot, and add bilingual French International School Dubai. And as I don't have this information in our tenant, then Copilot is not able to find this data. However, if you enable this web integration, then if I ask, so the query is the same, then the Copilot, of course, it's not able to find the data inside my tenant, but then it will go online and basically it sees this is the event that is happening, this is the name of the event, this is the date, and this is what this event about. So web integration, I would say, is really good because it will allow the end users to get better outputs from the Copilot, and then the end users will like more Copilot. Reporting tools. M365 Admin Center, so we have their Copilot usage reports. We can see their readiness and usage reports, enabled users who are using Copilot, and we have active users over periods of 7, 30, 90, or 180 days. Then we have Viva Insights. Viva Insights from November is free for this Copilot usage dashboard. Before they asked for $4 per user per month, but for this, it's not last week's, but 3 months ago, but basically it's free from the beginning of November. So Viva Insights for Copilot is something that also you can check to check how the Copilot is, how users in your organization are interacting with Copilot. Reporting tools in Viva Insights you have. What is really cool is you can report on specific app, not only interacted with Copilot, but by specific app. And then you can see where exactly are your users using Copilot. Purview audit log. So Microsoft today has one event that is called Interacted with Copilot. This event, I believe over time it will get better. The problem with the event is if the user is trying the free Copilot and the paying Copilot, it will generate the same event. And the problem is inside, you need to go inside the event and then you need to check what is the app name. If the app name is web something, then that's a free Copilot, but if the app name is like Teams or something else, then that's a full Copilot license. So for now, so we saw this, for example, in my organization where we want to see how the people are using Copilot, and then we saw some people without Copilot license and they interacted. So this is unfortunately today the problem, so be aware about this. In Purview audit log, you will see a lot of events that are Copilot interaction. You will see the exact date, IP address, user, and activity. Activity is only one interacted with Copilot. This is how the event will look like. So the app name is, where is it? Here. This chat is the free one, and not sure exactly how the paid one says here, but this is the app cost that we need to pay attention to. This is not true, so I intentionally leave this here, but today administrators are able to see the what are the queries that the users in the tenant are asking for Copilot. Purview AI Hub. This is something that Microsoft presented to us, I believe, almost a bit less than a year ago. However, now that they don't call it anymore Purview AI Hub, they call it from last year's Ignite data security. So I always forgot about the name because it's very long. So data security posture management for the AI. That is the exact name. It's free and it's part of your Purview. So inside of Purview, you can go there and you can check how your users are interacting with Copilot. how Copilot gets information. I will be really quick because probably this was repeated at least 20 times a day. I heard it at least 3 times, but the other people probably repeated it more than me. So when user prompts the Copilot, first from the Copilot grounding goes to the Microsoft graph, and then Copilot will send back modified prompt to the LLM, and then Copilot will receive from the LLM response. And then before providing access to the end user, the last step is Copilot will check with the Microsoft Graph are the permissions for that content, whatever user is asking. Copilot will just ask the Graph API, does user have access to this particular content that user is asking Copilot. Increased oversharing risks. So Microsoft stated this on the Ignite. So even Satya Nadella stated this, something like, you will not be successful with Copilot if you don't invest into the governance. And Microsoft, I'm pretty much sure that probably you heard, if you do not, Microsoft has a tool that's called SharePoint Advanced Management. That's basically their solution to solve the oversharing risks. Before SAM, SharePoint Advanced Management was $3 per user, and you needed to license all the users in the environment. So you could not license like half or something, but if you have like 10K users, then you need to license everyone. Today that is different. So they are aware that oversharing is really important, and they have allowed, if you purchase only one license of the Copilot for one user, then you have SharePoint Advanced Manager for free for everyone in the tenant. So if you don't know that, that is something that Microsoft from beginning of January, something like that.
It's illegal as well.
Yeah, it's illegal as well, because Microsoft is stating that publicly, so if they're saying that, then it's completely legal.
It's legal or not?
Yeah, it is legal.
Okay, because there's a lot of features like that where you can.
That's why I was asking the same question.
It is legal.
Yeah, like on YDP1, you can do like access conditional.
That's a different thing. This is a SKU that's called.
Those are not legal.
Yeah,
that's why I asked you the question, is it legal?
That
makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, but so if you purchase, so Microsoft is stating this, if you purchase one Copilot, you will get a free SAM.
Okay.
So if they are stating this, it must be legal because they will not go against themselves. So I heard them and the other consultants are stating the same thing, so I'm pretty much sure it's legal. If it is not, then someone did not communicate it properly, something, but I'm pretty much sure it is legal. Oversharing, let's talk about that a bit. So today it's problem with oversharing with Copilot. 7, 8 years ago, the same thing happened with Dell. If you remember the Dell, that is a solution in the M365 tenant that allowed you to see what your peers, colleagues are working on. Yeah. And the problem was if some C-level management was working on something that is really confidential, Dell didn't respect anything, and it would show to everyone in the company who is working on something. And then the C-level management was completely crazy, and then Microsoft basically disabled that really, really quickly because there is a lot of sensitive data that was flying around to the people that should not say. The same thing happened 15 years ago with the enterprise search. So you know how the search works. It needs to index the data, and then when you query the enterprise search, then you see some of the keywords and you can see the preview. So that's the problem. So the same thing happened 15 years ago. What you can do about the oversharing risks? So a couple of things. Check public M365 groups and teams. Everyone except external user security groups. So this is really, this is I would say, the biggest pain that even Microsoft is aware, and the SharePoint Advanced Management will. Go ahead.
Sorry, I do have a question regarding public groups. Is there a way to
restrict the creation of public groups?
Yeah, but the user, if he's an admin, he can change it, so that's the problem. But then you need to do,
But at least for the end users.
Sorry?
At least for the end users, for the non-admin users.
They cannot change that. If they are only members, I believe not, they're not able to change it, right? Exactly. So only admin.
What it's asking is like to remove it, to not make it available.
No, you need to have a third party to do that.
Yeah, that's why I thought that. I prefer just to ask in case if someone.
Or PowerShell. But the problem is, if you have the permission to change it, you can change it, but you need some kind of a third party or PowerShell to change it back. So it's not easy, and they, as far as I know, they will not do anything about it at the moment. So it's like it is today. Review sharing settings. So this is similar, disable anyone sharing links, check M365 groups and team sites for shadow users. So shadow user is something, a newer term where basically user is not a member of, or the owner of the team, but he has the access to the underlying SharePoint site. That's problematic because you cannot see that user in the teams, but if he has the Copilot license, then basically he will get whatever is on that site. Set default sharing link settings to specific people and not to company-wide. Use purview to apply sensitivity labels. Sensitivity labels are really cool. Why? Is because with the sensitivity label, you can restrict what data will Copilot access. Now the biggest problem with the sensitivity labels is adoption. Not a lot of companies are using it. So for example, in the company that I work for is, we have, I believe, close to 6 million users that we have in our public SaaS, and only 2%, if I remember correctly, are using sensitivity labels. So the adoption of sensitivity labels is not good, but it's a really powerful tool for, not tool, but a solution. Common causes of the Copilot oversharing, site privacy set public. This is it. Default sharing option, everyone broke permission inheritance. This is a big problem, but this is why SharePoint is popular. So basically, if you break the permissions, then some other people will have also access to the data, but of course that creates the oversharing issue. Everyone except external users and sites and files without sensitivity labels. So these are the slides from Microsoft, so you can see that they are aware these are the common problems that Copilot is having. Third-party M365 governance and security, you have SharePoint Premium, SharePoint Advanced Management now is free. If you have not tried it, try it. So this is, it's not completely free, so you need to buy one Copilot for one user and then you're good. Microsoft Purview, APoint, ShareGate, you have Cisco, the company I work for, Lightning Tools from the UK. So you have a lot of governance solutions today on the market. So if you need help with this, you have third-party or Microsoft third-party solution.
And just
Sorry, can you go back?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I also have a question regarding Syskit.
Yeah.
I do use Syskit for SPDockit.
Okay.
Which is really cool. By the way.
What's the company name?
It's Kiminfo.
Okay.
We are using it for like a couple of years.
Okay.
But I do have a question regarding the security aspect. Is there any benchmark that refer to and that give any audit security thing with Syskit?
Can you explain?
I'm just thinking about, we do have like the CIS benchmark.
CIS was the
Center for Internet Security.
Okay.
you also have the needs to have all the things that you are.
So you want to see how you are better over time?
I want to see if I'm compliant with the CIS.
Okay, yeah, we don't have it at the moment because there are so many different compliances around the world. I was just discussing with a client from Australia, and they have their NIST 800, I believe it's 50-53. It's similar, but it has like a list of, I don't know, 500.
NIST is vast, but CIS is very specific on Azure M365.
So the simple answer is no. I will check the list and then I will see what is inside because I don't know. I didn't heard about the compliance. However, the good thing for the compliances is most of them are overlapping. So let's say 50, 60, maybe even 70% of the things are the same. Now, some are specific for some industries, like for example, GXP for the health, for the pharma, then you have PCI-DSS for the finance, and then you have HIPAA for the healthcare. So you have a lot of them, but they overlap in some of the things. So the answer is no. But if you leave me your contact details, I will check it for you. Inconsistency across applications. The problem today is it's not the same inside different applications, Word, Teams, PowerPoint, Excel. There are some tricks where you first need to load company branded PowerPoint and then work inside the template. So there are some just couple of simple things that I'm not sure why Copilot is not supporting today. Maybe they don't have time, maybe something else is more important for them to build it. Then for me, for example, using Copilot to summarize long meetings. So we have inside the company meetings where developers are presenting what they are doing, but that takes like 2 hours. I don't want to hear for 2 hours everything, and after that meeting is done, I just will ask Copilot and it will provide me like half page. Then I know what they were talking about for 2 hours. That's like great for me. And I heard the same here. We met with the client and the COO of the company here in Dubai. They have a lot of 100,000 people. He likes the Copilot the most because the main problem with the C-level people is they don't have time. So why he's using it? 50 pages PDF, it shows it in the Copilot, what's going on here. This, he likes it. So for him, at the same time, that's really awesome, awesome for these people, for this person. And for me, this Copilot that will do PowerPoint on the board is just awesome. I will skip this because then I will go back because I wanted to show you this last thing is my PowerPoint might have a lot of bullets, but this was created by the Copilot. So I created a board, and then that's the reason why I'm using a bullets, because Copilot is using it, and I intentionally didn't want to edit it a lot, because you can see now what the Copilot is able to do. So what are my recommendations for higher adoption? Users established work patterns, so you need to train and establish a work pattern for your end users to have seamless integration. Strategies for effective implementation, invest in change management, center of excellence. I saw someone here today also mentioned this. Hands-on training, and after training, gather user feedback. So people will have for you feedback what's working, what's not working. Enhancing user engagement, develop internal community. This can be a Teams channel or Teams or something else. Even use different tools for target education and training. Optimize license management. So our company is small. We have 80-something people, and not everyone has Copilot, but we have people that have the license but not using it. So if you notice in all that admin centers that someone is not using it, assign it to someone else. Someone else will be happy with the Copilot. This is also from Vegas. I was discussing with someone, sorry, not Orlando, M365 conference in Orlando. So this is a random person. We discussed something about the Copilot, but he said that user is more productive only by the field they know they have AI help. So this is, for example, true for me as well. So I will not use it for every single thing that I work every day, but I will use for some things. I really feel that I'm more productive just by knowing that I can use it. That's it. This is my LinkedIn. If you scan my LinkedIn, get in touch with me. I will provide you this information. If you want the slides, just get in touch with me. I will share the PowerPoint. If you have any questions, I'm here. You have my blog. I'm really active on the LinkedIn. I write a lot about the Copilot and the M365. So connect with me, my blog, and if you need anything, I'm here. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you. Can you share the slide in Teams? Or you send it to me?
Yes, but I do not see anything in the Teams. So I'm not sure why. I didn't want to bother you, but I will send it to your email.
Okay.
Because in the Teams, you invited me, but there is nothing there.
Sometimes it may take times.
I don't, but I was there like for at least 2-3 months.
Okay.
So I don't know why is that
Maybe I can.
on. But
Okay,
I will share it with you, don't worry.
You send it to me, I will share.
I will.
I have a question
Sure.
regarding governance compliance.
Okay.
For Microsoft 365,
Okay.
what's their main governance compliance standard they are following?
What is it?
Yes.
So Microsoft doesn't have a strict rule. Microsoft is providing best practices or recommendations. The problem is this is different from the country to country. So there is, so I know, for example, here in the UAE, for the governance, it's really important to keep the data inside the region. But that is not true for, I don't know, some other countries. So Microsoft is not very strict about that. So it's different from organization to organization.
No, but as long as it's US company, US product, they are following which one in US?
Again, it really depends. Microsoft doesn't have strict recommendations. So there is a blueprint. Ask me on the LinkedIn. I will send you a blueprint that is recommended. It's like saying 11 minutes. Thank you very much.
But I think the admin has access.
Yes, I think it's good.
If the admin has access, the admin of the admin has access.
For me, that's okay.
The super user has access, etc., etc.
Right. For me, that's okay. We are good to start.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so everyone from, I know, everyone from IT background, right? Yes. Okay, that's good. Basically, what we're trying to discuss about today is, we've been talking about co-pilots, features, everything. I'm talking about Copilot for security, but in a holistic way, how we can manage agents and agent environment securely. So, thanks to our sponsor, and then hopefully there'll be some people going for the next event. Yeah, and Nante, is it?
Not, it's impossible because it's today.
Today, okay, yeah, so it'll be the next one.
Today.
Yeah. Okay, so I am Azad. I work for a company called Canch Technologies in the UK. We serve primarily UK-based clients, infrastructure, cloud security, that type of areas. And then interested in youth mentorship and guiding all of this. So I do that as a passion and project as out of my job. And yeah, let's go into the topic of AI agents. So I know we've heard the definition a lot of like too many times about the AI agent, but it's doing all of the tasks autonomously. If you think about the top end of AI agent is basically meant to do tasks that are very automatic, right? You just feed something, it goes out and do that, right? It's the theme. It has become the theme for the last 6 months, or even last year probably, and then this year is going to be the main. If you're into like crypto world, that's taking hit there as well. There's a auto agent, an AI agent called AIXPT, which took the market. So basically, it does trading analysis automatically, and then publishes itself on Twitter, and then people just ape into it, buy some coins, and then they make. So it goes into all of these other networks, other blockchains, grab the data, and then publishes it. So by the nature, you can see that it's going to places there where it shouldn't go to. Like, obviously, like it's going legally, but you don't know what it's exactly getting out of that environment that it's going to, reaching to, and then it's publishing it. There could be any filters, there could not be filters. Then you can have, so that you immediately see that problem, because if an AI agent need to work efficiently, it needs to be able to reach to other systems through APIs. Then it needs to be able to grab that information and present it to the person who is asking for. So you have the problem of how it can reach, what level of scope that it has on the other system, what type of data it's pulling in, and then what is it actually showing to the user? Should it be showing that the user areas that the user shouldn't be looking at? So immediately there's so much threats on there. So there are four kind of in a very high level way, there are four areas of threats that's been identified that are potentially causing many problems in the AI world. One is data poisoning. Data poisoning is when you train, so you have this model, right? You have the ChatGPT feeding all of the information, all of the world's books and everything, and training. During the training, what it does is it's taking patterns and relationships between each of the sources. It's taking decision-making points. It just grabs all of that, creates a database of patterns and relationships. Right? But during that process, now, if you use the publicly available open source models, ChatGPT, everything, there's an unknown indirect message saying that they are actually using user data to train. If they are doing that, then there's a problem. This is where it comes, where the problem is. Data poisoning is basically saying, this is the data that I'm presenting. So it can be like somebody presents uploads a car's image and says, this is my house. You feed it the wrong information, and it keeps it in that memory. So you poison it, and then the person asks for the house, it doesn't, like it gives that car image basically, right? So that's where the poisoning is happening on the training stage. The prompt injections attacks are happening on the prompting stage. Right? So we saw that this is the famous one last year, which happened called ChatGPT jailbreaks. Right? So people pretend they feed the AI model saying that, can we do a role play? And then it keeps eating all the information that it has. All the filters are being, ignored. And it just invokes, like people were putting on the Twitter, saying that I asked this, it didn't say yes. And then I went ahead and asked, okay, you gave me some information, but can you just show me how a bomb is made? And it just spits out all the information. So you can trick that's the prompt injection attacks. And model inference is basically on the AI model or the ML models, the next stage of training, where the training is it gets the patterns and then the relationships. Inference is where it applies that on new data, not seen data. So you give all of this information and then you input some new data, it will then say, okay, based on its whole information that it has, it makes a decision. It will create that decision for you. That is where you do inference attack. Attacks basically is trying to understand. So somebody actually last year tricked Gemini, Google's Gemini, to understand what models has been used in the training. So they keep asking questions in a very succinct way. It gives the answer what the model's been using, the actual real model that is used to train itself. Then you can feed, unwanted information. And this is where the privacy is, because it can also, the model will have so much of information that it used to train, and there will be some areas that will be filtered. For example, if it has filtered information about the country, it will have the information about the president, all of that information. Now you can go ahead and ask a non-public figure about in that country, and then that information can be grabbed from there. That's where the privacy can be completely out of control. If you don't put that controls, the filters, what needs to be shown to the user, that's where the attacks is. This can go if it's like there are targeted and non-targeted inference attacks. If somebody wants to actually know about one particular individual, and that can go crazy, because they can get all the information that's in the internet about them. Because the power of models can go into all of the trend just because it's already got access to many different data sources. And then the last one is unauthorized API access. So this is a very common issue. We've seen people, developers, put some code in GitHub, and they actually mistakenly publish the API keys used to access. And then, exactly. So in Azure, you can go Azure OpenAI, you can go and create your own demo. You can create your own model. Yeah, not your own model, but you bring ChatGPT's model and you create your instance, right? And then that will have an API key. Using that API key, you can start communicating to it and get all the information, similarly like in ChatGPT, but this is your own environment, right? But if you give that API key to somebody else, it's going to be a public ChatGPT, but with your private information, yeah, right? So not only that, just sharing the API key, but if you don't put proper controls around it, they can be compromised very easily. So these are the 4 areas that we will discuss a little bit and see how we can mitigate. The way I'm going to discuss about this is from an architecture point of view. There's quite a lot of data points that are involved, so that's why I just want to give you like a very high level overview. So this is the Azure tenant, right? And then you create your Azure OpenAI instance there. Then if you just give it without all this information, the sources and the resources that you deploy, then it's going to be easily compromisable. So the first thing you need to deploy is your Entra ID authentication. So it is authentication centric. Then the other one is you can deploy that into a private network. So that's important. So that already you're mitigating that exposure to the environment. Then any other sources, outside sources, or within the tenant, you connect, use private endpoints. Private endpoints basically doesn't connect over the internet. So even there's 2 resources in Azure. You have like an application, you also have a database. The application is talking to database. There's 2 ways it can talk to. One is private endpoint, which is a direct talk within the same network, inside the network, inside the tenant. The other is going through internet and coming back. So if you use that, that's basically you're exposing this. You don't need to have this exposed to the internet at all. So that's another way of doing this. Then this is why it's more important when it comes to this exposing, because the whole point of deploying a model is for you to utilize the API access and gather more information from outside sources. If not, you could use the open ChatGPT. The reason you're deploying your own instance is you want to have control, and you want to have control of what data it can access to and provide you information. So then the main point of accessibility is APIs. So you need to put API management in Azure. So that's another way. And then anybody who's contacting you on the API management itself, for it to connect here, you can imply API authentication. JWT token-based authentication can be enabled, Entra ID or OAuth2 authentication. These types of authentication can be applied. And then also restrict, because imagine if you are like creating an end-user product or end-user artificial AI product, like similar to ChatGPT, but you're giving access to many businesses to connect and grab some information. Then you need to be able to see that client who bought your product is the only client who's using that. They might be using the same API key that was created in this, but you need to verify that is them. That's why like JWT token-based authentication, it verifies the metadata. Where is it coming from? What's the expiry date? You can rotate the keys, all this can happen. And finally, with applying all of this, you still need to monitor. That's why you need the Defender for Cloud and then also Sentinel. So Defender for Cloud will get all of the data that the logs from this whole environment, and then Sentinel can also get this data. Sentinel will provide you advanced data, advanced analytics based on this, and then Defender will get all your logs. Now the best part is your IT team, your security team. They need to be able to analyze this. If you have a much larger AI instance, the model being deployed, and many more customers are using it, your IT team will be drowning in logs. So it'll be really hard to triage the whole logs itself. So that's where the Copilot for Security comes in hand, because you can create certain rules, prompts automatically, you can create prompts and save them, and you can also create plugins. For example, if there is an IP address that is coming from the outside, let's say you allow the range of IP address from your outside customers to come to your model, this can send to Copilot for Security. And Copilot for Security, in there you can have another plugin to go to IP geolocation and make sure that is this customer's IP. You can, on Copilot for Security, you can create plugins. That's a plugin quick, I'll show you when we do the demo. So that's where it becomes really important, like it minimizes the IT team's efforts. It improves their efficiency in, finding the correct ones, and you can omit the false positives, all this noise around these logs. So that's where the Copilot security. This is the whole set of tools and deployments that we need to consider if you're actually utilizing an AI agent model, or so they've got Foundry, everything within Azure, but you still need to secure everything. It's not just, it's easy to create an AI agent, but the securing parts have to be taken care of using your security team or the infrastructure team has to take care of that. So and then network and security access controls, which I discussed about anyway. These are the three main areas. And then the data security. Again, the previous presentation about the data, purview data, those concepts can be applied here. So who's got access to access controls need to be managed, like least privilege management, PIM has to be applied. So these can be really important because all these co-pilots and AI models, what they're going to do is they're going to work based on the data that they have access to. And the common practice across all AI agents and all AI co-pilot implementations is basically if you have access to a particular piece of data, co-pilot also has it. AI agent also has it, because it's using you, right? So then data security becomes more vital, and then the way you manage data security. And the AI model security itself is another important one. So like in the diagram, it has to be secured properly, deployed properly. Just because it's easy to deploy, you can't go ahead and deploy and start using it. So Copilot for Security is basically it's an advanced incident response tool that we have. So we've been using it Sentinel mostly for our clients. Sentinel gives us alerts like when you're logging in from Dubai, and then in 5 minutes, if you log in from UK, then we know it's UK. Then we get a quick alert. We can say that, and then you can do the automation of that as well to make sure was it actually a VPN, is it a false positive, and then you can ignore that. All of those automation can be done. Where the Copilot for Security takes that into next level is that same, it doesn't even alert you, it just checks everything. If it's not a proper, false positive, it can just submerge it. The other best part is it is integrated with many of the Azure security tools. Now that the Copilot is becoming mainstream, Copilot for Security is integratable with much more tools on the AI platform, as well as other Azure platform tools as well. Let's not, this is the very high level. Maybe everybody can be quizzed now on the architecture. So I just put very simple stuff. But the Copilot for Security, where it differs is on all of the other Copilots, like the Office 365 Copilot is integrated into your application. Like you open Teams, you have it. You open Bing, you have it on your right hand side. Copilot for Security is integrated onto these tools, Microsoft Defender itself. You can go into that and you can use Copilot for Security. You can go into Sentinel and it will show that. Like if there's an incident saying that this laptop has accessed this website many times, and there's like brute force attacks, etc., etc. You can go into Sentinel and just inquire about that particular attack, or you can go to the central location. So what it does is it brings all of this information from Intune to all of the sources into scope and to security. Then it organizes that and it provides a holistic view. So if you do one by one, tool by tool, you're only getting the information, the visibility of that particular tool. If you bring all of that into security, and then Microsoft's intelligence, threat intelligence, which has 65 trillion signals, then it compares with that, and it does that rounding part, all of that, and then it gives you the access to the large language models as well, and then it gives you the responses. So, and it comes in two forms basically. It's the same thing, but I want to look at this as well. Yeah, just before I go to the demo, the Copilot for security requirement is Azure subscription, Entra ID tenant has to be there. So the authentication is a little bit tricky at the moment. There's three types of authentication. So you've got the Entra ID authentication, you have your Azure portal authentication, and you have your Copilot. So it's but it's integrated. You definitely need Azure Entra ID at the moment, because the Copilot authentication is integrated with Entra ID. But you only on Copilot for security you have a global admin, a standard Copilot for security user, and a standard admin. That's all. Three, but they're going to link it with the Entra ID. And then security capacity units. For other Copilots, Office 365 Copilot, you just need to buy a license. Here, it's a computing unit. You basically have to buy an instance. Yeah. You create an instance, and the Microsoft recommendation is you need at least 3 instances to run your queries properly without delay. And I've been running with one. It takes about sometimes it takes 5-6 minutes as well. So you have to at least go to 3. And one SEO, if you try it for the whole month, it'll be $2,800 a month. So it has to be like, you can delete it though. You don't have to run it the whole month. You run 3 units, but you run it for your own purpose. You delete it, you come back, you have all your configurations. So that's good. So you can just delete the computing unit and then redeploy it. Right, so let's see. Go inside. Okay, so this is the, before I go into that, this is my Azure AI instance, OpenAI instance. So this is based on, if you go in there, you can see the details. So basically, if you go into Azure AI services and Azure AI, OpenAI, you can create instance. And you select your subscription, all of that information, and you go next. This is a security concern. So, this is basically the first option is to select to the whole world. The model will be accessible from everywhere. Yeah, but you should be basically selecting this and assigning it to a VNet in your own environment. So that way you restrict. That's the small box in the other diagram. So if you go to the architecture here, is the first small box that you have. You put that in that network. This will be that network. Then you can have an IP addressing as well. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, that's where it is. And then once you deploy that,
the sound it will be. Yeah. I think it's better for the sound.
Yeah. Okay, once you deploy that, you can select a model there, right? You go to this is where the Foundry, AI Foundry portal is. And you can see they've made it so simple that you can even deploy quick apps using this model. So this is the model that I'm using here. GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K. So you can select your own model and deploy. If you go, deploy as a web app, all of that can be done as well. And then if you go into this model catalog, they show you all the models there. This is where your question, on the previous session, where you asked about, whether it has a connectivity to ChatGPT. There's no, because what they have done is, that inferred the trained model has been packaged and brought in here. So this model you use is like a packaged model of the ChatGPT. You see, so it's like an EXE version of the application. And what you do is, when you select this, it needs memory, it needs computing to run. That's why you put that into an instance, and you select that instance and you run it in there. That environmental variables has to be given for that model. So that's basically, they've got so much that you can do here at the moment, and it's been.
Yeah, but, I remember that. See, now this one, when you have the capability of selecting the model,
yeah,
it's same as when you go to OpenAI and log into OpenAI. You can select the model you want to use. So how do I know that behind the scene, at the back end of this front end, there is no API calling OpenAI itself?
That's a genuine question, but I think the main point that we can understand is if OpenAI is providing that. OpenAI is providing the same thing, right?
This is why OpenAI is providing the list of
the same model.
Exactly.
You select, but where you running is what's important. You will be running on OpenAI's environment, like the network and everything. So they can utilize, right?
Yeah.
So Microsoft is giving you the trust. You are running in our environment. We are not using it for training. Your tenant is your tenant. The data doesn't go out of the tenant. We have the data privacy. You make sure whatever you do is within your tenant.
So you consider that when you are using DALI, you are using DALI in Azure premise or?
No, Azure. It will be Azure, because that's why you can't just use this without deploying an instance. You have to have a computing instance. So it's like a container, you need a container to run this image, basically. And so that's the model, and where I was going to show was the keys, API keys are here. So these keys, if you don't control it properly, this is where it can,
So now this API key, it's only for the fact that you connect to the instance, the SCU that you created locally.
Yeah, so SCU is different, so that's different. But this one I created, you see this one here, which I created is this instance for, close that. This one here, KTAI. This one is an instance using that model 3.5K Turbo, right? This API key that I see is for that instance, exactly. So if you have a front-end application that needs to come to this for the LLM queries, then this is the key that you will put on the front-end application to come. And let's go to the, this is where the security Copilot is. For security Copilot, like I said, you have to create and deploy a security computing unit, capacity unit, right? So you put the capacity name, KT capacity, and then you select the region, at the moment. You know, it's only available in these 4 regions. And this is where you select the number of instances. You know, it starts with 1, you can go for up to whatever number you want. And then you acknowledge that and you create. Once you create that, you will see this. What you can do is you can delete this, right? You can delete it after your usage is done. And if you don't need, like if it's, let's say you created with 1 instance and you now need to increase that, you can go into here and then you can update that, yes. The capacity units are there. Here it can be increased. So I can increase it to 2, 3, whatever it is. Then once you deploy that, you click on this. This is because I see everything. You will see this, go to portal to complete the setup, the link. You have to go to that portal and you see this one, basically. You give some information, the enter ID. At the moment, the first time, I think last year, it used to take like personal accounts as well. Now it's not allowing. It's only, it has to be like a corporate or a custom domain account. Yeah. It has to be linked with the enter ID. So this is Security Copilot, similar to ChatGPT or the other Copilot environments where you put your prompts here, type your prompts here, and then they've got some sample prompts there as well, like already typed in, you can select. So this is one, and then these are your prompts, which if you have typed, you can go to the previous ones. And you can also, let's say, you are analyzing one incident from Sentinel or Defender, and you're asking 10 queries. What you can do is, all of those 10 queries can combine into one prompt book. And you save that as a prompt book here. So if let me go here, and I'm asking, okay, Sentinel. So there's critical Sentinel incidents. There's one here. Okay, what are the critical Sentinel incidents? And I'm requesting it. Let's see if there is one. What until it finds the response? Okay, so it prepared my response. Okay. You can see what it's doing. Choose Microsoft Sentinel, right? Based on your prompt, any other prompts and responses in this session and Copilot's capability. So what it's saying here is, we know where it says choose Microsoft Sentinel, that is, it is using Sentinel plugin in the backend and getting information from Sentinel plugin, and it says, okay, it got information, got incidents. Where is that? I can't see any of them. Security table was looked up to answer your request. No relevant data was found. Right. Okay. If there was one incident was found and you keep asking follow-up questions, then you can combine all of those into and create a prompt book and save that. So in future, if you get a similar one, you can just run that prompt book. You don't have to keep typing. So that saves time for the security team. And here's, if you click on the sources, that's where you've got the plugins. You have all plugins, which is like you can gather information from. If you ask an IP related or a firewall rule related information, it will go to this plugin. That was the first step of the Copilot for security is. It determines which plugin to get the information from. And then, if it's like a Defender attack. So there's about, quite a lot of Microsoft plugins itself where it can go into your environment. You can easily toggle this on and off to enable and disable. So it doesn't actually go into the certain environments, right? And then you have non-Microsoft. This is where other companies can create plugins, right? So this IP geolocation, you see this free plugin. All you need to do is you have to go to this environment normally, and then create your account, create an API key, come and toggle this on, then go in there and you put your API key. Then you're basically connecting to that plugin. So you probably you have heard of Shodan. Shodan is looking at all of the CCTVs, everything that is online you can see. But you have a plugin for Shodan as well here. So URL scan Shodan here. Shodan can be just directly integrated now. And then if you need to, find information about your IP address, list of your company IP address, just shove in and then ask if there is anything on public. And you can call the Shodan plugin and see, and it can do all of that change. Instead of you going to that, tool and then doing all the research, it can do everything from here. So that's the plugin section. And you can also upload files for particular information. So, like internal policies, what needs to happen, Copilot's response. The filtering part is here. You can do certain, you can omit, make sure the results doesn't come on your prompt, because your engineers will be using it. Even if they have access, you can restrict certain information that is spitting out from this environment. So it's built based on those principles. I was actually planning to expose this API key into a GitHub and then look it up on here, but I couldn't. It just didn't have the time, to be honest. But yeah, you get the idea. You can do all of them from this one place now. That empowers the team. I sometimes don't have time to just dig into all of the details of a particular incident. All you can do is you can have many prompt books here, or you can even just train an entry-level security engineer to all of those research, because this tool gives that power now. So that's something that is that your IT teams or your clients' IT teams can consider using. That's pretty much it.
Security Copilot is its own access environment, right?
Yeah, sorry?
Security Copilot has its own access
Yes.
environment, right?
Yes.
And so is there any way, like certain controls, for example, within security team, certain people should not see the IP file, say for example, Azure firewall details. Is there any way possible we can control it?
So you mean the IT person? Because the person who is prompting security team itself. So that's one of the options, was that file, and then you have to do some, there's some here, but it's not up to date yet.
So everyone has its own.
Exactly, at the moment.
Control, right?
At the moment, it is like that. The only thing that I have tested out.
Or say for example, Azure Identity has its own RBAC, right?
Yeah.
I don't have access to Azure ID, but I do have access on Security Copilot.
You won't be able to get that.
No. I mean to say that I can log in on Azure AD.
Yeah.
But I don't have Azure AD IAM access.
Yes.
To manage AD.
Yeah,
So
true.
different things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So when I log in, any data related to Azure AD will be on
IAM, no, you will not get, because it works on the same principle of all of the copilots. If you don't have access to IAM, AD IAM, your copilot can't go there as well, because it's going as you.
Even the say for example plugin is enabled.
Even the plugin is enabled, you can't do that, because it needs access to go. It's just basically, does that, impersonation part, basically. Yeah. Okay then.
Can you put back on the slide the overall architecture?
This one. Yeah.
Here.
Mm.
Let's say.
Yeah.
How you control this one? How
That?
you control this one? And how you control this one?
Okay.
To get access to this one.
Gotcha. So from, I think my laptop is going to die, so I'll just quickly plug in the charger. Patrick, do you have 2 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah.
this is your Azure tenant.
Yeah.
So this is your VNet a network that you create, and when you put this, you can restrict access to this, because if you create this in a completely different
This is the
subnet,
VNet restriction access policy, access list.
that's it.
Only.
So NSG.
Okay.
NSG applies here.
Okay, okay.
Then you put this one in another NSG, and you can connect this using another private.
Okay. It's another one.
Yeah. So you can do either peering. If it's like only this and this, you could put these on two different ones. Because normally you'll have a hub and spoke architecture, right? So you'll have this in hub, you'll have this in spoke.
And now, why Copilot for security is outside?
Copilot for security is a completely separate service, right? Your instance,
Because we are creating this SCU.
SCU, exactly.
This SCU cannot be part of my tenant.
It's not at the moment. It is a new tenant, but it cannot be integrated into this network yet.
So it's a kind of service only, sir.
It is
external, yeah.
Because
it's a SaaS service.
It's SaaS, but it is computing. That's the
Yeah.
only reason you are deploying an instance. If not, you will be like, it will be like Microsoft 365.
So is there any private connectivity between that SaaS service and my VNet?
No.
No.
Then it's a public.
Public, yeah. It's public.
It's
all to internet.
It's on its own.
Yeah.
It's on its own. It's using
Yeah.
Azure backbone.
You have publicly to connect your tenant.
At no point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it uses the Azure
No,
backbone.
that's fine. It's a SaaS service. But when I want to connect to my tenant, it will be over to internet.
Internet.
No private through the Azure backbone.
Yeah, through Azure network.
Yeah, Azure network. They have internal network. But
private
you still
endpoint-
haven't got
private
the
endpoint
capability
is-
of connecting this to a private network.
Okay.
You know, when you get that, that will be the ideal scenario.
So private endpoint feature is not available here.
It's not, it will be the ideal, it should be this scenario because we have to be secure by this. And for me, when I see it like this outside my tenant, I say, what the hell you are doing?
So usually for
I cannot use it outside for me.
So for Azure backbone traffic, usually they provide the tags. So
Service tags.
service tags. Is it available there?
I haven't explored it, but
Then it's not Azure backbone.
it could, yeah. Let me just see, to be honest.
You're right, you're totally
Yeah,
right, yes.
yeah.
I think yes, if there is no tag, it
Then
means
it's
it's public
Then
service.
it's public. It's okay, no need to check. but
No,
just-
it's fine, it's fine. It's a good question. It is definitely.
Because all
something-
private connectivity, they provide service tags.
Yeah, you see,
Yeah.
when you go into this instance, all you get is IAM, right? So you can restrict your
Is a user access.
RBAC.
Yes,
Yeah,
access
that's,
list.
yeah, that's it. And then you have the, yeah, that's pretty much it you can do.
No, but when we deploy this, whatever Copilot capacity,
Yeah.
is it allowing us to select the?
No, no.
No.
Then there won't be
So-
any, then there won't be any service tag also, right? Can I use service tag at my VNet, like my OpenAI instance?
Yeah, it does.
Is there, right?
Exactly.
I have my network control,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes. So
if
from
there
here,
is-
in
maybe
here.
just Google it, Copilot service tags or something, then it will show something.
Cool, cool, yeah.
Security for Copilot.
So service tag for Copilot, maybe ask itself, you know?
Yeah. It will, no, it won't. It'll be, because it's all restricted.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
it's just inside and it's just providing that LLM access only, you know.
Then it's a big problem.
It's not a big problem, but it's like.
Yeah.
It's a very-
Still it's
There is
a
new risk.
GDPR.
There is new
It's
risk.
a, yeah, it's a very closed
You know,
environment, but you still
For me,
have.
because when you said that security for Copilot will get access to my Defender logs, my Sentinel logs,
Mm.
my Entra ID logs,
Everything.
and it's outside the tenant. It's like, oh.
No, yeah, it is still inside your tenant though. It's
It
still
should-
inside
yeah.
your tenant. So you know where you deploy your SCU is in your tenant.
The SCU is in my
in your tenant.
Yes.
So yeah.
But as a network service.
Exactly, it's
As a network service is outside. It's like purchase wise, procurement wise, yes, it's part of my billing.
Yes.
Only. This is the.
That's true. Thanks. So if I go to the settings in here, yeah, you don't.
Should be there.
You have the role assignment here.
Even the subscription ID is completely different than your tenant.
Because you see,
It's
this
a SaaS
is
service, so that is still
Totally,
acceptable.
yes, it's
This is a completely different, exactly, yeah. It's just, they're running the M365 Copilot in a computing unit.
Then
It is
you
like,
cannot guarantee it's a Azure backbone traffic. That's my point. If it is not serviced, it's not Azure backbone.
understood, yeah. We may be able to confirm that. So these are the role assessments that you have within SEU. So these are the areas that we can manage within the SEU once you deploy the SEU in Copilot for security environment. But your instance has only these options. So you don't have that network
So
option.
security is, for example, Copilot. Security Copilot, right, will be used by security team, my incident management,
Yeah.
SIM2 team, right? So they can assign either of these three roles only.
Yes, to manage this environment. You know, when you deploy this,
Okay.
When
Usually team will access that OpenAI prompt, right?
this one here,
Yeah, this security team will access the prompt.
this prompt, yes.
Correct. So
They will get Contra ID account, dedicated for accessing this one.
and what would be the access mechanism for that? Entra ID is, I have Entra ID, I am a
Yes.
part of security team.
Okay.
But what would be like, if I want to access this, how many type of roles, and is there anything specific for this?
This has to have, yeah. So there's.
You have MFA on it, no?
No, you need this one. So you have to, in your owner settings, sorry,
Because maintenance.
role assignment is there, right? So if the additional functions, this is basically to manage the SEU environment, exactly.
One guy is managing the infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's a different thing, but the
Another
support
guy.
guy is just accessing the OpenAI. What would your
You need a contributor, like I've given to myself. the same
operator,
thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
operator, yeah.
That is-
Leader and operator.
And then everyone.
Everyone is there also.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone is here. Everyone is the any key. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Great.
Is there a limit on the Copilot, like text, you can ask the questions?
This one? No. That's the best thing. That's why you pay $2,800 a month.
Okay, that means in context window, I can load the big log CSV file.
All of that.
And ask it to process it, it will do it.
Yeah, will do. The only thing is it will take time because
Yeah,
then
yeah,
it'll say increase my computing unit. When you go and
Exactly.
increase your computing unit, you
Not
just
that I
have to do anything.
Because I was about to ask you also, if I have existing SIM solution, which is totally not cloud, it's
Yeah.
on-premise,
Splunk or
I want to
something.
process it and see what.
You can send it here, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I was going to show earlier was,
There won't be any buffer overloading or something like buffer over.
well, it will basically ask you to
Payload or something.
increase SEU. You know, if you buy one more, it's gonna, they're gonna earn more. So that's going
And it's $2,800 per hour.
per month.
Per month.
Yeah, if you keep that instance running for months.
Because it was showing per hour on the system.
No.
Yes. I see something per hour.
Hourly cost is there. It's basically that'll be split. Where did you see that? Yeah, this is a month.
But unit basically is like, unit is basically an instance, right?
Huh?
Unit is basically instance, like say compute unit.
One instance. So yeah, I've seen, like I said, the simple query to ask to see in Sentinel how many incidents are there. It took a little bit of time. It took about 20-30 seconds. This is just with one SEU.
One SEU,
Yeah. So exactly. Yeah. And then you can send the logs from all the other sources.
So now, if I understand, Microsoft Azure, for their model of threat intelligence services they are providing, they are doing multiple SEU
Yeah.
on background.
Yeah, on the background.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is on that any unit you basically have to send the diagnostic log to your workspace, and then that can trigger. I don't know, my laptop is going to die, I think. Oh no, it's charged. Thank you. It's charging.
Currently, for this presentation, we are focusing Copilot security using this AI unit, right?
Hmm.
AI instance, but that could be any use case.
Any use cases, yeah.
So
I'm just
these are two different.
exactly. I've even got, like you see, this one is going to that the Sentinel workspace. I've got a Sentinel deployment already, and everything from here. As long as I enable the plugin there in the security Copilot, it can come here and grab all the information. So this is there. Seems to be slower. Patrick, the internet is becoming slower. Is that an indication that we need to wind this up? Okay then, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do we have one more session here or not?
Oh, yes. Two, I think. Still two.
So you're based in UAE, right?
Yes, in Dubai.
Dubai. And you run an IT company or what?
I'm working for Dubai as a solution architect.
Right.
And a virtual system. My official title is for Dubai Media Office, but I'm working across government.
Right.
64 entity of the Dubai government. I'm working with the Dubai police, Dubai municipality, all RTA, all the entity. I'm working with them as solution architect in order to kind of, because we have a Dubai Electronic Security Center. It's kind of my colleagues. I'm not officially from them, but I'm working with them in order to harmonize the government entity security posture.
Right. You're like umbrella man.
We are multiple guys, but yes, this is what we are doing. It's like an umbrella in order to make sure that everyone is on the same line, on the same level of security.
I worked earlier for Singapore government.
Yeah.
Same.
Good. What are you using behind
Tout de suite
UAE?
ou je pense qu'on attend un peu parce qu'à là, il est juste derrière. Ouais.
Infrastructure developed in-house. We have our own.
Oh, you think? Oh, it's really good. Yeah, it's so.
It's an in-house network.
In-house network.
Yes. That means the certificate has been generated by the government.
Right. Yes. Nicely integrated.
Yeah.
It's very light.
Yeah,
The license, everything.
At the federal level, they are managing it, but we are all.
Patrick, c'est toi quand
Owner of it.
c'est toi qui es en train de partager là? Pourquoi c'est branché avec toi sur ton PC?
C'est branché avec sur mon PC, ouais, comme ça c'est plus simple en fait, ça évite que les gens branchent. Je mets juste ton partage de slide et je prends le vidéo.
Tomorrow, Abu Dhabi go
Ah,
down.
juste partage de PC.
Ouais.
The other Emirates will work and will provide service to Abu Dhabi.
The government uses any public clouds or do you have the own?
No, we have our own.
Your own cloud?
Yes, private.
Private cloud.
For this kind of service, it's our own.
Right.
But we have entities that are using the cloud service.
Yeah.
I'm using M365.
Everybody
I am on Azure, you know, as a normal employee.
Based on
I have
classification, right? Certain things.
So at the end,
certain things.
the normal corporate service are there on the cloud. But business operation, business critical services, they are on the or on our own cloud.
Right. It's the most secure stuff. Yeah. You on LinkedIn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, not UAE.
Yeah, I would love if there is like kind of all Arab country coordination.
I think UAE can lead that.
No, because they are too much connected with US. Same as Saudi also, they are not really. They have too much tie with US. Qatar, yes, it was for some time a good idea because they were pushing for it.
So what's your name you just said?
Huh?
What's your name you just said?
Yes.
These have not been taking much photos. Somebody's missing. Yeah. One of my friends is also working, but he's working in Abu Dhabi. I don't know which government it is. He's also in IT. What I said, UAE can lead his own infrastructure and technology.
This is what they are planning to do, but see, we have Azure, we have AWS, but we don't have GCP. Now they are investing in Saudi, so it's like complete. It's like now the UAE is pushing GCP to come here.
Right.
They are pushing them, guys, you have to be here. But they are saying no, we are already investing 15 billion in Saudi.
They saw big market.
Saudi is bigger, yes. This is right. Saudi is bigger for them than here because what's happened there in Saudi, the kind of customer they have in entertainment services, gaming, media, it's more important there, and they are using GCP more than Azure or AWS. So,
and about the small business, that will be the biggest chunk. If you like to take a big country, they normally go for GCP.
You know, put it on AWS or like UAE. Put it on
AWS. Because they get the first one, and because they get the first one, they get the first big bunch of private companies. But
and also
Azure is keeping up by.
And also
slowly in Abu Dhabi, slowly in Abu Dhabi, I see migration. So I get request of transferring AWS to Azure infrastructure. We get a lot of requests.
Because it's easy to migrate in AWS, learning curve and all these things. Once stabilized, then either will be hybrid cloud or Windows also.
No, see, because Azure now, because of Copilot and M365. Only because of that. Yes, M365 and Copilot.
Whatever you use, you need that. Azure AD and M365.
Every HR, every finance, they said no, we need it. We need it. Even as he said before, the presenter said that make sure that the user is using it. If he's not using it, disable it. This one, they don't care. Give full access with no care.
The other because they are not strategic to read.
Yes.
You have the servers. You can't go to Linux immediately.
Yeah.
Then you just upgrade to the cloud version of that server. Then you upgrade your PC to a cloud version. So you can't get out of that trap.
That's the beauty of
marketing. Marketing plus all legacy, enterprise agreements and contracts and all this. It's just add-on, they're not going to go through new agreements and contracts.
We serve UK border. I look after their
Du coup, faut que tu coupes le haut-parleur sur ton PC. Voilà.
Je suis sorti.
Il faut couper ça, juste.
Ok.
Et du coup, dans l'autre salle, c'est qui? À ce moment-là, je te laisse gérer là et je vais aller...
Ça marche, ok. Sur ton PC, je regarde ça. Je gère ici.
Microsoft to create 365, it's and you know from where
c'est
peux
bon.
te mettre en ligne.
Ça m'a tout.
It's a broadcast software solution. Creative content. You create video, you create image, you create whatever graphics, etc. And Adobe, 20 years back, they understand that subscription model in the internet is the best to make profit. SaaS.
All products.
So at the end, Microsoft, they said these guys are clever because Adobe 5,000 people make
Okay.
$12 billion without doing anything, just licensing. So they understand that I have million users. Why I do not do same like them?
Thank you so much.
I have 3 with me.
Oh. You have 3.
Because every week I'm flying every week.
You
So.
forget. You have to buy another one.
No, I keep it with me because it's all the time when I need
Oh,
it.
nice.
So what they do, they have this license.
No, it's okay. It's fine. So, okay, first I want to check the camera. No, I don't want camera. Audio, I will define. Test.
And send it to India and 120. Any other country. They got the license. They work for that license. They have the business for 2.5 years without any income, just working on getting that.
Getting the license. When they get the license,
That's it. And they said they were running 6 weeks. We were running 6 weeks for it.
Okay, I'll show you. Okay.
But you open it and then you put this in.
Because they want to save money. They move to AWS workspace and whole service.
Oh.
That was my first project and our company's first cloud.
Thank you.
Okay, Halas, we go from UK. They completely closed their company.
Everything, yeah.
Only finance person in UK.
Your box.
Everybody knows him, Czech Republic, highest people. Now his coffee zone down. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Looking for an open plug.
Okay, we have one. But I will present here.
I don't want to plug it in there. It's like dangerous. Too many.
Okay.
1 week.
Just here.
Only 1 week.
Oh, he goes to this school?
Yeah, no, not this school. For the school now they have 1 week.
Ah, the 1 week only before.
March. First March.
Okay. Can't start.
Then 1 week before Ramadan.
Ça va, t'as appris quelque chose? Do you learn something?
You think it'd be okay if I unplug this thing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Charge.
Chouefat. Lebanese, French, Lebanese. Because I'm living there.
It's a school, it's not something you have not.
Yes, right. Listen to this. So, you're going to, you are speaking in Knoxville?
Not me, yes.
What's your talk?
Well, check on the web.
Oh, nice.
How to get started.
Yeah, this is like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
but
down.
the curriculum I don't know
Okay.
each grade.
And there is another thing.
One British and one American.
You want to talk about it, so about the data power platform.
Very nice, very nice.
They have a name session.
Oh, really?
Yes, they have two.
They have to have it, because it's, when it's the new.
Yes, it's data, because we talk about AI. People forget without data.
You can't do anything.
I mean, we were here for about 2 years and now we are coming again.
You are coming back.
We have to come.
Oh, you've
We've
got a few
explored
minutes?
places.
Yes, I have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab one.
Okay, I was waiting.
So it's education with schools are connected. And for now, we found a good school in Sri Lanka. They also have they have science. British curriculum. This one was an eye opener, Jamal, for me. Yeah, but at last time when you did that.
Okay, so it was my third session with Kuala Lumpur. Because I started with last year. So it moves to Kuala Lumpur and Colombo.
Yes.
Do you know about Chef? You work with Purview? You should know it. You know Purview when you want to select to protect, for example, to apply sensitive label on SharePoint side. The same thing, the container
Is there available?
It's it's available because it's like SharePoint document library, but it's not attached to one site, directly inside the phone. In preview, they say SharePoint site include the container. So, and also I think in the admin center you can get container on the admin center because it's
Okay, we can go.
So I will wait for Vanessa. She will come to the meeting.
You have your.
Le mic, le son est bon, le son.
Bon, il vient du PC. Je le prends du PC parce que.
Pas PC, ok.
Un coup sur deux, ça, c'est pas terrible, non.
Combien de minutes? Next time.
Okay, nice to meet you. What?
Okay. It's all linking.
Your session is after my session, yes?
Okay.
I'll send you what, yeah, I'll send you WhatsApp. Maybe you can, yeah. No problem. Okay.
I'll let you out.
Okay.
Or it's charging. It's 2%. I'll copy from you later.
Okay.
So go to charge.
So you are technical, you are developer, you understand technical stuff, okay? You are technical also? Yes. Technical business, technical. Usually I have attended business or technical, so I adapt my session. Yes. If you have any question during the
You go full
session,
technical.
you can ask.
You go full geek.
Deep dive.
So if I don't speak loud, you tell me, okay? Usually I use my microphone and you don't understand something.
We can hear you now, so I think we will be.
So today, thank you for coming to my session today. Today I will present a session about unlocking the power of SharePoint Embedded, and especially after the announcement of Copilot Wave 2 in September last year, 2023, 2024. And thanks to Microsoft for sponsoring this event. As you know, aMP event, they are community event, they are free event. So we need sponsors to sponsor this event. And we had the chance Microsoft sponsor this event. Usually they are other companies. Thanks for Microsoft. And our next aMP event, it's a community event based in France, and Patrick, the founder of it. And we have next event, we have one in this day in Nantes, in France, and next one in Africa, in Yaoundé. And there are other events. The slide is not updated. And also, if you cannot travel to this place, the event are hybrid, so you can watch it online, and you can also ask your question online. So, for example, the 13th of March, if you want to attend a session online, you can attend a session online, you can ask your question, and after attending the session, we check if there is a question online or on the session. So I will present myself. My name is Jamel Abed. I am Microsoft 365 independent, USA contractor. And I was born in Tunisia. I studied in Tunisia, North Africa. I live in France. I live in Belgium, and I work in France. It's very complicated. And I have been working with SharePoint since the year 2007. And I'm founder of two companies, one in Paris and one in Belgium. I delivered a session in USA, in Texas. They told me there is a city named Paris in Boston, near Boston. And they say Paris in France. And I'm Microsoft MVP. I have two categories on Microsoft 365 development and SharePoint. And last year I was selected almost the most active speaker of the year 2024. And you have my Twitter, XX, and my LinkedIn. You can scan it. And after this session, I will upload the session on Teams. You can download it and you can share it with your colleague at work and you can use it. So you can change my name, you can use it. You are free for it. And if you have any question about SharePoint Embedded, I will answer. You can ask me on LinkedIn and I will answer for please.
And this, my session during last year in South Korea in October. I had the chance, I delivered the session in the morning at Microsoft Office. Had a nice weather outside, and the speaker at the evening, they didn't have the chance of nice weather. So it's a real picture, it's not generated by AI. It's from Microsoft. So the agenda for today. So today I will talk about Copilot Wave 2. So what is the link between SharePoint Embedded and Copilot Wave 2? And later I will talk in general what is SharePoint Embedded, and I will talk in deep detail with the architecture, and I will share with you the concept and the cost of it. It's Microsoft product, there is a cost, there is cost, and I will compare with you what is advantage and disadvantage of this cost. And I will show you how to administrate SharePoint Embedded. And I will share with you, you are a developer, how to start to work with it. And then I will share with you some Graph API code. And if I have time, I will show you the demo, how it works. So, Copilot Wave 2, as you know, Microsoft has announced last year the major update of Copilot in September 2024. And from this update, they announced Copilot pages. Copilot pages, when you search something on Copilot, we can save this search result in a page, and you can share it with the other user. And this page is stored inside your tenant with the extension .loop, and you use SharePoint Embedded to store this file, this page. So I will show you how it's works. And also they announced Copilot agents. Copilot agents. All the people talk about Copilot agents. At any conference, you'll find many sessions about Copilot agents. And also, when you use Team, you have Team, we have Copilot everywhere. When you use OneDrive, Outlook, PowerPoint, and Word, and Excel. In this session, I will talk about Copilot pages, and I will show you how it's work behind the scene, how it's work. Copilot page, as you know, when you search for something, you have this button on the left. You can say edit in page, and here you have your page, and you can add many sections. As you see here, for example, there is 3 users that are working on the same table at the same time. And this page is stored inside your tenant in SharePoint Embedded container, and I will explain what is container. And also, we can access to this page on the Microsoft 365 landing page. We have a section here, page. You have this, you click it here, you'll find your page, your created page, and the page shared with you, so Copilot pages. Yeah. For example, here I search here for committee events. I ask Copilot, what are the next committee events for the year 2025? And this is why I will talk about SharePoint Embedded and how it's work behind this. If you have any question, I can answer. So I will not talk about what is Copilot Wave 2. I will show you how it's work for Copilot pages. So SharePoint Embedded, Microsoft has announced SharePoint Embedded in public preview in November 2023. As you know, there is for each product Microsoft, there is a private preview, public preview, general availability. For general availability, Microsoft has announced this in May 2024, almost 9 months. And all the content are stored in a container. We say it's, you know SharePoint, you work on SharePoint. If you want to compare container to SharePoint, it's like document library, but the document library is not attached, the container is not attached to one side. For example, in SharePoint, we have a site, and you can create many document library. On SharePoint Embedded, they have container inside your tenant. And SharePoint Embedded, when I wrote SPE, it's the SharePoint Embedded that allow you to create a SharePoint partition inside your tenant. We name this container. And all the containers stay inside your tenant. For example, if I took the example of Copilot page is an application developed by Microsoft. When you use this application is used by many customers. When you create your page is stored inside your tenant, not inside the Microsoft tenant. And we are talking about only document files. So like a document library, we store only files. So we cannot create like SharePoint list. And we have, it's like a document library, but inside your account, attached to one side. And also access by API. We don't have UI like SharePoint site to access to it. We need to develop an application to call Graph API to access manage your file. Okay? And also, like when you create a document library, you need to attach it to one site. The same thing for the container inside your tenant. All containers are linked to one container type. So one container type, it's like a collection of containers. So you cannot find inside your tenant one container not attached to one. It's impossible. It's only for each container, it's associated to one container type. And all the content available for your Microsoft 365 tenant. That means when you work when you use a document inside document library, like Word or like Office document, we can open this document online or with the desktop application, and we have many features like sharing and also the collaboration. If you want to work, many users want to work on the same file at the same time, the same way for the file stored inside OneDrive or SharePoint, it's behaved the same way inside SharePoint content, the SharePoint event content. And it's very important, this one, the storage for it. The storage for SharePoint embedded is calculated pay as you go. It's calculated when you develop your application, you use the container for the application. You pay the storage. I will show you, I have a slide about this, except the Microsoft application. For example, you use Copilot pages. The pages are stored inside your tenant, but you are using the load quota for your storage inside your tenant. Do you know how it's worked, the storage for your administrator for SharePoint?
For user.
For user. You have for each tenant 1 terabyte for free, and for extra user, we have 10 gigabytes. For example, you have a tenant for 100 users, we have 2 terabytes for free. When you exceed this 2 terabytes, you will pay extra. So I presented the station last year for one customer. He told me it's SharePoint, it's free, so no, it's not free. So we cannot store file for free. And as you see, if you are on your SharePoint admin center, we have this on the right, on the top right, and here we will see container. And we have the storage inside the container, and the container for Microsoft container, not for your application. And here, as you can see, I'm admin. I have the site, the SharePoint admin center. I have the section container, so you don't need to activate anything. You have SharePoint admin. Before in public preview, you need to activate the SharePoint embedded inside your tenant, but after the general availability, so you don't need to activate anything for this. And here I took an example. Here I have a container for aMP Dubai. Here, as you can see, all the Copilot pages are stored inside this container pages. And here it's the publisher, Microsoft, and we have the storage here. And as you can see here, the same here, for example, I have one tenant with 5 users. Yes.
So, this one shows which application is using Loop, and then we have aMP. Is it just used as a storage location, or can we just create an app itself?
Yes, for example, here I use it, for example, Copilot page. When I use Copilot page, it creates a container for all pages. For example, here aMP Dubai, I create one application in Azure, and I create a container type associated with this, and I create container it's associated. So I will show you how to create that application and how to associate a container.
What's the benefit of creating this container? If you create an application in Azure, what's the benefit of creating this container instead of creating a storage account in Azure? I'm just asking.
You don't have the security, so for example, if you have inside your company, it's when you develop an application, it's not for develop. You need also to advise the customer how much it costs this application for next year, for example. For example, I work in France with the customer. They have the nuclear plants, so we have project for 30 years. You need to know how much it costs when you run this application. For example, if you need just to store file, you don't need to apply security on it. You don't have sensitive label for your customer. It costs less expensive to use your storage than SharePoint site, than OneDrive, than SharePoint Embedded. And one other case, if you have one customer, they need to apply sensitive label for all documents inside their organization, and they're using every day the documents. So it's better to store in SharePoint site. For example, if one other case, if one customer, they need only to store file with security sensitive label, and they're using the file once per month. So why you are paying license every month for this user? It's better to use SharePoint Embedded Container, you pay as you go. And also when you work with the Power Apps, you need to store file. People what I'm seeing with the customer, they're using SharePoint to store files. So it's better to use Graph API to store files in SharePoint Embedded. And here, as you can see here, I have pages, and I click on the page so I can see the container. And the idea of the container is like this. I will show you in detail. And here, for example, I will just show you in which layer SharePoint Embedded is situated. As you know, our infrastructure is Microsoft Cloud. Microsoft Cloud is the first layer here. And then we have our platform as service. You will find in this layer Microsoft 365 Security, all the security apply for your tenants and your custom security role and compliance. And on the top of it, we have SharePoint Embedded. At the same level, we have SharePoint site and OneDrive. That means security for all the content for SharePoint Embedded, security are available for this content. And on the top layer, we have the experience. The experience is split on two parts. We have the custom application, your in-house application developed inside your company, and the application purchased from ISP or from other company. And on the right, we have the Microsoft 365 application. We have the Loop application, we have Designer, and we have Edge Workspace. You know about Edge Workspace. When you use Edge, on the left, on the top, you have the option to create workspace. Workspace is created when you are logged in your Edge with your Microsoft 365 account. That allow you to create a workspace with multiple tabs. For example, if you have multiple projects, you say I have 10 sites, you can create 10 tabs for each site. You can share it with other users, working on the same. Check with your Edge. I will show you later on Edge one. So we create workspace, and the workspace it's stored with SharePoint Embedded inside your tenant. And here I will show you before you know about SharePoint Embedded. We have two options to store file inside your tenant. So we have the SharePoint site, document library, and we have the OneDrive. OneDrive for each user. Each user has its personal OneDrive storage. And now we have SharePoint Embedded. So to access to this file, we have the option online and the Office desktop. So for the document library, you can open directly from the browser and the Office app. But for SharePoint Embedded container, we don't have UI for this. So we need to use Graph API. And which application and your application use Graph API to query the content inside SharePoint Embedded. If you compare the application, here I will take the example of Copilot pages, the Microsoft application. Use Graph API to store your file, your page inside the container page inside your tenant. And here I'll talk about the architecture. When you talk about SharePoint Embedded, we have the many notions. We have the application, we have the container type, we have the file storage container, we have the file. So I will detail this in detail. SharePoint Embedded application, it's Microsoft application. On Azure, we have the application, you create the application. By default, they have access to your content, like Copilot page. You can create a page. When you edit a page, you save this page. It can create the container and save the content inside it. And Microsoft has introduced a new Graph API permission for your application. This permission file storage container dot selected. And for each application, we associate this application to one container type. Then we can create many containers. So here, for example, when I have my application into API permission, we can find file storage.container. The file storage container, it's like a document library inside your tenant, not inside your SharePoint site. And here the ID is like this. For each container, the ID it's like this. And we can create, for each application, we can create a type of container. And we can create, we have a limitation, 100,000 containers for each application, for each tenant. For example, you can use Copilot pages, it's Microsoft application. It can create for each customer 100,000 containers. And if you have a need to increase this number, you can talk to Microsoft. They're open to increase this for each customer. And all the application container, we cannot find the container without a parent. This parent is the container type. And the access only with the Graph API. And we have the same experience when you work document inside the OneDrive, inside the document library. And for each container, you can store maximum 25 terabytes per container. Imagine you can create 100,000 and 25 terabytes. Anyway, you will pay as you go for the storage. And the container type, when you create container type, it has a unique ID. It's like for each tenant, we have an ID. We cannot find two tenants with the same ID. The same thing for the container type ID. And the container type, it's like this, like ID. I know it's too much information. So we have your application, the container type. For each application, you have only one container type, and then you create all your container others. And we have, when you create Azure application, we have single app application. You can use only for one tenant. And we have multi-tenant application, like the Microsoft Copilot page. It's multi-tenant application. It's used for many customers. And it's used to calculate the cost of your storage. And the file, not all the file are supported and SharePoint embedded. We can restrict also the file, it's like document library in SharePoint admin. And we can also create folder inside it's like the same thing like a document library, you can create folder, and inside this folder you can add your file. And you have the same feature for all files inside your organization. And here, for example, when I upload a file inside the container, for each file, we have an ID like this. So it's very important, this ID, so you can query the file not by the name or the link, but we have an ID. It's very useful for people who work with Power Apps and store file inside SharePoint embedded container. And here I will share with you when you work with SharePoint embedded, we talk about developer tenant, the tenant where the application registered for developer, like for example Copilot page, the provider tenant Microsoft. We have the consumer tenant, your tenant where the application uses, like when you use Copilot pages. And we have the scenario with single tenant application. You can develop your own application inside only one tenant. And you have the multi-tenant application. So inside your organization, you can develop application used only for your organization. But you can develop application you can sell to other organizations. It's okay? Let's check how much time I have. Okay, it's okay. And here I put an example for here. For example, I put two applications and three tenants. For example, on the left side, this application is used by only one tenant, And here on the right, we have two tenants, and they are using all the application tool. As you can see, the data stay all the time inside your tenant. If I take the example of Copilot pages, Copilot page here on the right, so it's a Microsoft application, and all your pages stay inside your tenant. I think it's.
Does the retention apply to the containers? Do you create unique policies for that?
Yes. When you use for review, it's not under the SharePoint site section. So
Got it. Okay, good.
you can apply sensitive label.
Okay, great.
You can apply sensitive label on file.
On the file level and
on the content.
Got it.
I don't think the document level you can apply sensitive label, no. But for the container, you can check. You can apply sensitive label on it. And we have the permission also. The permission, we have 4 levels of permission. We have the owner, the manager, editor, and the reader. The owner can delete the container and everything, and the manager can only add file, and he hasn't the right to delete the container. Editor can only add content, and the reader can only read. As you know, in SharePoint, classic SharePoint, we have many levels of permission. We have permission on site, for example, on document library, on folder, on items. So some use case say, yes, I want to use unique permission for this folder or document library. So I say break the inheritance. So unlike SharePoint, SharePoint embedded, we don't have this feature. So we can only add, delete, or edit the permission for each container, for each file. So. And also we can apply custom property for the container. When I compare this to document library, the property for the document library, the title and the description. But in the container, we can apply as many we want the property. So this property it uses like metadata for our application. If you want to search one container by this property, for example, you want to search document library by the title, the same thing here, we can add many property. And if you want to switch on the search for this container, we have a property, it's searchable true or false, and it can use it for the query. As you can see here, I have one container, and here I add one property, department, and this value, for example, this I said finance department. And I said I can search this container when I use the query for it. So we have more options than the document library for it. So and also we can, it's like the SharePoint document library, you can add fields for your document libraries. So at this time, only this type of field are supported. We have Boolean, that type, currency, choice, hyperlink or picture, number, person or group, and text. And here we don't have lookup. We don't have lookup for SharePoint library. So it's like a SharePoint document library, but it's not attached to one side. So it's in your tenant. So the administration, when you want to admin SharePoint embedded, we have many options for it. We have PowerShell, you can use PowerShell. You can use your SharePoint Admin Center, and also you can use Microsoft Purview and Microsoft Graph API. And here, for example, Microsoft has introduced a new administrator role. So they say, yes, you want to separate, if you want inside your organization, you want only one administrator to manage only the container without one SharePoint site. So they add a new role. The role is SharePoint Embedded Administrator. So here, for example, I have the admin center of SharePoint for the global administrator, the classic one. So as you can see on the left, I have everything. This user can manage SharePoint site and also the container. And on this screen, I have the same link for the page for the admin center. But for this user, he has only the right to manage content. So you can separate the role inside your company, who admin to SharePoint site, who admin the content. And the cost. I delivered this session last year in Kuala Lumpur. They are waiting only for this slide, how much it costs. So we have two types of SharePoint embedded. We have the classic, the free SharePoint embedded, the container type, and we have also the pay-as-you-go. So for each tenant, we can create a free container type. The container is valid 30 days. We can, I remember, we have the application, we have container type, and the container. So we can create a container type associated to one application. And it's valid only 30 days. We can create maximum 5 containers. For each container, 200 megabytes, combined with 1 gigabyte. And if it's expired after 30 days, we can delete and create a new. So Microsoft want to all the users test it without paying for test purpose. And we have pay as you go. You can pay as you go. If you have data inside, you will pay for it. And how it's calculated? So it's calculated by storage, and the unit is gigabyte per day, and by call API. So when you call your content, you will pay. You will pay for it, and it's by call. It's the unit like this.
Either way, read or write, read, pushing, and pulling. You get
pay.
charged either way.
Sure.
Okay.
So this is why you need to calculate how much it costs. And as you know, Copilot query your site, your content all the time. You will not pay for Microsoft from this code. You will pay only for the code from your application. So you have your application.
Yep.
When you call your content, you will pay for this.
Okay.
But like for the call, Microsoft's code, you won't.
But if I just use the Graph API to call it to test it, I won't pay for that.
It's application users, you pay for this.
Okay, got it.
So the pay, not the standard version. And this cost, when I multiply this, I calculate this for 1 month, is 20 cents per month. You know 20 cents what represents? It represents the cost when you exceed the free storage in SharePoint. So when you exceed the free storage, we pay 20 cents per month. So here is the difference. Here, as I said, if you want to develop an application and you have to access the file every day, so store it in SharePoint site. So you will pay 20 cents when you exceed the free for it. But we want to develop an application, but you want to access the file. For example, I have a need with my customer. You need to use the application for 25 years. So they have the construction of the nuclear plants, and the project is from 1 year to 30 years. Imagine for 30 years, you will store file, and you need to apply license for each user per month to access to this file. So you will need to pay license, for example, 100 users for each month. If you want to use the SharePoint site and use the class query, multiply this for 20 years. And in this case, it's better to use SharePoint embedded, and you will pay as you go. So you will pay only when you use the file, and when you use your application. It costs less expensive. And if you want to don't use security, store it in the block storage. It costs less expensive. And here, if you want to start develop with SharePoint embedded, so we can use SharePoint embedded Visual Studio Code, and you can find the extension SharePoint embedded. You can search for it. Once installed, we can create I'm showing how to use the free version of SharePoint embedded. So you have the standard version. You need to create your application, and Azure, you need to create a container type with PowerShell, everything. And here, when you use the extension will create the application, will create the container type. The extension will associate the application with the container type, and you can create your container there. And also, if you want, you need the Graph API. So you will find with this link all the Postman collection. Do you know Postman? Postman will use to test your query and everything. So you will find all the query useful for your SharePoint embedded with this link. So you can download it and put it for your Postman. And also, when you use the extension, you can export the environment configuration for your Postman. And here I'll show you how to create container type. If you want to create container type with PowerShell, you need to connect your SharePoint admin URL. And here we have this PowerShell command. You can specify attribute trial container type and the name and the application ID. This one is free, the free version. But if you want to create the standard container type, you need to specify your Azure subscription, the resource group, and your knowledge. Any questions?
You said you can have a one-to-many, one application, many container types. Can you have that relationship?
Not many container types. For each application, we have one container type, but you can create a container, many containers.
Many containers,
Many
yes.
containers.
That's it, okay. So one application, one container type, many
Many containers.
containers, got it.
So when you compare to SharePoint site, you can the container type your site, and the container take the methodology.
Yeah.
And here, for example, we want to retrieve a container type. We have this PowerShell command. If you want, I will show you on demo how it's work, and we have all this in the slide. So I think I have time.
What happens when you exceed the 25 terabyte? What happens?
I think I didn't test it.
Yeah, you're right. What happens? Does something get deleted?
I think if you ask this question to Microsoft, they will not answer. They will not.
I don't know.
They don't know. So they never. They didn't ask. They didn't. I done many events of Microsoft about SharePoint Embedded, and no one asked about this. So we'll try to upload 25 gigabytes. Yes. Okay. So here I will show you. Here, for example, I have my SharePoint Admin Center. And here, as you can see, I have here the active container. I have my container with aMP Dubai container 1 and pages used for Copilot pages. As you can see, I have the sensitive label here. So you can apply sensitive label for your container. Okay. So I will do like this. And also, this is so, and here I have my application, I have my the permission for it, for the Graph API. And I will show you with Postman. So here, for example, I have the extension. So here I'm the admin. I log in to my Microsoft 365 account with my my account. And here on the left, I have my application, the name of the application, aMP Dubai. 2 because I tried to create many before this session. And here when you right click on this application, we can export all the configuration. In this file you will find the application ID, the tenant ID, the container type ID, and all the information, and you can import it to your Postman. And here in Postman, for example, here you can use many environments. For example, here if I check, I import it here, and I have, as you can see, I have the container type ID, I have the client ID, the tenant ID, the tenant name, and the URL, and everything. So here I did nothing. So I'm using the free version. I use the extension to create the application, the container type, and I export it to Postman. And in Postman also, I use the collection here. For example, if you want, here in the collection, we have a section for container, for file, for search, for security. For example, here, I want to query my tenant. I will say, find me all the container associated with this container type. So as you can see, for container type, I have the ID here. So I will send the query. And the same thing when you develop your application, you will use the query. Okay, thank you. You'll use this query to query your content. So as you can see here, I have only one container associated with this container type. So and here I have the property, the ID. As you can see, the ID it's like this. And also the property is searchable. Is searchable
It's not here the property, but we have the creation date, the container type ID, and everything. And also, when you want to create a container, you can specify. For example, here I want to create the second container. I set aMP. For the property, for the attribute, I need the display name, description, and the container type ID. So I need to create a container associated to one container, or one container type. Container type. It's like when you create a document library, you say in which site you will create it. And here I will send the query. The query will create the container. And here, as you can see, I have the container created. The same thing when you use your application. You use the same query. Here, if I refresh this page, I will see I have a second container created. Here I have my container. And also, if I want to, for example, I will take this ID because I need it. For example, if you want to upload the file here, search, for example, the query upload. So here I have the query. So here you can upload the file. So you can use binary here. So you can upload your file. And here, as you can see, we have the ID of the file. So I have time, it's okay? Okay. Okay, we'll move to. If you have any question about the deal, okay. Sure.
I will have a question. So, since I go back to the 25 terabyte.
Okay.
Since it's SharePoint, like a document library.
It's 25 terabytes
It's
also.
25 terabytes.
Same thing.
Does it account for versions in there still, like?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a control to trim the versions? Like to not hold so many versions?
I think you can do it. Same thing, we have the same option for the versions. I didn't try it, but we have this.
Yeah, mainly because if I just have one stored version or whatever, maybe I should.
We'll not use so many stuff.
Right, exactly. So that's what I understood. Yeah.
But yeah, we can do it also.
Yeah.
I didn't try it, but we can do it. Any questions? Okay. So I will share with you this this presentation. So here in my slide, so I put many queries, so you can, it's useful, so we can, how to create a container, what is the result, how to update a container. For example, here I want to update the container, I want to update the display name description. So once updated, the query results. The same if you want to search for the container, you can search by PowerShell and Graph API. As you can see here for Graph API, it's still in beta, but there is a version 1.0, so it's 1.0. And also when you delete the container, it's like we have a binary for this, we have recycling bin for this, and it's I think 30 days, so it's like when you delete the file, also the same thing. Okay. And also when you work with the review, we have retention, many organizations, if you delete something from document library, you need to put this for 7 years. So the same thing, it's work for them. It's why when you work with the reviewers, you need to know this how it's work. And also when you want to remove delete the container, we have to remove and we can do restore. So you can find the slide. So here how to delete it with the Graph API, and also to manage permission to create, to update, to delete. And to the custom property, how to add property for your container. As you can see here, I add one property, tags, and the value northwind, and search for true or false. And you can how to get file. All this query you can find it with the Postman collection. And the demo. And I share with you some resources you can use it. And there is an how to set up your SharePoint embedded dev environment. And thank you. I hope you understand and you know something new. I attend also a session. If something new, it's not. If you don't understand 100%, at least 20, 30, 45, 50%.
Yeah, no, it's good, it's good.
You know there is something new. And also, when I present session, my attendees, they are administrator.
Yeah.
And they didn't check what is contained on their admin center. It's the same thing for preview also.
When you do the edge one.
Yes, I will show you what's
Yeah,
okay.
where does that one,
Yeah,
that's
also-
also stored in your Azure?
Yes, it's stored in Azure, but I don't know in which container also, how it's work with Microsoft. And here, as you can see here on Edge, you can create workspace. And here, for example, I have workspace here, for example, for the event. I create workspace for all the events worldwide. If I click here, it will open all the community events worldwide. So, and also if you are working with a project with many colleagues, so you can share this tab for each project. It's here in Edge when you are it's here, for example, I have events, and as you can see, so I only opened, and it's stored inside your tenant. So. Okay. 44 minutes, so it's okay. Now it's your session, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to.
Thank you so much.
I hope you learned something.
This one? Is this one you
Yeah, this
use?
one, yeah.
Okay. I'm walking right in front of that.
So on Teams, you have the speaker guide. You have the link to how to share your screen.
Okay.
Use MC.
So tight. There we go.
You plugged the.
Did I plug the wrong thing in?
No.
Oh. Okay, perfect.
You want to duplicate or you want to extend your screen?
I'll duplicate just fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
And you need to.
Jump in the meeting?
Yes, on Teams you have the.
Yeah, let's see. I think I've got.
Speaker.
Oh, here we go.
It's very easy.
Yeah. Let's see. Go
And the
into.
speaker room and check files. Files.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay. And here the guide, there is a speaker, the third.
Speaker guide.
And you'll find the link for room 1. So.
Got it.
And, I think on the third page or second.
Here we go.
Second, other page. Yeah.
This
Room
one?
1, room 1.
Close all my other stuff.
Nice. You don't need to share the screen.
Let's see. Except, so I don't
Yes.
have to do mic? No?
No, you don't need to.
Enter. How do I do it? No mic or no camera? Doesn't look
Try allow. You will not use it. So.
All right, I'll shut it off.
Okay.
Because this is recording, right?
Yes. They're already plugged in here. So.
All right, so I'll shut off my, how do I mute? Allow this time, never allow, I don't know.
I'm alone all the time, but.
Yeah, it's integrated. Use, I don't know.
Try don't allow.
Try allow?
Try allow anyway, so.
Anyone?
Try allow, so.
Okay, I'll try allow.
And here you need to write your name. Just to and to enter studio, and to need to mute only the computer. So that's it. And here we need to share the screen, present. The third one, share screen. Yes, share screen. Okay. And here the third one, the third tab. And here you will share the same screen here and
Yeah.
okay, so it's okay. That's okay. Here I will put you online. So
Can I borrow your presentation mouse?
yes, okay.
Oh, look at that. It's like, I don't need that. We'll start.
So we need just to plug it and use it.
Yes, thank you so much.
No, it's okay.
Just making sure it's safe.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Tell me when you're ready.
Protection data from cyber attack. You just I will ask Patrick.
What was that? This is it?
I think so.
Oh my goodness.
I think so.
That's great. I'm waiting for, I think he told me to wait for a second. I don't know if I'm waiting.
Maybe he's doing something online.
Yeah. I'm like, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I could start, but I think he's in.
Is your almost?
Oh, yeah, you can
I
start.
can start? Okay. Is anyone on?
Online?
Yeah.
It's
If they're not, then that's.
not yet.
Okay, great. We're good?
So we can start.
Okay, great. Thank you guys for being here, the last ones of the day, right? My name is Vanessa Tovis. I am a Microsoft 365 Solutions Architect. So I've been working with Microsoft technology since the first version of SharePoint on-prem, SQL Server reporting services, all of those fun things, and followed that up into the cloud. So I really have kind of shifted a lot of my focus to talk about data security. Knowing what everyone is doing, what you do and what you build, it's important. And so, of course, thank you to Microsoft for our sponsor. We appreciate it always. It's always great to go to be able to come here. It's my first time in Dubai or in the UAE. First time in Dubai is wonderful. I've had a wonderful experience. So you have a great country. It's wonderful. Okay, let's just talk about the data now. All of the things you are doing and learning about how to extend, like in the last one, using even SharePoint embedded, it's a lot of investment that goes into what is in 365. But you have to know that the tenant is not immune from attack. Okay, that's if you leave here with only one thing, it's understanding that your tenant is not immune. And so, any of you listen to the Digital Defense Report? You heard of that? Yeah. Report gets released every single year. It's the 5th year it's been out. And that report, Microsoft releases that, talks about the threats to the ecosystem. And these aren't These aren't little things, these are all the big things, the trends, what is occurring, right? The things that they've had to do over the last year. The biggest thing to know is criminals love SharePoint too. Who would have thought that they have shifted not to just attack SharePoint, but they're using SharePoint in their attacks now. So I think it's amazing that the platform has taken off. It is absolutely awesome. You get Power BI, Power Apps, all the Power Platform. But it's more of a target-rich environment now. And with more companies, like today, I met, earlier today, I met with a couple of big organizations here. All of their data is going into it. And so we have to know what we're facing, and we have to know what our place is in a cyber response, and what our security team is going to ask, because you have a lot of information, but you need to understand, what is the impact of encryption over time for your files? How's it going to affect you, right? Why is it important that you understand adversary in the middle? Right? And that all these threats, every single year there's new, and every single year there's just more. So these threats don't go away. Last year, remote encryption was 60%. Now it's 70. And so you have to just always think about how many more customers there are this year than last year. So it's not that there's just 70 and it went up 10%, but all of these new customers bringing their data, and now it's 70%. So remote encryption, you have to think about things like OneDrive, and how OneDrive can be used, and how remote encryption is going to affect your data. Adversary in the middle, QR codes. QR codes are the new fun thing. You go to, I think this happened at the Super Bowl last year. A company had a big print of the QR code, and it was malware. Someone hijacked that print, changed the QR code, embedded malware. So when you even think about what your users are doing, you want to instruct them where to generate the QR codes. You need to have safety in the data. When they embed that and create these presentations, or if they go print and use Vistaprint or any of these printing places that you source the data, know what we're up against. Last year, the Digital Defense Report, say 60% of attacks were ransomware, and that was up 200%. So all of these things that are in this Digital Defense Report affect all of the stuff that when you go to sleep, someone is trying to do something to your data, gain access to. Right? MFA fatigue attempts. So the two big things about the attacks. The attacks are identity attacks, compromised credentials, or the compromised endpoints, laptop, desktop. Right? The malware comes through a link someone clicked in an email, stays there, and the laptop is quiet. Then it does what it needs to, traverses over the network. It goes into your OneDrive, goes into SharePoint, they're using OneDrive Sync, all of that. MFA fatigue attempts, those are the things now where the compromised credentials, that's the big one. You still have compromised credentials, so you have to put this umbrella over your identity layer, by all means. But there's millions of, it says only 6,000, but there's millions of transactions that are underneath. And this is only Microsoft's step. There's other platforms that do identity, like that have access to your tenant. That's like Okta. So these attackers, they're coming in, they're stealing your identity, and then they're gonna do something to the data. All right, so this is the part 2 where you can trick. Pressing the button, nothing. It's okay, it's okay. I can just go over here too. I'll go stand. Oh, it came out magically.
Yeah.
Or it could be just frozen. There we go. So
be prepared. You need to understand the threats to the ecosystem. As much as you're here learning about other things, you need to know and be able to ask your teams, your IT team, your security team, all of these questions. How are we going to make sure that all of this stuff we've just built is not, we've migrated a manual solution and now the company is hooked to it. But then if we get attacked, what happens? Right, so let me go back this way. So when your company experiences an incident, normally there's a team, right? There's an incident response team, cyber incident response team. And usually, the bigger the company, the more people there are on that team. That's people across not just technologists, they're risk management, compliance, legal, so the business communications. Right, so there's actual roles that are, when security teams become formal, they have these different roles. Maybe it starts with 4 people and they spread the roles, but maybe, you've got 30 people now on the incident response team. And so this is where you need to know who's involved, and maybe your incident response team for your organization isn't exactly like this, but this is typically what's going to happen, right? You've got the threat monitoring, and in the threat monitoring, you have no idea what they are what your IT team is looking at. What are you monitoring? Because you have access to a lot of data. And you can also help them, because if they're not monitoring anything, that's worse, right? You need to understand what is our incident response plan for Microsoft 365, because we have just migrated 4 petabytes of data, and we're going to go build some apps, and we're going to go do all these things, right? So understand what that is, and then understand what in your tenant they're actually accessing for information. So all throughout an incident response, you have like incident analysis, scope and containment. Those are things that you also have. What are you doing in there? So you have alerts that you can create. People stop creating I have this job today because companies were not using what they have licensed to secure their own environment. I just saw it over and over and over. I don't need to do that. We don't need that. It's the cloud, it's Microsoft. I love the platform, but you have tools to do, and you have data that you can access and provide and say, IT security team, security, InfoSec, whatever your security team is called. I want to know how we can configure these things and shift, send that information on to you. Know what this is, because you have the compromise, whether it starts at the endpoint and goes to the cloud, or is cloud and goes down to the endpoint, right? Or is the account compromise is cloud to cloud. So what happens here is the big ones that affect the tenant, your tenants, federated trust, account synchronization, and admin accounts. Admin accounts still today. Even though you might think that you're free, admin accounts are still doing that. So the compromised credential, the problem with this is the world now is integrated. You see, we know that SSO really took hold because users are sick and tired of resetting passwords. So we love SSO. Great. But now here comes the cloud, and here comes all these cloud services. And now we're using Microsoft and our identity services layer to access these other tenants. So if we experience a compromise, the compromise isn't just only accessing your data. It's accessing your ecosystem because of your architecture, right? So we need to know how we play together, what we need to do. Absolutely, let's hope. If you're not part of the configuration team, the ones that admin 365, you need to know how it's secure. Are you using conditional access policies? What is our audit policy alert? How long are you holding that? Where are you keeping that data? Security team, are you looking at this data? Are you creating alert policies? Monitor, 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 and here's all these things, but no one that uses it knows about it. No one that could use it knows about it, right? So we need to elevate our own game about securing this. Now, the other thing you have to do is, I work for a data protection company, right, called Druva. I'm not here to sell you Druva, but I'm here to tell you what to do with vendors who access your tenant. You need to know any vendor who's going to use and hook up and deploy apps, right? Who are going to use your Graph API. What are they going to do to, what's their protocol? You're fine. I'm yeah. So you need to understand too and elevate your game about your vendors. What's your protocol? You are pulling data out of our tenant or whatever the application. How are you going? What's your cybersecurity policy? Can you roll back? What are you, what's your policy storing our data? As you connect to our tenant, how are you going to ensure that there's that data is secure, right? So, let's make it sure on this one. Yes, absolutely. You need to know about your tenant. You've got to, there's some good reporting that's out there, that's, that you have access to, but when you're dealing with cyber recovery, you need to understand, like I had a customer, and there's a lot of data, decent amount of data, over 50% of the storage was in only 12 sites. 50% of the 19,000 site collections was so much data, but really it came down to one site collection. 13, is that 13 terabytes? Yes, that's right. That's a lot of data to put in there. So you must kind of maintain and understand, because to even recover that, the time alone takes, like to have to deal with a big site collection like that is very slow. So you really need to look at the architecture of your own, set your own limits, and know, if I need to recover this site, I want to recover it within X amount of days or X amount of hours. What's an SLA for that? You can't have 13 terabytes, or in some cases we've had, 7 million files in a document library, in a site. So it's there, there's nothing wrong with that, but you need to understand the impact of that on recovery, right? So understand your tenant, you can extract it, you can get PowerShell anywhere. The other thing is Entra ID. You can go to Entra ID and go look at the data and say, yes, these are all the number of accounts, but it's really hard to understand peaks. You only have one point of time. So you need to have an extract, or in our case, right, we back up Entra ID. You need to have an extract of prior points, because here's what's going to happen in a cyber event. The InfoSec team is going to knock on your door and they're going to say, hey, I need to know what's the accounts about all these accounts. And you're like, well, what do you need to know? Because I can do PowerShell a week, except if I've experienced a systemic identity attack. You have no access to the tenant. So you need to extract this data. You extract any metadata to keep safe once a week about your tenant, about Entra. You need it outside of your tenant, because otherwise, anything else you're dealing with, you have no visibility. This was another customer where I did like a quarterly review with some of our larger enterprise customers, and I was getting ready and I said, wow, on this day we had a peak. So this is preserved users. They had preserved accounts. And I showed them this and I said, do you have, was there something that occurred? We checked our logs and we checked everything. Everything was fine. So there's no error that we saw. We just saw a peak and then it dropped back down. So when a company cannot justify or provide an answer for that, that's dangerous. So we said, what happened? It took them a week to find out what happened. They talked to everybody. big insurance company. So what that was someone wrote PowerShell to update a group and the users and the properties in the group. But the problem was there was a dynamic distribution group inside, right? So there's now, didn't realize that there were so many users really associated to that. It went, updated, we ran our backup on our, we run it twice a day. We pick up this and we automate, a lot of our stuff is integrated. So if you tell us a user is termed, we're going to hold that user's data and preserve that. And then all of a sudden it was gone, like a day later. They changed it back. Because the admin probably got tickets saying, hey, I can't access my account, right? But they didn't know this. This is a danger sign when you don't have that kind of accountability for the Entra ID, for the things on the identity services layer, right? So we'll continue. So in there, you have to also think about the incident analysis phase for the security team. You have to be able to give them more than just user data. Tell me about the devices, tell me about the roles, what did the role look like on this day? Because what they're going to say is, we think we've experienced an attack. That attack could have occurred 2 weeks ago, maybe between these 2 dates, possibly these 2 dates. You need to do a comparison in there. And so you have to have extracts of your Entra ID and multiple objects. As a good example, one customer, they had no idea that someone had changed the underlying definition of a role. That's what happens with compromised credentials. Someone compromises, they stay, and this is what the digital defense report is telling us, what these attackers are doing. And all you have to do is realize that, oh, yeah, so they actually compromise a credential. They're not going to go start deleting stuff. What they're going to do is they're going to prepare. They can be preparing, doing their own queries about your data. Where do you have sensitive data? Where do you have labels, right? What site collections, what OneDrives? And then they're going to start making small changes that maybe alert policies don't see. I'm going to go change an unchecked totally unchecked roles. Right? So extract your data so that you can provide this data to your security team for them to do this analysis. What happened on this day? What happened on this day? The other thing that you have to consider too is the difference between what Microsoft has, which is user behavior. Vanessa logged in here. Vanessa deleted these files. Vanessa tried to log in from Australia, right? Impossible travel alert. That's user behavior. There's a lot of the security that's in Microsoft today that's really based upon what I individually do. What you also have to consider is what the data is doing, right? So what I mean by that is this file that I've been working on for, let's say, 2 months, iteratively. And think about this pattern. I walk in every day and I have my laptop bag, I put it down here, I have my keys, I put it in a little, right? Then I walk straight into the living room. Hello, family. But one day, I walk in and I just go right. So that's the pattern of data. And that's different than Vanessa, the object of me as a user. Your data goes from, you have patterns of data, like for a file, for any of that. And so you need to know and be able to see and monitor, well, what's my data doing? It went from, why is it that Vanessa had, all of a sudden had some encrypted files, not the whole thing, because encryptions are occurring over time and quietly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These encryptions that are happening now are not someone coming in and trying to give you a sledgehammer of encrypting your entire OneDrive. They're going to files that you haven't touched, encrypting it. And they're staying underneath the threshold of Microsoft's own alerting so it doesn't fire off. So the things that we do as a data protection company, you need to also have any kind of analytics about your files for you to be and understand what is physically happening to the data. Right? So what we call ours is like unusual data activity. Because we back up metadata, we back up file size, we back up everything and understand that we have the historic data change of the file. File grows, small increment changes, small increment changes. Then the file actually goes and maybe drops 50% in size. And then keeps going, right? So you need to understand data patterns of what's happening in your data. The other part of an incident response is scope and containment. So what scope and containment is what you don't realize is that you have to, someone has to clean up the bad data in your tenant before they recover data. Otherwise, you're just restoring possibly over and iterating versions, and you're leaving the corrupted and encrypted data in place. And so what you need to consider and what you need to have access to is a file level repository to say, oh, these were all the files that were not, that had malware. Whatever, you need a file level thing. That how did you understand that you need you have 32 of your 19,000 site collections that need to be restored? The largest one being like a 4 terabyte site. There's 500,000 files in total, and of that, there's only 1,300 of your 7,000 users that were affected. That is the level of information that you are going to face. If your company is hit, you're going to land in a conference room, and they're going to say, well, how do we know what to fix? Right? How do you know where to go? So you need historic data and data protection. You need to back up your data, period. Whoever you use to back it up, I don't care. But I'm just saying, if you don't have it, you've got no prior point to recover and nothing from there, right? Right, so we only have a couple more slides. So recovery and remediation, this is the part where I just probably jumped ahead. The recovery and remediation. So everyone, have you heard about cyber insurance? Okay, so cyber insurance, one of the conditions of most cyber insurance is that you have to prove that you've cleaned malware or whatever it is. You've cleaned all of that. And so you actually need to provide data and provide proof that you're okay to move forward. So when you're doing that, this is the part too, especially when you think about the nesting of files potentially throughout a library. And not everything, in looking at what Microsoft is talking about, the encryption, not the entire site collection or the entire OneDrive or the entire document library is encrypted. It's not like that anymore. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very specific. So when you're talking about recovery, you want to get back fast, number one, but you also need to get back fast and make sure that what is in there is clean, and you have to clean it out, right? For you, you need whatever so when I was a consultant, even on the on-prem, I had to do software selection on backup. You need to have your own checklist of what you need to do, and you need to represent Microsoft 365 with the backup team. 98% of all the calls I get on is a backup admin. And they have no idea about the tenant. So you guys need to represent the tenant. We use SharePoint for this. We use Power Apps. We use this. We need to back up these things. You have to do that. You have to be involved and test. Can you recover a file? A file with metadata. Can you recover the sensitivity label? Can you recover a folder? Can you recover, right? Any of those things. You know the use cases the best. The backup admins are the ones that I need to back up. They don't understand the intricacies. So you need to represent that and represent the role, your role. So we'll talk about, we only have a couple more slides. We'll talk about encryptions, right? And what is occurring. This is also why you know what's been built in your tenant. You know that there's an M&A, mergers and acquisitions, contract site. There's a legal site. You've done a big Power Automate, and you've gone all through this, and you've migrated maybe out of Ignite and into SharePoint, save the company money. Right? You know what's in there. Now, encryption isn't always about just gaining access to what's in the data. It's actually sometimes to just disrupt you from accessing the data. That's the ransomware aspect, right? So they're going to lock you out, but then the encryption occurs over time. So it could be 1 file, 4 files, 3 files, slowly and quietly over in the background, which means even when you have backup that has normal backup, that the recovery aspect now becomes more complicated, right? More complex. So when you're looking for vendors, you need to know how they're aligning their recovery use cases with that. Yes, I can restore. Yes, I can restore a file, a site, a OneDrive, the list, the calendar, the mailboxes. Yes, how do you deal with encrypted over time? So like this feature in Druva is something like the curated snapshot. So you build a snapshot, and in there it goes and gets the last good clean file, and then you recover that. But that last good clean file was built looking at 2 weeks of data, 2 weeks of snapshots. So when you are involved, and you guys of all people understand the implication of, or like say legal contracts, that legal team has worked on this contract, and yes, you're backing it up, but then you go to recover and you're like, oh, you've got some bad data, so I'm going to restore back 2 weeks ago. All the work that they've done in these individual files are extremely, right, it's lost. So they've lost that data. So you need to understand what it means to limit the impact by finding and piecing together at a file level, literally over snapshots, the last known good clean file. So I think this is the last slide I had, maybe one more after this. Forensics and notifications. This is the last part of the incident response. You need to also realize, remember that there's an incident response team. The communications, the legal. Here's what happens after the fact. You have a legal and risk management team, and their job is to say what was in those files. How are we, what exposure do we have? So when you also then remember, oh, Microsoft said in the digital defense report that there's a pairing, that encryptions also can equate to a certain percentage, also equates to exfiltration, right? So that means if I had 100 files in there, how does that work? Okay, possibly I could have had exfiltration also occur. So these teams, your legal and compliance, they have to go and keep going. You've done the recovery, you guys are back up and running. The work still continues for them. Right, so what you need to also be able to provide for them is something that says, okay, for your CISO's OneDrive, that person she had 8,700 files in her OneDrive. And then of that, 1,500 of those were encrypted. And of that, 159 had sensitive data. So when we talk about serving the incident response, you are generally talking about time saving. Otherwise, what you would tell the CISO, that risk management legal team, hey, the CISO had encryption. And they would say, okay, let me take 2 weeks. And I'm going to go through every one of these files. And I'm going to extract it, and I'm going to figure out what was in them. Instead, you have to have the tools necessary that allow you to state what was encrypted during that incident response. Then, of those, what was sensitive, right, in nature. So there's a lot about an incident response for you guys. And the most important thing is that you need to take part of the game. You need to knock on the door of the security team, and you need to ask, What are you looking at? What are you monitoring? Do you know that we can do X, Y, and Z on the back end? How can we help you as a security team bring any of the data in 365 and make sure that you're monitoring the right thing, right? The other thing you're going to ask them is, knowing what you know, what type of data are you going to ask for? What do you need? And then you're going to ask your infrastructure team, your backup admin team, are you backing up our data? Because we literally just built this solution that the call center is now using, and if that data got encrypted and we couldn't recover it, you don't have a backup. You have nothing to go back to, right? Microsoft is telling you version history is not a mechanism of recovering from ransomware. E-discovery, right, legal hold, that is not a mechanism. It is architected to export data, not to restore data. Right? Their data loss for their backups, that's for their DLP, not for us as a customer. Right? So you got to step your game up, protect your data. That's it. Any questions? You guys have any questions?
So I'm sure everybody can that. Okay. I'm not saying you
Druid is multi-platform, so we do like EC2, AWS, Azure VMs, VMware, servers, everything, physical servers, all that fun stuff.
Usually for the customer, they say how much it costs to secure the data.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. I mean, most of the time, so here's another thing. What you want to look at is, cost is always important. Cost, you balance cost and you balance feature. Because you have, whether it's most of the time it's like per gig, right? So every different backup vendor is different. So what we do is we say, oh, we query your data. We say that, oh, you need about average of 50 gigs. We build a pool, and then everything pulls from the pool, right? So that's how we do it. Not everyone does it the same. You usually will, if you go to a backup vendor, even like a Rubrik, AvePoint, right? I've worked with AvePoint for many years. It's great backup. They have their own way of doing a sizing for you. I mean, that's always going to be part of it. That's your data. You pay for it, whatever maybe, right? That's how it is.
I have many customers, they don't understand, because before we work on on-prem, and Microsoft advised the customer to move to cloud to be more secure. And now the customer, they don't understand why they need to pay more for have more security.
Man, I'm telling you,
That's exactly
the
what
move
I'm asking you as a backup company.
The move to the cloud has become an expensive move for.
They think moving to OneDrive or SharePoint itself is a backup.
Yeah, no.
So
I know that's
that concept. How do you actually go as a backup product company? How do you get that? Deal with that type of
yeah, there's enough. Like I'll do sessions on just doing a software selection, right? What you need to look for on backup. Because I run into that all the time. They're like, oh, we back up on OneDrive. I'm like, that's not what that's for. So you know, it's not what that's for.
Some years back, I've been saying that I need to be on-prem and having less on-prem as a backup. Now I think I hear more and more the is telling you are full on cloud, but you need to have a on-prem to restart in case of. As you said, you said already that you need to have something stored on-prem to. I don't know which context you said it.
You need to have something basically.
Some data, some whatever, to know from where to start. So.
No, it's a new game now. So much.
Why not simply to have a copy of your tenants?
In another tenant. You know, a sync, just like we did. This is like how we used to.
It would be a sync.
Not a sync, but it's a database.
It would be a sync, not continuous sync.
No, not a continuous sync. Yeah. More like truly more like
daily or monthly or whatever, something.
Just like pick it up, copy it, and that's it.
And then disconnected from anything.
Yeah, because
I remember I've been working for a project where we had leg cloud. So we left some building where no one answers. Very sensitive data. Just really there, no one answers there.
No one
And it's
knows.
backup every month. I mean, backup, that's synced every month.
Yeah.
With a special team coming and syncing it.
No, that's, I mean, there's so much nowadays, especially making sure I got all this stuff. Yeah, but it's there. But...
Did you understand my question?
Okay, so if I need to take a Uber, where's the best place to go? Parking lot?
You okay?
Am I okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for that.
No, thank you.
I will share on Teams the photo for us.
Oh, no, I appreciate it.
And I will see your tweets.
Are you based in Dubai or?
No, I'm based in Florida. I came out to one for this, but also to, I have a partner. We have a partner out here, and so we did partner meetings, partner training. And I just got to go on vacation.
Yes.
Let's be honest.
That's a good excuse, isn't it?
Yeah. Are you guys all here?
No, I'm
Oh, wait, your friend. Your
France,
Belgium.
Belgium, France, and I was born in Tunisia.
Yes.
So I live in Belgium, I work in France.
Yes. And born in Tunisia.
Tunisia. Yes.
All right, let's see.
Same nationality, same country. But I'm here. Basically. You guys, you're in Colombo, but where about you?
I'm Belgium, Dubai.
Belgium?
Okay.
When are you going back, guys?
I'm like
Tomorrow morning?
Sunday.
couple days. Probably like on
3 hours back, right? Only 3 hours.
Didn't forget anything?
No, I think that's yours.
Okay.
Yeah, don't forget, are you gonna buy another one?
I don't know why I was considering Colombo the same way.
I needed in USA next week.
Yes, I'll see you.
Yes, that's sweet.
Yes, it was a pleasure, and I liked your session.
Okay, thank you.
It's nice, yeah.
Bye, guys.
Your session too, huh?
I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's the computer battery, okay. So you don't need this.
It's good enough to get home.
So Juber,
Well,
this, that's our
put it.
Java.
Yeah.
No, not Java. Java. The second group is Ain.
So how many people